Alright guys, before we start, we need to set expectations very clearly. The stuff I'm about to teach in this isn't theory, it's not fluff. These are the same principles that I've used and I've been teaching for over 3 years to help me go from a lost, unhappy university dropout who's tried and failed so many businesses, couldn't find anything that stuck with him, to making $2,000 in just my first 30 days of appointment setting and then eventually hitting 2 to 5K a month. And this is the same business model that's not only helped me make money online, but also travel the world, take back control of my freedom, go on side quests and connect with other like-minded entrepreneurs while still being able to work from my laptop. Most of the material here I have actually charged clients $3,000 to $5,000 for. So when I say take it seriously, I want you to take it very, very seriously, as if you've paid that amount. This same material has literally helped my clients, such as Joe, who used to work a B2B in-person sales job, making somewhat good money but feeling unfulfilled, unhappy, to now working on a $19 million a month company where he's pulling in 10 to 15K a month in commission, just hopping on the phone and closing deals. Also guys like Kwa, who has tried appointment setting before but wasn't successful and was only able to make around $500 total, to now hitting 3 to 4K months, working with a 6-figure business owner. Not only that, but moving from his hometown in Vietnam to Bali, all at just 19 years old, all because he went all in with appointment setting. Speaking of moving, I also had my guy Romaldo. 12 months ago, he was still living out in the US, working a typical blue-collar job, now not only being able to work as a full-time appointment setter, but also travel the world and even make his dream come true, which is move here to the Philippines. I'll tell you this right now, this is not going to be your average YouTube video, because what you're about to watch is an almost 7-hour free course that I've put together for you guys here on YouTube. It's a compilation of some of my best YouTube videos here on this channel, live coaching call recordings with my clients inside of the Oracle, and tried and tested breakdowns of what actually works in 2026. This free course is about to cover how appointment setting works, what limiting beliefs you need to put aside before you start, how to find your first high-paying legit setting offer, how to crush it on that offer and actually get results and book calls consistently so you can make 2 to 5K a month in commission. Pretty much how to actually succeed with this one skill going into 2026. Also guys, I forgot to mention quickly, if you wanted access to the resources shown in this video today, you can click the link in the description. It's going to be a Google form. Just fill out your details and I can send over those very resources to your email and to your social media platform. Here's what I would recommend when you watch this video. I want you to take notes, rewatch the parts that don't quite make sense to you, because on the second or third time it might actually click with you. And guys, even if you just implement 20 to 30% of what's in this free course today, you'll already be ahead of like 99% of people who are just trying to make money online. So sit back, relax, get comfortable, get some popcorn, and let's get straight into the first module of this course. Fuck it guys, it's 2026, new year, new me mentality is now under full swing. As you can see, it's plagued on me as well. I got a new haircut. Let me know if you guys dig it. But today's video is not going to be about haircuts. It's going to be about the one side hustle that has helped me make an extra 3 to 5K a month, just from my phone, just from my laptop, just with the Wi-Fi connection. And I was able to do it all remotely, literally just texting people. So if you guys are new to the channel, you don't know who I am. My name is Matt Jacob, and I literally went from sharing a bunk bed with my little brother back in the UK to being able to move out, live in a sick-ass villa over in Koh Samui, Thailand, travel the world, and then come back to the Philippines, which is my motherland. I've gone on to build my own coaching business known as the Oracle, where I help other people do the same thing that I did. And what is this thing exactly? This thing is called appointment setting. A lot of people have been talking about it for the past year in 2025, but I really just want to break down the walls and show you how I actually got successful in this space. If you guys want proof, I took my jacket off. It's gonna get spicy, but here's the receipts, guys. So you know I'm not bullshitting you. As you can see here, 2022 to 2024 was when I was doing appointment setting, and you can see payouts such as 500 USD, 1,415 USD, 1,000 USD, 1,179 GBP. These are some more payouts from Stripe, another payment processor. You can literally see here, January 22, 875. It's pretty blurry right there. 656. The list goes on and on and on. 1,710 in a week. Okay, so I pretty much was documenting the journey about when I was setting full time. And what I used to do as well is I would keep tabs on my earnings in the Notes app. I would have the names of all the closed clients. I would have how much I made per client, when it would happen, what week would it be, and then the total at the end. What is an appointment setter? What does that actually mean? So all you're doing is you're approaching business owners, people who sell a course coaching program, a mentorship. These guys, let's say they're already making a decent amount of money. They're making like 20 grand a month, 50 grand a month, even $100,000 per month. Obviously they need more clients, but they don't have all the time in the world to be doing their own DMs. It's just pretty low leverage, right? They need to focus on other stuff like content. They need to focus on making sure their clients are happy. So that's where the setter comes in. So let's say this is you, this is the business owner. These are the credentials. They're already making 20K a month, for example, and they have a 5K program. And your commission is 5 to 10% as an appointment setter. You're essentially going to say, hey, I saw you're doing this. I'm going to be an appointment setter for you. Let me close some deals on your behalf in DMs, and then just give me a commission. And let's say they're selling a 5K program. You get $250 to $500, depending on the commission, just from texting people. You see, guys, the beauty about this business model, this side hustle, whatever you want to call it, is you don't have to bear on the stress of being a business owner. You don't have to worry about content. You don't have to worry about fulfillment, any of that stuff. All you have to worry about is getting as good as fucking possible as an appointment setter and being good at sales. Another good thing about being a setter is, let's say you're working with a business that's already doing well. That's literally like an internship, like a paid internship, the best one you could possibly ask for. You can learn from them, you can get exposed to their network, and you just see how their business runs. This is why I'm such a big fan of appointment setting, and I'll show you guys how to get into it. This was my journey, okay? So there are always 3 pillars when it comes to succeeding in appointment setting. The first pillar is going to be getting on an offer, setting offer. Second pillar is going to be skill set, so actually getting good at appointment setting itself. And then the last thing is going to be scaling. And I'll break down all of this in a second, don't panic. But the first thing is going to be offer. How can you make money if you're not on an offer yet? If you don't have a job, how can you get paid, right? So worry about the first thing, which is getting on an offer. There are 3 ways that I teach people to get on an offer. Number 1 is going to be outreach. You may have seen it already. Number 1 is going to be outreach. Number 2 is network. And number 3 is building your personal brand. Outreach just basically means you're going to find people. So for example, this guy, one of my old offer owners, Elijah, reach out to people like him, people who are selling a course, a program, etc. I know he doesn't do it anymore, but we go here, let's say this guy. What is he selling? Okay, he's selling something. It says book a call in the bio. Cool. Reach out to him, send him your Loom video, and then go on to the next person. And you ideally want to be sending around, 25 to 50 a day outreach messages. And the key here is to just be detached from the outcome. Who cares if they don't respond? Who cares if they tell you to fuck off? Like, a lot of this is just numbers game. So you want to be sending 25 to 50 a day and staying consistent. And then after about a couple of days, if you're doing it right, we'll start to get some responses back. People asking you when you're free for a setting position interview, sales position interview. And then you crush the interview, and then you've got your first role. So that's your first way. Second way is leveraging your network. And this is what I actually did to get my first role, and that first role helping me make 2 to 5K a month from my laptop, from the payments you see here. Long story short, what I did was I was in a coaching program. I used to work with a coach, and Elijah here, my guy here, he used to also have him as a mentor. So we had the same mentor. We met through the same community. Long story short, I started getting to know everyone in the community, just trying to be valuable, not expecting anything in return, offering to help them out, even hopping on calls with them, and then just staying connected on social media. And then when the time presented itself, it was around the time when I wasn't doing so well in business, but Elijah started doing well with his business. And then he reached out to me. He asked me, do you want to be my setter? I said yes. That's how I became an appointment setter and ended up getting to 2 to 5K a month. So shout out Elijah, you changed my life. But what am I trying to say here? A couple things. You need to be connecting with other setters, other closers, other recruiters, and other business owners. How do you get connected with them? You can literally go through Elijah's following. You can go through my following. You can go through who I follow personally, and you can use that drop-down method again. And you will find other people in that space. Because one of the biggest truths is the echo chamber truth. Everyone in the same field knows each other in the same field. So other, let's say, fitness coaches know other fitness coaches. Other athletes know other athletes. Other business coaches know other business coaches. So if you use that to your advantage, you find one business owner and you go through their network, you'll probably find other people who are doing business as well. So pretty simple. That's how you build your network. You can go about it a couple ways. You can follow them, you can, shoot them a message, you can reply to their stories. But the whole time, biggest thing is just make sure you're authentic and you're not being desperate. And that's how you build a network for the long term, which can give you opportunities, okay? I would even encourage you join groups, like how I did. You could do it paid or free. I paid for the group because I was in a mentorship. I'm sure there's a lot of free groups. There's a lot of free groups about setting, about sales, other closers. You can go in school, you can go in Discord. The list is endless. You can find other people on YouTube. Maybe they run a group themselves and then join that group. So that is the 101 about networking effectively and getting on a roll. Because that is 80% of the work done, guys. The last 20% is literally, once you've established yourself in this network, it's as easy as, like, let's say this guy. Let's say his name is Gerald. Gerald here is a recruiter. And then let's say this is me, just starting out as a setter. He can literally tell me when someone is hiring for a setter. He could be like, Matt, yo, I know you've been looking for an offer, and I know you're a killer, so I'll make an intro with you guys, and I'll connect you with the guy who needs a setter. Sound good? I barely had to do any of the work. So this is what you can do when you build your network effectively. So that is number 2, that is network. And then number 3, this is the cherry on top. This is the bow that ties the present together, which is personal branding. What do I mean by personal brand? All it is how you portray yourself online. So as you can see here, I'm very professional. I have things nice and aesthetic as well. I show I'm a real person. I have a good name. I have a good profile picture. I have a good bio. I have story highlights. I have posts. I'm not I used to be, that's the thing. I used to be one of these introverts who never wanted to post myself online. But it's just something I had to get rid of so I can get the results I want in life. So just make sure your profile's cleaned up. And I would highly, highly, highly encourage you guys to start posting some content and documenting the journey, because people love a rags to riches story. So even if you're just starting with appointment setting on day 1, post a video on YouTube, for example, saying that it's day 1 of your appointment setting journey. You can literally go to my oldest videos, and I think this is why I have a tribe and I have a cult following, is because people who've been following for a while, they can see when I was still broke. They can see before I made it, so to speak. And people love following along that hero's journey. And I wasn't afraid to put myself out online. So this is literally videos of me back in university. This is videos of me when I was back at home, when I had to move back in my parents' house after I dropped out of uni and I was in like a dark point in my life. These are videos of me when I was able to move out and go to Thailand. Okay, so you get the point. People love following the journey, and people respect you a lot by posting yourself and documenting that. Why is this important for appointment setting? Because a lot of setters, 99% of setters, they are anonymous. They don't want to put themselves out online. So where you come in is you are the 1% who has a good profile, and you literally have a bucket load of content. People know you're a real person. They know, like, and trust you. I'll give you a quick case study. One of my clients, Ange, who's based in the Philippines, she's in a closing role now. She had an offer because the offer owner said, I'm going to be honest, I like your aesthetic on Instagram. That's why I picked you. No joke. You can ask her. This is her username. You can literally ask her about that story and she'll tell you it's true. Someone hired her simply because they liked how her profile was set up. So if that's not a testament to how valuable personal branding is, I don't know what is. And it's not that hard. You don't have to be a celebrity. You don't need tens of millions of followers. Just make sure it's nice and clean. You're documenting the journey in your YouTube, for example, TikTok, on stories, and you're good to go in your posts. The next thing we want to focus on is, now that you have your offer, we want to make sure we're actually competent in appointment setting. What you can do is follow a proven framework. I'm not going to leak. This will be for another time, but I'm not going to leak the whole script. This is literally the exact framework, the exact script that I use for my own business. And you can see in the big text, it's got a couple different points. It's got a structure. So number 1 is opening. Opening just means, how do you start the conversation? Number 2 is report and leverage. So all the report means is likability, charisma, and trust. So how are you building trust with these people in the DMs and actually getting them to book a call? And then leverage, all that means is ammo. All that means is getting pain points, getting desires, giving them a good reason to hop on a call. Number 3 is pitch. So at that point, let's say you've gotten their their pains, you've got their current situation, you've built some trust, you've gotten their goals, their desires, where they want to be. That'll be where you step in and you offer some help. And the number 4 is close, or we'll call it booking the meeting. That's when you actually send the calendar link and then you actually book them in for a meeting. And then after that, most of the time, you will do follow-ups and confirm that they can show up to the meeting. If you go down this simple structure, this basic line from A to B, that's how you book people in. That's how you book anyone in. And all you do now is just do that repeatedly over and over on your phone, on your laptop for a couple hours a day, and then just book as many people as you can. Just to give you guys an example, this is what I was doing. I would literally go in the inbox, I would message people, follow the same structure, and try to book them in for a meeting. And this is a sneak peek into my group, which has examples of me doing it and me breaking it down right here. So that's all you do. You just get good at sales, get good at speaking to people, get on a sales or a setting offer, and then scale up from there. Speaking of scaling, that's the last part of the puzzle, is how do we scale up? So let's say we made our first commission. Let's say we made $1,000. How do we then get to, let's say, 5K a month? It's a couple different things. It's going to depend on your situation, of course. If you want me to actually help you decide on the next steps, then book a call below where you can actually work with me. But it's a couple different things. Like, extrapolate this to your situation. Either you need to get on 2 offers, either you need to get on a better offer, maybe you need to get on a closing offer at that point, because a lot of people, they like to go from appointment setting in the DMs to actually hopping on the phones and closing deals. So maybe it's time for you to do that too. Maybe you need to fix up on some of your skill set. Maybe you're still making mistakes. At that point, get a coach or keep doing some training. So there's a lot of different things that you might need to do to scale your income. So I know for my example, for my situation, when I started working with Elijah, I'll pull him up. When I started working with Elijah, there would be some good months and there would be some low months. And what I wish I did in those low months was have a second offer. It doesn't mean I'm not loyal to him. He even said it. He said, you can find another offer while we're trying to pick things back up. But what I wish I'd done earlier, I wish I had 2 offers at the same time. So let's say this month was doing well for Elijah. And then in the month I wasn't doing so well, I would be I'll focus on the other offer and try to do well in that. Let's say Elijah's offer picks back up, and then let's say the next month it wasn't doing so well, then I would focus on the other offer. So if one offer wasn't doing so well, I can hop on the other one. I know some people will say, no, you should stick to one offer, you should get good at that. But sometimes you need to just do what's best for you. You know, don't just stay on a sinking ship for the sake of it. And sometimes you might need to be getting on 2 offers. And how do we get on 2 offers? Very simple. You do the exact same thing that I taught you in the beginning. Outreach, building your network, and personal branding. It's a repeatable process you can do over and over again. And then that's how you scale. That's how you scale. That's what I did. Because I used to go from, let's say, making like $1,000, 1.5K roughly, and then my income absolutely shot up to 4K a month because I got on 2 offers at that time, and they both stuck. My income on those offers both stacked up. So it's up to you. I'm not telling you again to be on 2 offers. I'm just telling you, hey, you might need to be on 2 offers. You might need to get on a new offer, a better one. You might need to become a closer. Whatever it is, you need to scale up. Maybe you need to do some more training. You need to invest in some more mentorships or coaches to help you better your skill set. Then do what you need to do. But yeah, guys, this is literally what has helped me make 2 to 5K a month consistently online as a side hustle. I highly encourage you guys to start taking action on this. It is probably the easiest thing I have done. And trust me, I have done so many businesses in the past. They all didn't work out. If I had to go back in time and start again, I would dive straight into appointment setting. If you watched this video and you enjoyed it, but you just want to skip all the bullshit that comes with figuring this game out by yourself, if you just want to get to a point where you're making 2 to 5K a month, you're on a setting offer, and you're getting really fucking good at your skill as soon as possible, then there is a link in the description where you can apply to work one-on-one with me. I will literally coach you and show you the exact process that I did on today's video. I will even plug you into my network and my network of people who are hiring setters, hiring closers, and literally I'll just be the middleman and connect you guys. So if that sounds interesting, if you actually want to work with me and you're serious for 2026, getting into the space, link in the description, booking a call. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. I got plenty of videos on my YouTube too, lots of free content. So just go through them, take some notes, and then most importantly, implement the fuck out of them. Other than that, hope you enjoyed the video. This is literally what I did to get out of the trenches and start making 2 to 5K a month online. If you like this video, make sure you like, comment, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace. Okay guys, welcome back to one of the first modules of Art of Setting, or the Oracle. I just want to go over some common limiting beliefs that I received over the years first, because I want you to head into this program with 80% to 100% of these limiting beliefs like eradicated. It's just going to make your job easier, your life a lot easier, and your progress is going to be much quicker this way, because I know how much these can get in the way, so I just want to eradicate it from you guys first. The first one being, right, and I'm going to be speaking to everyone of all experience levels, so those who are completely new, those who maybe have more experience, and maybe those who are actually pretty advanced into the game, have a couple of years, but still have these limiting beliefs, all right? So first one being, why can't the business owner just do the appointment setting themselves? First of all, they don't have the time or focus to do so. They need to focus on other activities that move the business forward, such as content creation and helping their clients, right? There's only so many hours in a day, there's only so much focus we have each and every day, that they need to be focusing on the things that move the needle the most. And that's not to say that replying to prospects and doing outreach is not going to move the needle. It does, but that can easily be outsourced, or that can easily be set aside for another person to do, aka us as setters. Steve Jobs, for example, he wouldn't have worked at his Apple store. He wouldn't have worked at an Apple store and sold the phones himself, right? He's a CEO. He's got way more responsibilities to do, more things to do. He's a CEO. He has to steer the company in the right direction, not go in the store himself and sell the phones himself. That's why you have staff to do that for him. His time is worth millions, if not billions. So that's the first thing. That's why the business owner, and at a certain level too, if they're just starting off, if it's just like a startup, then that's what they have to do, right? But at a certain level, and this is why we vet the companies, that's why they eventually get appointment setters and salespeople. So another one you might have, and this is something I've heard quite a lot, even though I shouldn't, is I don't know if I have the time for this because of school, of work, or I have kids, or some other commitment or reason. Let me tell you this. I guarantee you there are people 10 times busier than you who are still making it work. Whether that's appointment setting, whether that's running their own business. A lot of these CEOs like Grant Cardone, Ty Lopez, Andy Elliott, I don't know, any names. I don't know if they have kids or not, but most of them do have kids. Most of them have a ton of other commitments outside of work, outside of their business. They got to hit the gym, they got to make time for family, and they're still making it work, right? I know I said earlier they only have so many 24 hours in a day, but the things that these people do is they focus and they cut out all the distractions so they can make it work despite having the same 24 hours as everyone else. And they're way more successful too. So there are people 10x busier than you who are still making it work. And this is just appointment setting we're talking about. We're not asking you to run a whole business and wear different hats. This is just one skill you have to focus on. So there's almost no reason why you can't make this work. Even just 1 to 2 hours a day is gonna move the needle. The more you put in, obviously the more you're gonna get out, but 1 to 2 hours a day to start with, that's better than nothing, all right? I want you to read the 80-20 Principle book by Richard Koch and apply it. That explains it pretty well. And just to give you another example, I have a friend called Ed, and I think it's called the Ed Pill now on Twitter, if you want to check him out. And he runs a community called Money Dojo. But he talks about in his Twitter, his social media, about his story before he kind of got into this online business game. He's in Thailand, he's living the type of life that he wants. And he explained the game plan perfectly, because this is what he was doing himself. You want to cut down the hours to part-time or just quit your work. Take that risk, depends how risk adverse you are. Work Uber Eats or DoorDash on the side or something to pay the bills while you're working as a setter, and then until it starts picking up traction, right? So that's the game plan for you if you want to do that. But you can always make time. If it's important enough to you, you'll prioritize it, okay? But if you're making time for video games, if you're making time with going out with low-level people, eating junk food, eating McDonald's, I do it from time to time still, but that's not something I prioritized. If you prioritize it, that means you're spending a lot of time on it. So time to cut that out. You're going into this program for a reason, okay? Does age matter? It depends on the business you're applying for. Some care, others don't. If you're getting turned down because of this, then don't take it personally and keep going until you land one. I haven't had a problem personally. I haven't seen people close to me or my students, in the one-on-one mentorship get turned down because of age. But sometimes it's just a deal breaker for certain people, and also certain logistics too, but it's not going to be too much of a deal. If it is a big deal, then don't take it personally. Like I said, just keep going, pump out the volume. All right, if possible,
don't say your age if you don't ask. But if they do, then don't lie about it. If you want to, you could, but I like telling the truth. So if they don't even ask for it though, don't say it. All right? It's all about how competent you are. You can be a 16-year-old but super competent at appointment setting, and you can have a 32-year-old twice the age as you who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. All right? So age doesn't matter. It's just a limiting belief. In terms of logistics, like, I know you need to be a certain age to open up a bank account, so set up a bank account if you haven't already so you can get paid, or just get paid via a friend or someone you trust's bank account until you turn 18, and then you can start getting paid yourself. So there's always a way around this. Maybe PayPal as well should be fine, but age doesn't matter. It's a limiting belief. This is a big one I get. Can I do this from any country? Again, it'll depend on the business. Keep searching till you find one that works with almost anyone from any country. But this still, I know it's hard. I know it's hard out there. I know people have different situations, people starting from different backgrounds, but you don't want to take away your power like that. You want to take full responsibility. Don't use it as an excuse to not make it work. There are setters killing it. I've met so many setters from many different walks of life, from many different countries: India, Nigeria, Morocco, Belgium, Malaysia, UK, Australia, Bulgaria. It doesn't matter. South America, Mexico, Italy. People are making it work, right? Setting is not limited to the country that you're from. It's all about competency at the end of the day, if you can actually get results. So country is the last thing that should be on your mind. Don't use it as an excuse, and it's easier said than done, but we need to eradicate this moving into the program, right, the course. One advantage setting has over closing is it's not dependent on time zones, since you can reply to DMs in your own time versus having to show up on Zoom calls at obscure times. So I'm here in the Philippines right now, and the calls one of the downsides of being here, I love it, I wouldn't trade the world for it, but one of the downsides is I have to sometimes do calls with certain people at crazy times, like sometimes 12 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. if I need to, or like super early in the morning, right? Midday, I can still make it work, afternoon, but I'm on the other side of the world and calls can be a bit of a hassle sometimes. However, when I was setting, and when I'm still setting and speaking to my clients, it doesn't matter because I can just reply on my own time, and it's not dependent on the time zone. So you can be from anywhere in the world, and you can travel too. That's one of the good things about appointment setting. It's remote. As long as you get the thing done, you can do your thing. You can travel around, do whatever, right? So you can do this from any country. My English isn't that good, so that's another limiting belief that I hear. It's, maybe it's not good now, but you can always improve it. This is in your control. The whole theme about this module is I want you to take control. I want you to take responsibility. Stop blaming outside circumstances as to why you can't make it. The reason why, let me put it this way, if you pour the same amount of conviction as to why you can't make it work into why you can make it work, then you're going to go so much further. Are you coming up with all these reasons why it won't work for you? You can't do it because of X, because of Y. Why don't you just put that same energy into convincing yourself why you can do it? Okay? So your English, for example, it's a skill. You can always improve it. Obviously I'm blessed enough to have grown up in the UK for most of my life, but I started off in Philippines. Like I lived here until the age of 7, and my Tagalog's not that good right now, but it can always get better. And that's the mindset that I'm holding right now. So this is in your control, and you don't have to be that good at English as well. As long as you know the basics, it'll actually get you pretty far. Like, even I write like a retard sometimes. You don't need to be an English professor to make it work, okay? So English, it can always be improved, but again, take control of it. This is one. I tried this in the past, so this being appointment setting, but it didn't work out. Well, now you bought this guide, so it won't happen again. Number 2, don't be a bitch. If you're truly serious about finding success in this industry, then you need to get up and try again. And number 3, the offer / framework / business you were on was probably crap, so we need to change this as well. So a couple things there. You've enrolled in this, so you gotta, again, take control. I've laid out the roadmap for you guys. All you have to do is follow it, ask questions, yada yada, take action, be consistent, and then it's not going to happen again. And if you actually tried and put your time and effort and you actually stayed consistent, whether it's this, regardless if it's this, regardless if it's appointment setting, regardless if it's sales, affiliate marketing, anything that you do in life, you got to get up and try again. If you actually tried, you'd actually succeed, because there's people crushing it in all different walks of life and different industries. Why can't you? Okay, there's no right or wrong. You need to get up, you need to try again, maybe realize and just start being self-aware as to why it didn't work out in the past. And this is why I brought up a few ideas. Maybe the offer was bad that you were on, maybe the framework you were given, the training you were given wasn't good, the business that you were working for wasn't a good fit. It could be many different things. So the best thing you can do right now is kind of reflect on why it didn't work out in the first place, and then adjust from there, because that's how life is. And then the last thing is appointment setting getting more saturated? Well, potentially. The way I see it is more people are getting into this space, but only the top 10 to 20% find insane success with it, because they're the most skilled, hardest working, and in this guide it will help you get into that bracket. It's only starting to gain traction. It's only started to gain traction in the past year or two. If you're thinking about, oh, is it saturated? Is this business saturated? No, it's not. It's not saturated. There's more than enough dollars, pounds, pesos to go around in this economy. You just start thinking in abundance, not scarcity, right? There's more than enough of the pie to go around. So therefore, for you to think that it's saturated, that means you're thinking in scarcity, right? There's always someone who will start another business. There's always someone who launches their own program, their course, their agency, and there's always going to be someone who needs an appointment setter to help grow their business, all right? Without appointments, their business dies. So they need you more than you need them. If you're good, if you know what you're doing, which is what this guide is going to help you do, all right? So that's that. I need you to always remember this and keep it in your mind. They need you than you need them. They need you more than you need them. So it's only going to get saturated for the people who don't know what they're doing, who are crap. They're not good at the skill. They're lazy. They're arrogant. But if you know what you're doing, I'm going to lay out the roadmap. All the training is going to be there, the frameworks, which you can copy paste or adjust to your own liking. And it's not going to be saturated for the ones who are actually good, the top 10 to 20%. So keep this in mind, watch it a few times over. I want you to get rid of these limiting beliefs before we head in. And any more questions, any more things that come up, just message me, all right? Take care.
When I was a newbie back in the day, just trying to have a better life for myself, but had no idea what to do, just getting started, Arlen came in clutch because he had something called the Master Vision. It's the thing that I gave you guys. But what he'd make us do, because he had a software for this, so you'd log in onto the software into your account, and then at the end of the day, you'd answer these questions. Well, some of these questions you'd answer from day one, but some of these questions you would answer daily at the end of your day. And these are the questions. You guys see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So these are the questions. Number one is, what is your purpose in 5 sentences or less? Number two is, what is your identity? What is Andrew's identity? What is Romaldo's identity, etc.? And then as you can see here, I've gone very, very into detail, as you should be. And I always use it in third person perspective. Instead of the common affirmations where it's like, I am wise, I am strong, I am wealthy, I am charming, I am a giver. Play around with doing it in a third person perspective. So Anmol is XYZ, Romaldo is XYZ, Dom is XYZ. Because I think it was a study that was done where if you did affirmations in the third person, you're more likely to believe it, because your brain kind of sees it as someone else is writing an account of you. So you're more likely to believe in some of us, we believe in what people say more than what we do ourselves. So play around with doing it in a third person perspective, like I have done. And as you can see here, it's just like what you did in the Master Vision, but it's very specific. Same thing, it's very specific, very descriptive about what you want, targeting all areas of your life. And most importantly, coming at it from a lens of, if there were no limitations, what would I actually want my identity to be? So put aside your realism, put aside your what you think is possible to the side when you do this. You want to go for actually what you want. So that's that. Next thing is, what are my goals? So just like one sentence statements on what are your goals, and you also want to put a deadline to it because a goal without a deadline is just a dream. So have a deadline at the end of each goal that you write. Next thing is what is your ideal day in your life? So write down from top to bottom, A to Z, from when you wake up to when you go to bed. What would the best day in a life for you look like? Okay, not no one else's. So for me, it was like Matt wakes up at sunrise every morning, feeling sharp, not distracted, reviews his master vision, gets dressed, wears a Rolex on his wrist, writes in his journal, and then I go just write that down until the end of the day. What will I do? And then the last question is, what is on your bucket list? If you had 100 million in the bank, how would you live life? So as you can see here, Matt would live in a luxury penthouse in BGC or Rockwell in the Philippines, as well as a mansion in the province or private village. Matt would have investments in crypto, real estate, stocks. If you had 100 million in the bank, what is going to be on your bucket list? And you just, take some time aside, answer these questions. Should take you 30 to 60 minutes. Go as detailed as you can. And then once you're done with it, the protocol was on his software. This is really cool. So on his software, it basically dictates everything you wrote down, and you'll listen to it first thing in the morning and before you go to bed. So you're like, all this is getting read to you. You can hear it happening.
What do you use?
What do I use to
Yeah,
dictate this?
yeah.
I do it on my phone only. I
Oh,
think on
okay.
Mac
So
it
it's
doesn't
just
work.
like speak. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's literally brainwashing you because it's speaking into you what your ideal life is and what your
Mm.
master vision is. Like, you know how powerful that is? Not only are you reading it, but you're also hearing it in real time.
Is that every
Imagine doing
morning?
that every morning and before you go to bed. Because why? Because those are the two times when your subconscious is most open to programming.
Mm.
Like, when you do it in the middle of when you're in the middle of the day, you're occupied about work, about your family, etc. But as soon as you wake up, before you go on your phone, well, you will go on your phone to do this, but before you do anything else, you've just woken up, your subconscious is very open to programming. Listen to your master vision. Before you go to bed, when you're feeling sleepy, click Command All on your phone. There's a setting to press dictate, and then let it dictate, let it run in the background. And say, like, while you're brushing your teeth, while you're making your bed, while you're making your morning coffee. And then do that consistently every single day for at least 14, 15 to 30 days, and you'll start seeing the effects. And then obviously you'll be doing that more than 30 days. This should be like a daily practice.
Mm.
So add this to your morning routine or your night routine, whatever that is for you guys. Yeah. It's making sense so far?
Yeah.
Cool. Any questions on this?
Can you send like a template, even just the questions?
Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that after the call. I'll make a blank sheet actually, and then you guys can fill it in on Google Docs.
Yeah. Thanks, bro.
But this stuff on top of the vision board is super, super powerful. Like, I know we I know we always talk about setting or always talk about sales, but mindset is something I really, really drive home to you guys, as you already know. So if you can just commit to this process every single day, twice a day, your life's gonna change. I mean, I'm living proof of it. Not to brag, but on my story, I said this was written back in Q2 this year, earlier this year.
Mm.
And look how close it came true. He lives in Proscenium at Rockwell, Makati, the best neighborhood in the Philippines. Wakes up at sunrise every morning feeling sharp and ready to attack the day. Guys, and then fast forward 6 to 8 months later. This is our fucking view. I'm on the balcony.
Let's go.
This is the exact condo that I pictured in my mind. So if I'm not living proof that this works, then I don't know what is. So try this out, guys. Just commit to it. Okay? Would this be helpful? Not
Yep.
just and as well. Like everyone, if I made a template. Sweet. Because the thing is as well, when it comes to manifestation and, law of attraction, the reason why people don't think it works is because make their goals very specific and they don't commit to a certain process. So process being, for example, listening to this when you wake up, listen to this right before you go to bed. They just kind of do it when they feel like it. So that's why it doesn't work. And then obviously they're not specific with it. With health, you can't just say Ronaldo is in shape Ronaldo's in shape, he's lean, and he eats healthy. Like that's not good enough. You have to be very specific about, okay, what weight are you at? What's your body fat percentage? Do you have a certain person in mind, like a celebrity or someone you can think of who has the same exact physique that you want? Okay, for Dom, income goals. I want to make 10K a month, for example. Like that's not going to cut it. 10K a month doing what? How will you be making it? What's your timeline for that? You know, so get very specific as well. That's why people doubt it, because they're not specific with their goals. The more specific you can be with your goals and your master vision, the more powerful it's going to be, and the universe is going to know exactly what you want. Like if you're asking a family member to do something for you, but you're not very clear on it, how are they going to do that for you? Same thing here. So another thing I want to show you guys is you could do something called anchoring, where let's say this is how it works. Let's say you're about to hit the gym. You're making your protein shake or your pre-workout. Go to the fitness vision. Remind yourself of what kind of body you want, what kind of health, where do you want your health to be at? Look at that before you go to the gym, or look at this in between your sets. Or social life. Like let's say you're gonna go out, or let's say you're trying to go out there and make connections. Like look at the social vision that you want in your life. Constantly remind yourself what you want for each specific aspect before going into it, or during you go into it. 6 months in. Nothing really specific. Again, this is just something you can look at all the time. But you know what I mean? When you look at your, let's say, fitness vision before you go to the gym versus when you don't, now you're going into your workout with a certain intention in mind. You're going to hit that workout twice as hard, and you're going to go at it with intention compared to if you just like skip this step. So that's something you can do as well, is anchoring. There's many different ways you can use that master vision I gave you guys in prep week when you guys first started. It's pretty cool. All right, guys, welcome back to another video. If I wanted to land a legit appointment setting or closing offer in 2026, this is exactly what I would do. So in today's video, we're going to go over the exact action steps and the 3 key pillars you need to be focusing on if you want to get on a legit offer ASAP. And why I'm qualified to teach you this is because I've been in the space for 3 years. I've seen a lot of people come and go. A lot of people don't know I've been doing this for a minute now. And unlike some other people who've only been in the space for less than a year or year and a half, and now they think they're qualified to teach you how to set, how to land an offer, and how to close, doesn't mean like their advice is good. So the steps in here are ironclad, and they're proven to be successful for not just myself, but also tens of hundreds of other people. Either I've coached them one-on-one in a group format, or you guys are just watching the free content and you've been able to get positions by yourself. Like just to show you some results here, this has been the results recently, like several sales opportunities, people reaching out to me for setters, for closers. This was a few days ago. 6 offers posted in our Oracle community in one day, as you can see here. Even one of our students, Ange, posted in the community. Her offer makes 8 figures a month, so she's on a 19 mil a month fitness closing offer, and they are hiring other reps too. So what's going to happen is she posted it in our community, and then the rest of our students are going to probably pounce on this offer, which makes 19 mil a month, just if you didn't hear the first part. And then just to give you a bit of background, setting has changed my life. It's helped me, build the life of my dreams. Like this is me in Hong Kong. This is me out in golf. This is me in Taiwan. This is me. I recently moved into my dream condo, apartment. I'm literally neighbors with people who have supercars. Like debatable if they're supercars, but you know what I mean. But yeah, that's what has helped in my life. And then this is me when I was still setting. Like you can see the results here, like 1.1K commission in a week, Stripe screenshots, all these commissions that I made when I was full-time setting, 1,710 USD. These were the numbers. You can pause this, and this is what I was doing before, okay? This is what I want to impart on you guys. This is what I learned throughout the game. I would focus on these 3 key pillars. If you're starting without the experience, without the connections, this is what I would do. I would do the setter trifecta. This is a term, a framework that I've coined, and all it entails is you want to focus on three things. You want to focus on outreach, network, and personal brand. Because maybe you guys are focused on one out of these three things. Like, for example, maybe you're just focused on outreach. And it's probably what you're doing right now. But if you want to get on an offer as soon as possible, and a legit offer too, not some shitty outbound offer, you need to be leveraging all three. And this is not just going to get you on an offer ASAP, but down the line, it's going to set you up for future opportunities. Okay, so the setter trifecta is what we're going to focus on today. This is how I would replicate it. So starting with number one, outreach. What is the goal of outreach? Is to get responses and interviews ASAP, starting from literally day one. So we want to focus on a couple things here. Our Loom video, because how we're going to do our outreach is through Loom video, which is what I'm using to record this video today. So Loom, as well as an outreach message. So you want to do both. So with our Loom video, we need good lighting, we need a good background. We need good clothes, ideally a haircut. Because no, we're not going to wear a wife beater if we're going to apply for a 5 to 6 figure company. Ain't no way that's going to happen. Maximum confidence and conviction, right? Be professional. This is the framework that I use, that I teach my students. Number one, when you're doing your video, introduce yourself. Why are you reaching out? I'm reaching out for my intention to see if you know someone who's hiring a setter or a closer. Use your confidence and energy to hook them in. Number two, the second part is experience. So if you have experience, mention that and flex that. If you don't have experience, then just be honest or authority hijack. And or mention training. Some of you guys have invested in mentorships, and you always want to mention that because people, when you say that, people will see that you're a risk taker and you've actually like put skin in the game. So mention anything that's going to help your case. If you want a tutorial on how to authority hijack, I'll link a video up in the right. So that's number one, intro. Number two, experience. Number three is throw in a personal story or throw in something that's going to make you stand out. Humanize yourself out of other setters and closers. For example, you want to mention why you're like all in and why you're in this space in the first place. If you've done things like dropping out of university, you've quit your 9 to 5, your goal is to quit your 9 to 5, then you want to mention that. Mention why you're in this space and why you have no choice but to make it work. Because other people, they're just playing it safe. They're just here to make some money. But you here, you need to convey the fact that you're trying to be the top setter or the top closer in any offer that you're going into. I've got a cold right now, guys, so you got to bear with me. But mention or show traits as well. Anything that's going to show that you're coachable. Anything that's going to show that you have no ego. Anything that's going to show you have a high work ethic. And then the last step is your call to action. So at the end of the video, you want to let them know what the next steps are. So, for example, you want to get them on a call. Say you want to get on a call if they're interested. If you want to get on an interview, if you want them to reply back, just throw in a CTA at the end so they know what to do once they've watched your video. So that is the 4-step process. And how long should the video be? It should only be around 45 to 90 seconds, filmed on Loom just like this, because that's the sweet spot. If it's too short, you haven't gone through enough. If it's too long, they're not going to have the attention span. And now that I mentioned the outreach video, this is what you do for the outreach message. It's almost the same thing as what you said in the Loom video. This is what you literally will be doing when you're going to do outreach, okay? So we're not just sending the video, we're going to send a message too. Almost the same thing what you said. So intro right here, experience, personal story / what makes you stand out, call to action, and then your Loom video link. Because one of the good things about Loom is once you made your video, it will give you a link, and then anyone can click on this link when you share it with them. So it's not going to take up too much space. So this is how your outreach message should look. I will play you guys a quick example of Evan's outreach video because this is a really good one.
Hey, what's up? My name's Evan. I'm 17 and I'm based in California. I'm reaching out for a potential appointment setting opportunity, so I wanted to give you some quick background on me. Before I got into online sales, I used to run my own trash can cleaning business. That's where I went door to door selling the service myself, handling objections, booking jobs, following up with customers. That's why I really fell in love with sales, and I learned to sell people from not just reading a script. From there, I moved to appointment setting, and now I've been setting for close to 6 months now. And in my first week of outreach, I was able to land this fitness offer. He has over 150K followers, and in my first month working with him, I was able to book him 40 plus calls, and out of those calls, he was able to close enough to generate him around $20,000 in revenue, which made me get paid out $1,000. While on that offer, I was handling all the DMs myself, qualifying leads, booking calls consistently. Right now, I'm working with this clipping agency, and they only want me to send 10 outreach messages every hour. Because of that setup, I have a lot of extra time throughout the day that I could be putting to use rather than wasting it. I'm also in a one-on-one mentorship with Matt Jacob, which has helped me tighten up my process, ask better questions, and overall operate at a higher level. My long-term goal is to move into closing, so I'm focused on setting for a real offer where I can get real reps and learn the sales side properly. If you're interested, I would love to chat more, and let's see if we can make things happen.
All right, guys, there we go. So that is a really good example from Evan, one of the guys I'm working with right now, of an outreach video. And all he's literally going to do is send an outreach message with what he basically said in the video. So I hope that makes sense. If you have any questions, shoot it in the comments. But now that we have our outreach method done, we have our Loom video done, this is how we actually find other people to work with for an offer. So you want to type in a keyword or a niche such as fitness, such as dating, such as business or coach or Amazon FBA. You don't be creative with this. You can do different niches, different types of business models. So for example, here I just typed in coach. A bunch of coaches popped up. Click on one of them. If they look qualified, then send them an outreach video. That's your first person to outreach. And how you know if they're qualified is through the green flags here. So they have a clean profile, decently sized audience, they have results and testimonials, so you know they're actually legit, and link in a bio directed to a training or their offer. This is not as strict. You just want to make sure that they're selling something like a coaching offer or a course or an info product, right? So this guy here, for example, 29.1K followers, that's pretty good. Helping fitness scale to 7 figures, and then he has a talk to our team, CTA. So that's how I know he's selling something. If they have a bigger audience, don't be afraid to message them, because maybe a VA or their setter is gonna respond back to you. And if they don't have that much of an audience, let's say like 4 to 5K, I'll still reach out to them, because I know a lot of people who don't have a big audience and they're still making a lot of money. So it's kind of subjective here. Find out what works for you, but those are the basic green flags. And then click on any profile, like I said. If they have the green flags on their profile, outreach to them and use the echo chamber method. So what the echo chamber method is like it based on the simple principle. People in the industry know others in the same industry. Now, photographers know other photographers. Business owners know other business owners. Coaches know other coaches. If you know one person in an industry, you can use them to find others in the same industry. You can even do it with a specific niche, like fitness coaches. I guarantee you, you go to a fitness coach and you're going to be following other fitness coaches. Does that make sense? So using that to our advantage, we want to use this method by, for example, clicking the drop-down menu on Instagram here. It's going to show you other coaches. And then you can literally go through them, see if they qualify, and then send them the outreach method right there. You can even go through their followers. You can go through their following, go through their likes, their comments. You can rinse and repeat the process until you hit your outreach target. So a lot of people ask me, how much outreach should I be doing per day? And I say around 25 to 50 a day minimum. The more you can do, the better. Just space them out in between. Let's say like an hour gap in between, because you don't want to be spam blocked by Instagram. So 25 to 50 a day. If you can do more, the better. So you want to rinse and repeat the process until you hit your outreach target. And if you want to roll the dice again, simply type in another keyword or start with another profile. So let's say you go back to the search bar, you've reached out to all the coaches, type in another niche, type in another keyword, type in dating, for example. Maybe you'll find dating coaches. Type in a different niche or whatever you need to do to roll the dice again. So that's outreach 101. That's outreach 101, guys. This is the first pillar. Moving on to the second pillar is going to be, drumroll please, network. So what is the goal of networking? If you see outreach as more of a short-term direct response way, networking and the third one is going to be more of a long-term play. The goal here is to build positive associations with key players in the industry and get in the right rooms. Now, a lot of people aren't sure, okay, I want to network, but who do I network with? We want to network with other appointment setters, network with other closers, other business owners, other setter or sales managers, other recruiters or other growth partners. Because like I said, someone knows someone and you have the echo chamber effect going on. If you know a bunch of other setters, maybe, for example, they find an offer, they can't get on the offer because they're too busy, or maybe they're already on an offer, but they'll send it to you. So that stuff can be very powerful for your network right there. How do we build a network? This is the same exact way as you would with the outreach method. Type in a keyword, such as setter or closer, any one of these words here, and then we click on any profile, like for example, Evan, again, use an example, and then make the most authentic decision to you. So if you want to follow them, if you want to message them, if you want to like or comment on their posts, if you want to like or reply to their stories, you want to be organic and real throughout the entire way. Like, we're not going to force anything. We're not going to pretend to be someone else we're not. So if you follow the person, if you want to follow them, follow them. And then rinse and repeat the process, meaning we can go through their followers, following, go through the mutuals, etc., etc. Click the drop-down menu, which would otherwise be here, and then just go connect with other people in the space. And over time, if you're doing this consistently, you're gonna have people starting to follow you back. You're gonna have people reaching out to you, wanting to hop on calls, wanting to collab, wanting to work together. That's how we know we are building our network correctly. So networking is one of those things where it's really hard to teach. You just have to go through it yourself. You have to learn it from experience, but here are some tips, guys. This is the networking commandments that I have. Number 1, be authentic and genuine. Self-explanatory. Number 2, give value and don't expect anything in return. It's called reciprocity. People can sense from a mile away if you're just trying to reach out to them and you want something in return. We don't want that. We want to reach out to people and connect with people because we actually want to help people, right? That's why we're in the sales space. Number 3, be the connector. If you know 2 people who'd have synergy together, then introduce them to each other. This is, guys, one of the most powerful, the easiest ways to gain instant value and gain a good network is through being the connector. So for example, my guy Martin here and my guy Romaldo, I connected him in the group chat because Martin's looking for setters and Romaldo's one of my Oracle students and he's a setter obviously and he's looking for an offer. So what am I gonna do is I'm gonna connect them both in a group chat and then the rest is history. They can take the convo however they want. If they end up working together, that's because of me. If they don't work together, it could happen in the future. Either way, they're gonna appreciate the connection. So you wanna be the connector and be the guy that just knows everyone somehow, some way. Number 4 is always be building up your value in the process. So let me ask you this, guys. If I was out of shape, if I was broke, if I didn't have results, if I couldn't speak well, would you be trusting what I'm saying as much as right now? Probably not. So you always want to be building your value and always be self-improving in the process. So it makes you worth connecting, basically. No one wants to connect with a loser. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true. So that's number 4. And then number 5 is always be engaging with your network consistently and organically because you want to make them feel good because you genuinely want to see them win, guys. So like show some love, comment on their posts, comment on like their posts, reshare it, repost it, like comment on their stories, reply to their stories, show some love because you want to see people win. You're not doing it because you want something, you're doing it because you actually care. This is a good book to read, by the way, How to Win Friends and Influence People. So I would recommend you read that too if you're having trouble with the social aspect, networking aspect. Number 6, don't be desperate. Don't be needy for everything or anything. Don't force things. Again, people can sense if you're trying to be desperate. People can sense if you want something out of them and won't say it, right? People are smart, they're not stupid. Number 7, use your existing network if you haven't already. You want to be resourceful. Guys, maybe you're part of some groups, some communities. Maybe you're already connected with a successful person. Tap into the existing connections you have that you're not aware of and see what comes out of it rather than trying to look for new connections all the time. Use what you have, be resourceful. So that's number 7. And number 8 is join groups or communities where your connections might be hanging out. So for example, like Discord groups or school groups. I go in Discord, I go in school, I can literally find setting or sales groups and you can join them. Some of them are free, some of them are paid. Do what you need to do, invest in them or not. But it's right there. I'm giving you ideas. Slack, Telegram, these community-based platforms. There's other coaches in my niche who have a group. You can go and join their group. Just build your network and get as many people to know your name in the process. Okay? You want to be the guy or the girl that everyone somehow knows in this space. Like, literally don't overthink this. Just be a chill person and you're 90% there. It's a long-term play. It's a longer-term play. So there's no need to rush this. When we're building our network, if it's quick for you and it comes naturally to you, then that's good. But if it's a slower play, then let it be a slower play. You want to make sure that we're building our network organically and we're building authentic relationships than trying to cheat our way through the process and connect with people and have shallow relationships. Does that make sense? So that's number 2, is building our network. Then number 3, drum roll please once again. I hope my mic doesn't run out, but number 3 is going to be personal branding. Remember the setter trifecta up here. Outreach, network, personal brand. So number 3 is the personal brand. What is the goal of the personal brand? It is to build maximum credibility, trust, and exposure to attract opportunities our way. Because we want to get to a point where we're not like 6 months deep into the game and we're still doing outreach. We're 12 months into it, we're still having to do outreach. You want to get to a point where we're getting people like once a week, every other week, letting us know about opportunities. We're getting recruiters following us. We want to build that attraction system, and that's going to be through our personal brand. So starting with a personal brand, you want to make sure your profile is optimized. So make sure I have like a clean profile picture, clean username, clean bio. Everything has to be clean. It's super simple. Story highlights showcasing different parts of your life. So you can have one with your work, with setting, one about yourself, one with your lifestyle. Same thing here with Dom. He has setting, he has a Thailand one, and he has a travel one. You can literally find other people and just model off of them, but add your own twist. Okay, so these are some good examples. So Ange's here is good, Dom's here is good as well. And have a clean aesthetic feed. If you don't have pictures, then either use old ones that are still high quality, or literally like go out there, maybe tomorrow, maybe today, maybe in the weekend, get a friend to take some pictures of you, some high quality pictures, and just get them up on the feed. You don't need thousands of followers, you don't need to be verified, and you don't need prior sales experience either. Okay, these are some limiting beliefs that I get thrown at me. It's just not true, okay? And here, Dom here, they don't have 1,000 followers, yet their profile is such a big asset. You just need to convey competence, hard work, charisma, and a pinch of aesthetics to have a profile better than 99.9 of other setters and closers, because we're not using Indeed anymore, we're using social media as the new CV or resume. If you go on my profile here, it's all well put together. I have my bio, I have my profile picture, I have more of a following because I did run ads before, and I have story highlights. And even if I'm running a mentorship now, a business now, I can still use this profile for what I'm setting. Builds a lot of trust. So this might all seem like unnecessary work, but trust me, as someone who's literally landed 6-figure a month offers, connected with industry leaders, and signed my first few clients for my personal brand, your future self will be thanking you. Even if you're not a business owner now, you need to start treating yourself like one. You have to be doing what nobody else is willing to do to have the results nobody else has. So a lot of setters, they come into the space and they just want to do outreach from day one. They want to network from day one. But they're neglecting the personal branding aspect. They're neglecting all of this stuff. And I don't know why, maybe because they're lazy or they just don't know any better. But if you want the top offers, you want to make sure your profile is the best it can be. So this is all what most people say unnecessary, but I see it as necessary if you want good results. Now, a bonus here is documentation of the journey. So we'll talk about like Instagram and we'll talk about YouTube, how these come into play. And here, for example, she has in her work highlight, her documenting the journey in her process, her talking about the money she's made, where she came from, how she used to be broke before, what she used to struggle with before, her results being on offers, booking 15 calls in a few days, how her life has changed before and after. You know, a lot of this, like a lot of people focus on the logical stuff, but we also need to focus on the emotional stuff, because business owners are people at the end of the day. If you can hook them in emotionally as to why they should hire you, then you're going to get the offer. Don't just always be talking about logistics. So Angie is sharing her story. She's documenting the process, talking about how she manifested her reality. She didn't have much back then. This is like, for you guys in the States, like $10, I think, or less in her bank account. When she joined the mentorship, she had her dad ask for help to invest in it. And I don't regret that decision any bit. She doesn't regret it either. It's probably the best decisions we both made. She took a screenshot, a convo with her dad, so on and so forth. Her paying, like marking a moment in history. I remember this day vividly, thinking my life was going to change. Her hopping on calls, her landing offers 48 hours since starting, hopping on calls with 7 to 8 figure entrepreneurs, hopping on calls with people she used to see on her explore page. Like, I'm not kidding, guys. When you use this trifecta effectively, you're gonna get replies back and even an offer maybe from high-level entrepreneurs. Like 62K followers right here, multi 7 figures. Nigel Daly here, 246,000 followers. I'll tell you guys something. When I asked Ange, how did you get the offer with Nigel Daly here? Why did he pick you over the other people? And she said to me, because Nigel said to her, I chose you, I'm not gonna lie, I chose you because I fuck with your profile and your aesthetic. That's why I replied back to you. So it's crazy, guys. If you put a bit more effort into your personal brand, you can literally get your offer just because of how clean your profile is. I'm not even making this up. You can literally ask her. I'm not capping. She got an offer just because of her profile. Okay? So some action steps here is obviously clean up the profile, find some people you resonate with and replicate their profile. Just add your own twist. If you don't have any good photos, go out somewhere with like a friend, a family member, a partner. Ask them to take candid pictures of you. If you aren't a social media person or you aren't photogenic, you just have to get out of your box. Simple as that. Do the stuff no one else is willing to do so you can get results that they don't have. Model your profile like those 1 to 3 other people. It's okay to copy. Don't let people tell you it's not fine to copy. It is. Drink some water here. Just add your own twist. Just add your own twist. As you get more experience, you become more comfortable, then you can set up your profile how you want. But if you're stuck, you can just copy. Have at least 1 to 3 story highlights of different areas of your life. So for example, the big 3 can be setting, can be fitness, can be your lifestyle. Fill it up with some photos, some videos, make it look like you live a cool life, you're a real human being, and that's the job done. So those are some action steps. Now, a lot of people ask me, like, why did you start posting on YouTube? And the reason why was because of these bullet points I'll go through. I posted on YouTube for 2 years while I was still an appointment setter. So this is before I even had my own mentorship. I had nothing to sell and I wasn't making money directly from my videos. So why did I still go through all the effort to post consistently? You guys can go through my YouTube, sort it from oldest to newest. You can see this is 5 years old and I was posting pretty consistently. You guys can see the come up. So why did I go through all this effort, you may ask? Is because I knew what it would do for me in the long term. It will make it easier to sell any future offers. For example, my mentorship, for example, an ebook I used to sell. I got like 20 sales in 7 days just because of my strong personal brand. It's gonna set you up, guys, for the future. It'll attract high-level connections and offers. It will help me become better with speaking on the camera, with overcoming camera shyness, because I used to be really introverted, guys. I couldn't speak like this for over 30 minutes without stuttering. So help me with these things too. It's more like a personal reason too, and much more. Like this is what my personal brand has been able to help me do. I'm connected with people like Jerove. I'm working with him right now. Like bro's tapped in. He's worked with people like Serge Guattari, with Suwei Go. Like you can see on his profile here, Eman. You can see the come up. You can see he went from homeless to 64K in a month. You can see he hosts his own masterminds, and this is someone I'm working with right now. Like, we met up in person in BGC. Another guy, Jack Hopkins, super down-to-earth guy. I joined the new elite when he just launched it. And he was over in Thailand, I was over in Thailand, the rest of the guys were, and we sparred and built a really good connection there. So people like Jack, people like Jerove. This guy here, Sumner, I used to work for him as well. This is the 6-figure a month offer I was talking about. And I made like 4K that month. You can literally see the receipts here. 125K in a month. If we cross that 125K marker, I've got an extra bonus for you. So I literally got on Sumner's offer because he found my YouTube channel and he asked me if I knew any setters. I was like, I know some setters, but I'm looking for an offer. Let me just get on your offer. One call, got on his offer, got onboarded, ended up making like 4K that month. So I'm now connected with 6 to 8 figure entrepreneurs, landed a setting offer for a 6-figure a month offer. Building my personal brand has changed my life. It'll do the same for you too. Let me ask you guys real quick. If you knew you could get on the best offers, if you can build a legacy for yourself, if you can inspire other people along the way, if you can get more eyeballs from setters, closers, recruiters to you by building your personal brand, would you do it? Would you do it? Well, the answer should be yes, like 10 times out of 10. So take your personal brand very, very serious, guys, because it's going to help you now and it's going to help you in the long term when you start your own offer, okay? So this is the vision. This is what we need to be doing, the workflow. Outreach, network, personal brand, 25 to 50 a day, follow up on non-responders, proactively connecting with others in the industry, optimize profile, documenting your journey, all at the same time, more or less. And then as a result, we'll get interviews, we'll get connections, we'll get referrals. Out of those, we'll get legit setting and closing offers, which is what you came on the video for. All right. So results after implementing the standard trifecta. Like I said, I'm working with people one-to-one right now, and after using the system consistently, they were able to land offers as fast as 2 to 7 days, 48 hours, even with little to no sales experience. They would go on to make commissions and scale to 2 to 5K a month. Some guys I know are even making more than that. I'll show you in a sec. This is our network, guys. 13 high-paying sales offers in the last 72 hours. I'm getting people reaching out to me. They're asking me, hey, Matt, do you have any setters? Do you have any closers? That's only happening because I took these 3 things seriously. Like here, while I'm connecting clients with 5 to 6 figure offers in my network, you're DMing random pages on IG and Facebook waiting to get ghosted. Or worse, saying yes to a company that has no clients, no systems, and no clue. That means wasted months, 0 commission, and starting over from scratch. All because you weren't plugged in to the right offers from day one. Literally, another group chat, another partnership that we have for offers. And then some results here from my past or current one-to-one students. Rajib, solid DM setting offer, 7 days since working with me. Nicholas, landing an offer October 7th, closing 4 deals, generating 47.5K rev under 3 weeks. We have Anmol here. He got on an offer for Coach Blue, 9.5 million followers, guys. I'm telling you, like, why would Coach Blue go with anyone else? Like, he has every reason to go with someone else, but he picked Anmol and some other people on the team, and he helped them hit 100K in a month. Like, this is a guy with a lot of lead flow, guys. He's doing 100K a month. He got selected. Dom here, no sales experience. First day on his new DM setting offer, 4 appointments booked. Ange, like I mentioned earlier, 810 in a week. Like, imagine making $800 in a week. Like 1,035 for July. Less than 48 hours in the Oracle, landed an offer already. So this stuff, like, you working for an offer does not have to take long. Like, get that out of your head. Ray landed an offer. Abdullah landing a closing offer. He skipped setting and went straight into closing, and he's still going to uni. So he can do closing and uni at the same time. Patrick here joined the mentorship 13 days ago, landed an offer. David landed an offer in 7 days. You get the point, guys. Joe landing an offer. Like, as you can see, 11 days. One of my guys, I connected one of my friends to Spiros, one of my past one-to-one students, in a group chat. He got hired on the spot in 5 minutes, simply because he was associated with my mentorship with the Oracle. Do you see the power of network? Do you see the power of association? It's right there. This happened. And then Ray here as well, like, joined the mentorship 2 days, already got some interviews. So you get the point. Am I saying this will guarantee to happen to you? I'm not saying that, okay? Viewer's discretion. We've also had guys come in and struggle getting on an offer. Sometimes people come in and they don't get the results as fast as these guys. Maybe they take weeks, maybe they take months. At the end of the day, I'm not promising you anything. At the end of the day, it's down to you to implement and make the most out of the resources you have, because literally all the information's on here. All the information's on my YouTube channel. I've been talking about the same stuff for over 3 years now, 2-3 years. So it's all out there, but it's down to you to make it work. With that being said, little plug, if you want my personal help to implement this for yourself, then book a call below. So all these guys that you see, they're part of the Oracle, the community that I host, where I help other setters, get on an offer ASAP and start scaling their commission, get into appointment setting, make 2 to 5K a month while traveling the world. We implement this whole system right here, and they have access to my own personal network too. So if I know anyone who's hiring, they get referred over to them. So if that all sounds interesting, you're tired of going at it by yourself and wasting time, book a call below and we'll see if we're aligned, if you're a good fit for the Oracle community. But with that being said, guys, even if you implemented this system just for free by yourself, I guarantee you will get much better results than what you're doing right now. So if you enjoyed this video, make sure you like, you comment, and you subscribe. Again, if you want to work with me, link in the description. But with that being said, I hope this video really helped. Main key takeaway is don't just focus on one at a time. Focus on all 3 of these guys. I can't stress this enough. Do it all at the same time. So if you found a lot of value, show some love, show some support. You can check out the rest of my videos, but we will wrap up here today. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
I want to go over today with the Loom video then, with what you have done. And then I want to make some sort of game plan between now and Friday, because after Friday, you've done your test. the floodgates open, obviously, is your work schedule free up after Friday as well? Do you see that happening?
Um,
Or same old,
I
more or
can I
less
can
the
look I
same?
can yeah I can look at it now quick. Um, a bit, yeah, like a bit. Like I always work
Yeah.
really early in the morning, so I always like have the afternoon to myself.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean I am working like a bit, but like I said, I've got the whole afternoon to myself. So when I get in from work, I can obviously just like chill out for like a little bit and then just crack on. So I should be actually all right.
Okay, sounds good, bro. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to make some sort of game plan between now
Mm,
and Friday with the hours that you do have. So before we do
yeah,
that, yeah, let's get into the video.
yeah,
Can you speak again? Okay, there we go.
yeah.
My audio is bugging.
I'm gonna cringe out so much as well. I remember doing it like 1,000 times. I remember doing it so much.
It's normal, man. You just I was the same thing, bro. No need to get cringe. Because
Nah, nah.
no one cringes it nearly as much as you do, bro. Because it's the first time hearing your own voice, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it's all good, mate. Let's listen to this.
All right, I got ahead.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Tommy Gramson. I am 22 years old and I'm currently living within England.
So
Hello,
we run that.
my name is Tommy Gramson. I am 22 years old and I'm currently living within England, United Kingdom. I am reaching out regarding your setup position. I currently work in retail and I have done for the past 2.5 to 3 years, so I have a fair bit of experience dealing with customers face to face before. I believe I am very, very highly coachable. I have a great work ethic. I'm always willing and wanting to do the best I can for people, wanting to help them out as much as I can. And I'm also very determined to progress as a person every single day. I am being mentored one to one by Matt Jacob. I'm on his course and I'm learning a lot every single day being under his wing. So, if you're interested, let me know, get back to me, and let's smash it.
Okay, okay.
I was cringing so much.
No, bro, you did good. That was good. That was good. That's good.
Yeah.
So
And
before I give my feedback, what would you say apart from the cringiness? Because that's not really
I,
bad.
I think it's all right. Like I said, I wrote it down on my phone and I like rehearsed it like loads of times beforehand, obviously.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, like it took me like a few times. I do remember it. It took me like quite a while to get it like bang on. But that one
Hmm.
I was actually happy with. Like I've done honestly about 50 videos, and that's the one I'm happy with the most. So
Okay. I will say, yeah, it's good, bro. I will say around that.
mm,
It's what's going through my mind is I think I need to update that module for you
mm,
guys because it is a little bit outdated now. There's been several guys I imagine who said the same thing, like they're coachable, they got good work ethic. So I wouldn't want that happening, but it's on me because that's what I told you to do anyway. But
yeah,
I would say run that, bro. Energy was good. Um, you're polished, you're wearing a polo right there, you're well groomed,
yeah,
lighting solid, and you followed the structure top to bottom.
yeah,
Can't complain. I would say that's good to go. And you didn't really stutter. You sounded confident, energetic, and you actually were in there for like serious, like you were serious about getting in a role or
mm,
serious about this game. What I
yeah,
would, so there's a part of me that says go film it again
mm,
based on the feedback, but honestly, I think we need to move with speed. So what we can do is, here's what I was gonna say. If I were to say refilm it, what I would change about what you say is I'd throw in a bit of your personal story.
mm.
Do you remember what's it called? Do you remember one of our past calls when we did the interview workshop?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Were you there? Did you watch the recording? I can't remember what I
I
told you.
can't actually remember.
All right, let's
I
check
feel, I
quickly.
feel, I feel like I watched like a bit of it.
All right, let's just double check this. Eden, Dom, and Mo.
No, it
Oh,
doesn't look
okay,
like
I
it.
think
No,
you weren't there. Yeah.
no.
But I remember telling you to watch the recording. So
Yeah, yeah.
You watched some of it, yeah? Do you remember the part where you wanna give an all in or nothing attitude mentality?
Yeah.
You, you remember that? You watched
Yeah,
that?
like like briefly, yeah, like very briefly, like
Okay. I would go through that in full then in the video, anything that you haven't watched, because it's super important we watch that.
okay.
Because it will give a lot more context as to what I'm talking about right now is you want to give an all or nothing attitude. A lot of these recruiters or sales managers who are hiring, they get interviewed, they get reached out to daily, tens of hundreds of applicants per week. And
Yeah.
it's easy for for people to say they got a work ethic, they're gonna do what it takes, and they're very coachable. I'm part of
Mm.
the problem because I obviously teach it to everyone, but yeah, they get a lot of people saying the same thing, but it's just down to like who actually is the most convicted when they say that, who actually believes, who's actually like not BSing around and actually believes in what they're saying the most, and
Yeah.
results speak louder than words. So when a lot of people say they have the work ethic, but when they hop on the offer, they don't meet the KPIs, they're lazy, they're not doing follow-ups, they're just slacking in like all around, and then obviously they get booted. And it's just kind of left a
Yeah.
bad taste on sales reps and sales managers. They just want someone who actually when they speak, they actually talk business. They actually mean what they say, basically.
Yeah.
So if I were to tell you to refilm it again, I would throw in your personal story. I would I'd have a lot more energy and conviction though, like even more. Like this is something you're serious about, bro. Talk about how I would have talked about how you're planning to quit your 9 to 5 in the next like by end of this year or sooner.
Mm. Yeah. I am listening. I'm just writing it down on my phone quickly so I remember it.
Yeah. All good. So I would have
Yeah.
thrown that in, and it's my fault for not saying that or making it clearer. But
Yeah,
basically,
no, that's
that's what I would have thrown in, honestly, bro, because it adds a
yeah.
bit. It sets you apart from the other guys now. You're not just saying, "Oh, I'm willing to do whatever it takes." It's like, no, I have to do what it takes. I have no other choice because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
putting in
yeah.
my notice soon for my 9 to 5, and if I don't make sales work out, then I'm fucked. I'm gonna have no income, so I
Yeah.
have to make this work out. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah, no, it does 100%. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
So I'll
I
give
was
you.
gone.
Yeah, go ahead. No, no, go on, go
No,
on, go on, go on.
I was gonna say I was thinking of doing that, but then obviously like in like the like one of the curriculums about it, it didn't really say it, so I was like 50-50 whether to say it or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But
I
now
would
that
have said it, but that's on me.
yeah, yeah, no, that's all right. But yeah, now that you've like said it now, he said that it's about outdated. Like I'll redo it and then yeah, just say that
Okay,
what I want to
good
do.
man. All right, sounds good, bro. Yeah,
Yeah.
redo it. Yeah, redo it if you're up for it. Well, I don't want to be if you're up for it. I would redo it, bro. If you're actually about it, I'd redo it one more time
Mm.
or a couple more times.
Yeah.
I would. Let me get the whiteboard out so this is clear. Actually, you're taking notes. It's fine. More energy and more conviction. Pretend like you're reaching out to your dream offer. If you have that, think of what's like the best setting offer that you can think of. Like how much would they be making? What kind of team are they like? Are they driven? Are they successful? They're gonna hold you
Mm.
accountable. What's the pay like? What's the hours like? Does it fit perfectly with your schedule? Like imagine you're making this video to try get your dream offer,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Have that mentality. I also said that in the video, in
Mm.
the Zoom call. So you want
Yeah.
to go at it with that approach, but obviously you're going to send it out to many people. You're going to mass outreach, right? But have that intention and conviction in your mind when you make this, because then you'll notice, okay, if I'm going to treat this like I'm reaching out to a once in a lifetime offer that's going to help me get rich, I'm going to have 110% conviction. I'm going to do what it takes, and I'm going to have a good energy, and I'm going to take this very, very seriously. I'm not saying you're not taking that seriously, but you know what I mean? You just come at it with a different
Yeah.
energy and
Yeah.
conviction,
Yeah. Yeah.
like confidence, basically. So I would next time when you do this, again, have that in your mind, and then
Mm.
keep the structure the same. I would just throw in between somewhere like um your personal story, like why you're like all in on this. You know,
Mm.
you invested 4 figures into coaching on this, and tell them about your plan on leaving your 9 to 5. Like you have to make this work
Okay.
out. It's about getting that all in or nothing, do or die mentality and intention across instead of just like, oh, I'm just here
Yeah.
to get a role. Like it'd be nice, but that's not what
Yeah.
we're here for. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then if you can think of anything else apart from like work ethic or coachability, well, anything you can think of that makes you stand out personally, then I'd throw that in just to make it a bit more, again, make it more unique.
Yeah, yeah, because like it's kind of how I am though. Like that's the thing. Like I don't want to like obviously I can maybe throw in something else, but it's how I am. Like obviously people have said at work to me, um, that I am like
Okay.
really like manageable, like coachable, and obviously like my work ethic is like really high. That's why I got offered like a manager role. Like
Throw that
I
in.
think,
Throw
yeah,
that in, G.
yeah,
Okay, if
okay,
that's the case, then yeah, I would tie it into your personal life. I would back it
yeah,
up with proof. It's like, yeah, for example, that might, so I'd say things that make me stand out from the rest of the applicants who want this position is I'm coachable and I have a work ethic that's going to get me what I want. I've around 2 months, if that, to quit
mm,
my 9 to 5, and I'm
mm,
going to put in my notice by then. So I'm going all in with sales. And people from my work, for example, they say I'm very coachable. And they said my work ethic was on,
mm,
and I got offered a managerial position, which I rejected simply because of my work ethic. So that's proof right there. I mean what I say. And then, yeah,
yeah,
if you're interested, if you like what you heard and you want to take me on, then let's book an interview.
yeah, okay,
Something like
yeah,
that.
that's cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it sounds better than what I said beforehand, but
No,
yeah,
it's good. It's good. Again, like I said, it's a bit outdated, and I need to refilm that module. I would
mm,
probably, to be fair, I'll probably, I don't know, I'll think about it. I was gonna say I'll probably make a separate one for you guys compared to the school group guys or YouTube because it's a different kind of sauce I want to teach you guys instead of people just in for free. So
yeah,
we'll I'll think about that. But yeah, does that make sense? I would just
yeah,
I would tie in your personal examples and your story into it and just get that do or die mentality across.
okay, yeah, cool. Sounds good.
Yep. Do you guys have any questions or certain topics you have around today's subject, which is networking and getting referred to on offers? Anything specific on that that you want to address? Because we can address it for the rest of the call. I got the whiteboard out. Yeah, you gotta help me guys help me out, guys. Let's add some structure to this, if anything.
Say, would you network through over Instagram through DMs? Is there a certain like, is it through messages? Would you say?
Yeah, we'll go over that. I'm gonna just I'm gonna just list out what everyone has said here. So what do you guys want me to cover? So networking over IG,
Yeah.
Eden,
I kind
Nicholas,
of
Anmol, Charlie.
like networking 101 kind of thing, just to know like what would you do, like where would you start and how would you go about things?
Okay. Networking 101. Anyone else want to put their hand in the what's it called? Anyone else wants to put their hand in the circle?
Say,
You want to
who's
chip
best?
in?
Who's actually best to network with?
Okay. Anyone else?
I would say people to avoid, like some people, when you try to network, those type of people you got, some people are just not, just snakes, to be honest.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah. I'd say is it better to have more credibility or better connections? Like,
Mhm.
having, a bio with lots of content versus, not a lot of content or more connections.
Mhm. Good questions, guys. Good topics. Super sharp. Okay, not a lot of content, but lots of connections. All right, we'll go through this one by one. We're gonna kick off with Dom's question, networking over IG. Truth be told, I don't want to give you the sexy answer, which is do this, this, and this, I want to just tell you guys straight off the bat that you can choose how you want to network. The only questions you really should be asking is, or really the only question technically is, where are the, actually it's two questions. So where are the people I want to network with hanging out? But before that, who do I even need to network with? It's less about the social media platform. It's more about asking yourself these two questions. Who do I need to who do I even need to network with? It's answered in the program. Other sales reps, so setters, SDRs, closers, recruiters, business owners, sales managers or setter managers, same thing. Those are the main types. Let me write that down actually. Setters, closers, sales setter managers, business owners, recruiters. Like even growth operators. But to be fair, I haven't really seen much growth operators on the internet recently. So I don't know if that business model has died out or I've just been hiding in a rock. For guys who don't know what growth operators are, it's basically like sales managers or setter managers, but they, instead of just being the head of sales and recruitment, they're in charge of everything, including telling the influencer what to post, giving them the sales script. So basically like everything on steroids. Usually they work with influencers who don't have much business experience, or they want to just like delegate that, and they're launching like their first course, for example. So that was the method before. It's still the method now. I just haven't seen many growth operators, but these are the guys you want to mainly network with. How do you know if they're a setter? How do you know if they're a closer, biz owner? Well, 9 times out of 10, you can just tell from the profile, or their bio is just going to say it. Simple as. If it doesn't, then it's going to be down to like the mutuals. So if we go on my Instagram here, for example, I had a bunch of people come through on the ad, but let's say I go to this guy. I help entrepreneurs, yada, yada. Okay, I can tell this guy's an entrepreneur. I'm trying to network with these kind of guys just because maybe, you never know. Maybe he knows a guy who is looking for a setter. And if I build a good enough relationship with Brandon here, then I'm going to be the first one on his mind to refer me over to Mr. Person who's trying to hire setters. And then that's more opportunities for you guys. If I go through here again, let's say this guy Preston, partnerships at WAP. I know a couple of guys from WAP, so actually I don't follow him back. I should probably follow him back, but you know what I mean. And then it says followed by this guy, mutuals, etc. So those are some things you can keep in mind. I'm blessed enough to be in a position where more people like come to me, and I don't really have to do much like outbound networking, even though I could and I will, because it's more power. But for you guys who are starting out or don't have much of a network, these are the people I would keep in mind. Where are the people I want to network with are hanging out? It's going to depend on each person's situation, but since we're trying to be setters and closers here, things like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook even, but I would say be careful. Just do your due diligence. It's kind of a lower quality platform nowadays. LinkedIn even, but I don't have much experience with that. So that's why I don't really teach LinkedIn stuff, but it's the same sauce. Okay. So yeah, bring it all back to 5 minutes ago. Do you want to network with people over IG? Yeah. Did you have anything to add on to that, Dom? Did that, like, I don't know if that answered the question.
Yeah, that answered it. What would you say? Like, what would you actually say to them? Like an opening? What do you talk? Is it just building conversation?
Yeah. So let's say someone followed you, like here. Like let's see who followed me. Never mind. Yeah, if they follow you, if someone in the sales space follows you, follow them back, or swipe up in their swipe in their DMs, say what's good, brother, and there's really, like I said, there's not going to be much secret sauce to this, but just about being a friend, just being friendly, just being willing to, I hate to say it, but connect, ask each other how they're doing, where they, like how long they've been in sales for, asking questions about themselves, just being a good human being. Just like real life, when you're meeting new people for the first time, how would you go about it? Simple as, it's just in the digital world. So a lot of it just comes down to be genuine and authentic. Don't come in trying to, with the mentality of trying to take or ask for anything. Like when you guys are trying to connect, don't just 3 messages in, don't ask, do you know anyone who's hiring? Because it's not going to land right. It just feels like you're going in there trying to ask for something. It's a slow burn. I'm not saying it's going to be fast, but this is absolutely the best way, in my opinion, networking and referrals. So accept the fact that it might be a slow burn and just build that relationship over time. Just like how you would in someone real life. Ask questions about themselves. Like be genuinely interested. If you guys have read the book, How to Win Friends and Influence People, I would suggest reading that. Everything you need to learn about making friends and making connections is all in this book. So I would encourage you guys reading that, but it's super simple. Let's say you're in a spot where not many people follow you and you're just starting out. Simple, like easiest thing I would probably do if I was in that position is, let's say, go to my account, see who I'm following, follow them back, or not follow them back, follow them, or go through my profile, go through my followers, anyone you see who's in sales. This is the easiest way to start. You have my full-on permission to do that. Because you should be getting to a point where, we'll use John as an example. Actually, let me use, who should I use? I'll use Julio as an example. Like a bunch of his followers and a bunch of people he's following. Before we started working together, guys, he had no sales experience. He was just a normal 17-year-old kid. Now he's following a bunch of the guys that I'm following, and they're following him. So it's all just one big ecosystem. Coaches know other coaches, sales reps know other sales reps. So just get around the block and put your name out there. Networking 101, I will kind of lead it to this point now from Nicholas. But first, you could go through my following and connect with those people. Anyone else who's in the sales space, you can do the same thing to them. So let's say, for example, we'll use this guy. And then same sort of process. Like I said, people in the sales space know other people in the sales space. It's as simple as we're in this echo chamber right now, and the best thing you can do is take advantage of it. You don't need to be Instagram famous. Heck, you don't even need a lot of experience. You just have to be the one to get your names out there as fast as possible and build genuine connections with them and genuine relationships. Before you know it, your following is not only going to go up, you're going to start building a pool of people and a spider web of people who you can give value to with each other. If someone has a question about, oh, my offer is trash, what do you think I should do? Should I leave it? Then you can help them out with that. You guys can just help each out like brothers and sisters. I don't know how else to say it. It's not a sexy answer. It's just like making friends, to be honest. In terms of where to find these other people, this is what I would do as well. Like school communities, free or paid. Literally anyone else you see who sells a private community, obviously do it within your budget. And if depends how much you like and want to invest, I would say it's worth it. Like for example, there's this website called RepSelect. I urge every single one of you guys to make an account and sign up here. It's $15 a month. And Nicholas, you can attest to this. You said they have pretty good opportunities in here, right? And you can filter it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you got to put a bit of work in, like, to setting up your profile. Like, I'm still doing it myself,
Yep.
but like I was seeing like some of the opportunities. You can only like really view the whole listing once you're subscribed. But guys, like it's much easier because you have a bunch of roles that are there in different niches that might interest you, and all you have to do is go there every day and apply.
Yeah. You guys see how easy it is? How easy it can be? This is $15 a month. Come on. Seriously. And there's a bunch of these more out the internet. You just have to do your research and your due diligence. And on top of that, you got all of this and you got all of this too. The free communities, the free methods. Right? If I go in school. And by the way, I told this to Nicholas, but if you guys need help with setting up your rep select profile, I'm not the person to ask. Ask Kenzo Stevens. He used to be part of the community. So you can hit him up on Instagram. Just type in Kenzo Stevens and he's gonna pop up there. And just say you're an Oracle and if you could help out with setting up profile. And yeah, Nicholas as well. If you're cool with helping these guys out, then don't be afraid to tap in with Nicholas. Ange actually, obviously, she's my setter, and she signed me up. Let me show you. I actually have insider info. Like here, posting jobs, finding jobs, platform, school group, yada, yada, yada. Job opportunities. Yep. 19 new job offers you may have missed. Oh my God. This is just one post. 25 new jobs you may have missed. Boom. Okay. So rep select. That's a good one. Let's say I go in school, make an account if you guys all have an account. Go and discover communities, search for anything. Let's say money. No, not money. Let's say sales. And then just do your research. If it's paid, okay, am I gonna invest in that? If it's free, join it. And the key is not just join them, actually like engage. That's another thing. Engage, engage, engage. Just put your freaking name out there. Like the posts, engage with them, comment on them even. Talk to the guys in the group. And then you do this. You just say, hey bro, I noticed we're in the same group. Just wanted to network with some more guys, honestly, if that's cool. How are you? Yeah, it's super simple. Super, super simple. All right. It's just basically joining these communities at scale and then just engaging at scale without selling your soul. When I say without selling your soul, it's just being authentic, being yourself. Everyone clear so far? Any questions, thoughts, or comments? Put a 1 in the chat if this is all good. Okay. Again, I have to stress, there's no sexy answer to this. This is just the actual answer. This is what I would do if I started from zero. You take away all my followers, all my connections, all my experience. This is what I would personally do. And I would do it. Instead of waiting, I know I said it's a slower play, but you can do it faster. You can always join more school groups or communities. So I would just like abuse the shit out of this, to be honest. And then get to a point where like I have so many connections in the sell space. Simple as. Okay, who's best to network with? Like we said, these guys. And then obviously, when we talk character traits, it's common sense again. A lot of this is common sense. If they're, if you want to keep them in your network, if they're cordial, like if they're just respectful, if they're cool people. And then on the flip side, it's just like if they give off good vibes. On the flip side, don't connect with them or don't continue entertaining them if it's the opposite. Like they're weird, hostile. This is all just common sense. Disrespectful. If they're not cool, if they give off bad vibes, a lot of that is going to come down to intuition. Is this guy being weird? Yes or no? Because that's just the game, guys. That's the game we play. When you're going out here, you're going to run into some good apples and some bad apples. But it's up to you what you want to do with them. So yeah. It doesn't necessarily even matter if they're making 2K a month, 5K a month, 10K a month, if they've had a lot more experience or they're just starting out. It's worth connecting with the guys starting out because they're more likely to want to connect with you. You guys can help each other out. And then when they get to a point they become successful, it's like, oh, well, this guy's been real with me. He supported me from day one. I won't forget him. He's been a genuine guy. And then likewise. So a lot of this is just common sense, to be honest. And then with this last question, is it better to have more credibility, e.g., bio, lots of content? I would say both. If you have both, then it's good. If your profile's optimized, which it is, Charlie, just have a bit more content. Like just keep doing what you're doing with the posts. If your profile's optimized, bio, profile pic, you got some flicks, some content, some story highlights, and you have the connections because you did all of this, then that's the best of both worlds, I would say. But if you had to pick one from the other, it's a good question. I would probably say connections. Because let's say even if your profile wasn't optimized, you have like a blank profile picture and not many followers, but it sees if someone clicks on your profile and it says followed by this person, this person, this person, and 29 others, then they're probably gonna think, okay, this guy knows a lot of people I know. Like, how does he know them? Sparks curiosity. It's social proof. Social proof is a psychological phenomenon where people copy the actions and behaviors of others to determine the correct or right behavior. Conformity. How does this guy know these people that I know? I'm gonna tap in with him. You see, he must be doing good. He must be respected in the space. Right? I want your guys' following list to look like this. Okay. So that's pretty much what I wanted to break down. I can keep going longer, but any other questions, thoughts, or comments?
Matt, I know like you kind of went over it a little bit, but how would you approach, for example, obviously like fellow setters, right? Like it's kind of easier because like you're kind of the same level, but if someone's reaching out to a business owner or to yourself or other coaches, like what kind of approach can you take to add value, not just be asking for something?
I would say that's a bit harder. So I'm trying to think it from your position when you start going out and do that. Hmm. I would say just follow each other, to be honest. You could do the mass following game if you want to start with. I know it sounds spammy, but sometimes it's necessary. You just follow the guys on the list, and if they follow you back, great. If they don't, then you can choose to unfollow them. And then it's that slow burn. It's that slow burn. Like another thing you guys can do is when someone posts on a story, oh shoot, I have a blocker. But let's say one of your connections posts on a story and they see something and you resonate with it. It's like, oh, you can story swipe ups, say something, reply to the story. Let's say someone was trying to connect with me. They would be like, oh, no way, is this for you or your girlfriend? Just like, again, I can't really script this, to be honest, but that's one way you can slide into the DMs and start an interaction is through story swipe ups. Well, with business owners, it's kind of tough for me to answer. I would just like, again, keep them in your network, follow them. Hopefully hopefully they follow back, and then over time, let your network grow, pile up. Because again, we want to keep it this way. We want to keep it authentic and genuine. Just be who you are right now, but just put yourself out there more. Simple as posting content, posting for your personal brand. It helps with that a lot. Why do you think I talk a lot about posting on your personal brand? Because it helps facilitate the growth of this faster. Let me show you an example. Mikhail. He posted this. He was putting off for a long time, but when I saw this post, I commented on it. I respected him a lot more after that because this is something he was putting off for a long time, posting content. It's a sick ass post. I even reposted it. So yeah. I know, Eden, you're pushing the YouTube as well. You're starting to post on there too. Oh, I don't know where she's at. Oh, there she is.
Isn't it? You told me when I was busy. Yeah, I'm enjoying personal branding. I mean, I told you my story with the offer that I got like quickly because I was active on my stories, and then he followed me. Even the influencers now follow me, like the influencer I'm working with. So it's a growth operator, and the influencer. I'm always telling her about stuff I post, and she like actually likes the stuff I post as well. She's like, I really like stuff you post. So it's
Nice.
always like when you show more of yourself, because my stuff's like mindset at the moment until I start getting results I can post. Like people are people at the end of the day. Business owners, influencers, they may resonate
Mhm.
and just appreciate talking to you a lot more.
Yeah.
Working with you, I should say, actually, or you working for them.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I saw a lot of people were swiping up and they were giving you praise and you posted it on your story. So that's exactly right there. Testament to the fact that it works. Because they'll
Yeah,
remember that. It's like, oh shoot, she's not just she's not just a profile online. This is a real person that I can resonate with and I can vibe with. I love what she's doing.
I forgot to say a few business owners have started to follow me now as well. I've noticed that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, these last couple of days, like quite a few of them.
Like these kind of business owners that might have offers, or how do you mean? Just like in general?
Um, I haven't really looked too hard, but I'll just say entrepreneurs, like their profile, probably actually given they could have an offer, or they're definitely in the online space.
Okay, perfect. That's fine. That's fine. That's what's gonna happen. If you just put yourself out there, you're not afraid of it, and be friendly. Oh yeah, I put something on the whiteboard as well, real quick. Forgot to mention. Befriend the people on your offer. So if you guys are on an offer already, speak with the team, communicate with them. Even if it's not about business, joke around with them. Just be a cool person. Because whether you stay on that offer or not, you guys have that connection. If you guys follow each other on IG, if you guys aren't on an offer but was on an offer, maybe you could have done a better job of speaking with the team more or engaging with them, just like for future reference. I used to work on this guy's offer when he was selling an ecom coaching program. He shut it down quite a while ago, but when he was running it, it was pulling in like 300K months, and the team was massive. There was about 15 setters, 20 setters, and then like 10 sales reps. And I follow some of these guys, like this guy. We just kept in touch ever since. Like this guy, Blagovest, was second highest setter or top setter. Who else? James Mc James McEwen. He doesn't work for Tuesday anymore. He works for a different guy. He works for Kurt Dudale. Kurt, I mean, he doesn't follow me, but it doesn't matter because I love his content. But he used to work on the same offer. Now he has his own thing. June Choi used to be a sales rep as well. I'm not following anymore. Yeah, that's what I mean. So if ever you guys get on an offer, then interact with the team, talk to them. That's how Joe Tran got on this. He transitioned onto this offer now that's making like 11 mil a month now because one of his old people that he used to work with referred him to it.
Oh yeah, I actually have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like just in case, well, no, when I do get an offer, not if,
Good man.
when I do, um, so will they be giving me training? Like even if I was experienced, like am I gonna receive training anyways, or is that only if I'm a beginner? Like how would that work? What do you think? I'm,
It
I'm guessing
depends
it's
on the
different.
yeah, it's different. It depends on the offer you're on. That's a good
Mm,
question you can ask on an interview or in the chat or in the when you message them. Do you guys offer training? And how much training do you provide? Most offers will provide training because it's in their best interest to make you better because you're going to help them make more money if you're better. So
mm,
9 times out of 10 they're going to have training. If they don't have training, then maybe they're only looking for experience best of the best. But even still, there will still be a level of support because it's a new offer. Like it's a new job, you know. It's like when you find a new job, they're gonna train you up for like the first couple of days, and then you're off to the races. Other ones, they're gonna train you more and more and be more chill. It just depends on the offer, but most times they will have training, so you don't have to really to
mhm.
worry about it.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Sounds
cool.
good. Thanks.
For sure. I think that's pretty much it, to be honest. This is a lot shorter than I thought. Um, like I said, a little piece of homework you guys can do is read this book or listen to the audiobook, How to Win Friends and Influence People. A lot of you guys are friendly. You don't have problem with socializing, but I know I used to struggle. This book helped a lot. So, or you don't have like social issues or social anxiety, which you shouldn't. But anyway, like part one, principle. Principle number one, don't criticize, condemn, or complain. Principle two, give honest and sincere appreciation. I'd say the main ones for this topic we're talking about is become genuinely interested in other people. Don't just do it for the sake of adding another number to your follower count and to try get an offer out of them or ask if they have offers. Actually put that aside for a second. If you were real people who weren't in the sales space, just be a good friend, to be honest. Just be a good person. Be a good listener, encourage others to talk about themselves. This brought me up another thing. If you guys are starting out, most of you will have the time for this. Actually, I wouldn't say don't be afraid. Hop on connect calls, even for just quick 10, 15 minutes. What are connect calls? I don't really talk. This is probably like my first time talking about it. But people are saying, feel free, like hop on connect calls. You like, let's say you're talking to another setter. You guys are going back and forth. You're building a good friendship. You can just be like, hey, bro, you down to hop on a quick like 10, 15-minute call? Just want to connect and maybe help each other out if you're free. And then 9 times out of 10, they'll say yes. You hop on the call. Now we're on Zoom like this. And you guys are just talking to each other like you met for the first time in person. And then after that 10, 15-minute interaction, you guys get back to work. They all remember that you've strengthened the relationship. The only reason I don't really talk about this much is because I never really had to do it. But also, people that reach out to me trying to do these connect calls, I don't, unless they're like at a level I want them to be, I don't do it. I don't have the time for it anymore. But if you guys are just starting out and you want to strengthen your relationships with your network faster, then offer to hop on connect calls like these on Zoom. You can even offer to do interview role plays. You can do these are ways you can give value. Interview role plays, setting role plays, like mock call like I did with Dom yesterday. closer role plays or mock calls, convo reviews, sales call reviews. You take turns doing this for each other, and you've offered each other a ton of value. You've gotten better, they've gotten better with your feedback, and you've strengthened the relationship. Did this help, guys? Does this give you some new ideas? And you could just spam this if you want, if you have the time. This is really going to help. Even just 5, 10, 15 minutes to hop on calls with other people in the space because they have the same goals as you. That's going to do you wonders. Just making friends at the end of the day. Yeah, make the other person feel important, do it sincerely. Yeah. All right. Another thing, I promise this will probably second last or last, but in terms of how much of your time should you be networking, how much of your time should you be doing outreach, and how much of your time should you be doing personal branding? That split, I would say 40, 60. No, that's 100. I would say that. I would say 40% should be on direct outreach and sending messages or doing applications. It's almost an even split. It's just this one might be a slower burn, but the returns are going to be massive. Networking, following each other, connect calls, joining communities, and engaging. I'd say this takes the cake slightly. 50% of your time should be doing this, 40% on this, 10% on personal branding, optimizing your profile. Actually, forget that. Posting content. There. Okay, don't overcomplicate it. This is just arbitrary numbers. All right. I think everyone's good here. One's in the chat if that was helpful today. Or yeah, if you're tracking. Charlie, Nicholas, Dom. Eden. Okay. Cool. We'll wrap it up here actually early. Before we do, we'll go around as usual. Biggest key takeaway or takeaways. So we're gonna start with Charlie. What's your biggest takeaway from today? You're on mute.
I guess the biggest takeaway from today is that definitely our social media does matter in this space, and you really just can't tell somebody that, you have, a certain amount of skills, or like you can't, because at the end of the day, you can't really, I guess, like, you can't show somebody your skills, you can't show somebody your skills because you're having to speak. Yeah, that's the job, is you got to speak to somebody. So taking care of your social media is definitely very important, because it's going to show you that people do actually respect the work that you're able to do. And just gives you credibility, so don't hinder it. So yeah, that's for me.
Fire. Well said. Eden, what's your biggest takeaway? Takeout. Or yeah, takeout if you're in America. Takeaway if you're in the UK. Yeah, Chinese takeaway. What's your biggest Chinese takeaway?
Singapore noodles.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I
My
answered
takeaway
it.
is
It was lagging.
definitely.
I
I
thought I
know
was
what I'm gonna
bugging for
do.
a
I'm
second.
definitely gonna. No, I know what I'm gonna do. Like, I like story posts, defo story posts for mock calls now. Story posts for call reviews as well. 100%.
Smart. Well, like you're gonna put on your story who's up for call reviews or who needs help with.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Swipe up. Or, like, you know, you can,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Got lost in the void. Oh no.
sorry, I had to switch to my data. I said, you
Oh,
know,
okay,
like
yeah.
when you put like ask me a question on Instagram stories, I can just put like what time are you free, and then just see like the times everyone's free and their time zones.
Yeah, you could do that. You could be like, example, like, guys, you may or not you guys may know I've been in remote sales for X amount of time. Always looking to sharpen my skills, grow my network, and help each other out. Anyone who's watching this who's in the sales space as well, let me know if you're down for a connect call or down to do some sales role plays or convo reviews. Let's see each other win, and then boom,
Yeah,
you can run that. Just an example, putting yourself out there,
yeah,
saying what's going on, and then letting the people respond. And
yeah. That's a good one.
the more people you're connected with in the sales space, the more your following grows, the more people are going to see it. You're going to get more replies, and it's just going to go up from there. It's a flywheel effect.
Rival, yeah, yeah, pretty much. That's the biggest one. Thanks for that as well.
Yeah. Okay, Dom, what's your biggest Chinese takeaway?
Salt and pepper chicken.
I'm really gonna.
You asked. You asked. Nah, I'd
Yeah, what
say.
you asked for? Yeah, go ahead.
I'd just say. Well, this has definitely helped me a lot because I'm always going to be looking for new friends, see who I can actually speak to. Because if you don't make that conversation, then it'll never lead to an opportunity. But if you just by being friendly, in 3 months, 6 months down the line, it might be the offer that you've been looking for just from having a good chat. So yeah, I'm definitely going to get on this.
Awesome. And last but not least, Nicholas.
Yeah, for me, I think it's a good idea to network with other setters or other people at your level, like you said, to just do role play, like review calls, because especially now, like that I might be landing a role soon, like it's good to get training from the business itself, but it's even better to keep working on it with other people when they're not around, or if you need revision without bothering them specifically.
Well said.
And like Dom said, I think that will lead to like easy friendships and future opportunities that could happen out of the blue.
Yep, 100%. Just gotta let it might not make sense now because this is also technical, but once you get in the game of doing this, it's gonna be like a sixth sense. It's just all intuition at that point. You're just naturally gonna be you're gonna improve, you're gonna get better at sales, you're gonna attract more people like that, you're gonna have more killers in your network, and it's all just gonna be very intuitive, it's gonna be very natural. I know a lot of people who they just want to keep to themselves or they don't know how to network like this. Like how do you actually do it? But honestly, it's just that, like I explained on the call, just putting yourselves out there, joining communities, be engaging, and be an authentic guy. Help each other out at the end of the day.
I was gonna ask, guys, can you guys post more? I only talk to you lot on when we go on these calls.
Yeah.
Post more on Instagram. If Instagram's your focus, post more on Instagram. I'm quite active on there now.
Yep. Eden's really the only one who's putting the content out there, or and Ange as well, and some other
Yeah, and
guys.
I talk to Ange in between our group sessions as well. So Charlie come, Nicholas.
You're
I'm
asking us
trying.
to post more? Oh my God, I don't know if
I'm to
I'm
be
ready yet though. But I mean,
Charlie.
all right.
I even replied to your. I replied to your post as well.
Oh, did you? Did you? I didn't see it yet. I
See?
wanna, I wanna. I
There
just
we
don't know what
go.
to make content about just yet. But
Yo, you too good. You too good
it's
to reply to
definitely.
me.
Huh? My bad, my bad.
Uh,
But yeah, nah, I
uh,
definitely. I, I should definitely. I should definitely. Yeah.
what do you mean you don't know what to post? You're the 18-year-old
trading prodigy from Cali, bro.
For real, bro. For real. I got an Ollie. I'm playing though. That's my brother's. That's my brother's. He let me take a picture with this, so it's really nice.
Fire.
Fire.
Yeah, just
It's fire.
yeah. No, Eden's right. Eden's right. I wanna see you guys more in the timeline. But yeah, we'll wrap it up here. Hope today helped
Yeah.
a lot. I enjoyed these past 2 calls. They're kind of like interlinked. And then I forgot it was Friday, which is insane. Quickly how the weeks went by. But on Monday, hope and pray that my friend Alfonso, the source, he can hop on Monday and do a guest call with you guys. I'll speak to him later after this. But if he does, it's gonna be golden. Oh yeah, one more thing. Joe Tran, the guy I mentioned earlier, who's on that 11 mil a month offer, my student, he's down to run a guest call with you guys too at some point. If Alfonso can't make it, then I'll try to get Joe for next Monday. But if it's going to be Alfonso and Joe, then Joe will be the Monday after that. So moving forward, y'all better turn up to the Monday coaching calls especially, because it's going to be absolutely heat. I'm telling you now. These guys have been through the ringer. Okay,
I'm
can we
sick.
do that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. And then obviously any questions you want to ask them, you can prep it ahead of time. But anyways, I'll wrap it up here. I'll stop waffling. I'll let you guys get back to work. Keep grinding, everyone. Keep crushing it. Happy Friday, and let's get it. Let's finish this month strong. We have how many days? Like 5 days, 4 or 5 days. Okay, you guys can make something happen.
All right.
That sounds good. I speak to you guys soon.
Take care. Bye-bye. What's good, everyone? Welcome back to another video. Now, I'm super excited to share this with you guys. This is something I hold close to my heart, and it's called How to Build a Top-Tier Personal Brand as an Appointment Setter or a Closer in 2025. Now, if this is going to be mainly for you guys who are either just starting out with appointment setting, or you're a bit more seasoned in the game, but you're just like trying to look for a better offer. And it also applies if you're a closer too. So buckle up, get some popcorn. This is going to be a good in-depth breakdown. I've missed doing these, but yeah, let's get straight into it. If you don't know me already, my name is Matt Jacob. I've done 2.5 years in the appointment setting space, set for many different offers, and I've gone on to start my own coaching business, my own setting mentorship known as the Oracle, which you can check out below. But I'm not here to sell you that. I want to give you just the sauce, the good old Matt Jacob, vintage Matt Jacob value, and this is going to be about personal branding. So the first thing when it comes to personal branding is to know the intention of it. It's like, why are we even doing something? You got to ask yourself that. Now, the whole point of building a personal brand is to decommoditize yourself from other setters and closers, because there's a lot of people trying to get the same thing as you. They're trying to get that same offer as you. They're trying to get that same connection as you. They're trying to make, like, the whole point of setters is to make money, and everyone's out here for the same thing that you want. So how do we stand out from these other people and get better chances of getting what we want is basically building a personal brand. It's kind of like building a moat around your castle in a way. So the whole point of it is to decommoditize yourself from other setters and closers. It's like basically standing out from the sea of other people. Now, the second thing, which ties into the first thing, which is to attract connections with other setters, other closers, other growth operators, other business owners, and basically just make it easier for you to land offers. Basically get these opportunities like falling in your lap, instead of you having to chase it via outreach, via spamming cold DMs to people all day, not getting responses, getting turned down, and you just getting very demoralized. We're trying to build an asset. We're trying to build something for the long term that's going to make opportunities become easier. That's going to get us the offers that we want. And then also, the last thing is to build good foundations for when you want to transition out of appointment setting. Because, like I say, appointment setting is not something you should be doing for the rest of your life. You need to be using appointment setting as a way to build leverage for bigger or better opportunities. So whether you want to become a closer, you want to become a manager, a setting manager, a sales manager, you also want to start your own mentorship, you want to start your own offer, whatever that may look like, this is to help start building the foundations for when you go and do that. It's a lot easier. You're going to thank yourself in the future that you did this. So these are sort of the intentions of why you build a personal brand in the first place. Now,
you know, how it's changed my life and how it's like what sort of results it's gotten me, just to show you that it is real. It's not some sort of fluff. I'm not speaking out of my ass. Like, this has genuinely had a direct correlation to my success. The first thing is it's helped me make high level, genuine connections for both when I was a setter and then now when I'm running my own offer. It really doesn't matter. Like, it's changed my life. It's helped me build massive connections. We're partnering up with one of the biggest people in the space, in the entrepreneurial space. I've met other setters, other closers, people who've like handed me offers, people who've handed me offers for my students, etc. It's also helped me sign more clients for the coaching offer I was working on. So when I was a setter, I was working for a high ticket sales program, and I also didn't just like set for them. I also helped them with coaching calls, and it's also indirectly helped them get more clients because they'll see my Instagram, they'll see my personal brand, and like people will ask me what I do, and they'll become interested, and I help that company that I used to work for like get more clients, which obviously helps a lot. It's also gotten me 3.4k subs on YouTube, about 200 plus thousand views combined. It's helped me make $940 in 72 hours of launching my first low ticket setting ebook. So I waited like 1 to 2 years before I even started my own offer. And this was like my first sort of offer, which is a low ticket setting ebook, which I wrote up in like 24, 48 hours. I put it out to the market, and it sold. It did well in the first launch because I built a loyal audience. And when I was still setting, fast forward a couple months, and actually you can see the receipts here, back in May 2023, 20 slots that included a one-on-one call, and I sold that, and I got like my first sale in 5 minutes. I sold it for $47 a pop, and then to this day, this is the revenue numbers that's generated me 307 sales for that just one ebook, which has helped me change my life. And the next thing is it helped me get hired by a 100k plus month company, coaching business, simply because they saw my YouTube channel. So I got an offer because someone just scrolled on YouTube and they saw my channel and they wanted to hire me, or they wanted to hire from the people I knew. So this is some proof here. This is my guy Sumner, and this is proof that we got hired. And then I did 7.1k on my first month of launching my own mentorship offer. So pretty much just fast forward a couple months after that was when I decided to launch my own offer, and we did 7.1k in the first month, as you can see here in January 2024. And then these images were to relate to the first point, which is making high level connections. So, you know, I got offers handed to me. People would message me because they knew I was that guy. And then also I did a guest call with Affinity Sales Training a while back with Warren and Josh, and as you can see here, one of their students found it really valuable and they shared it on their social media. So enough of the results, the testimonials. Let's get into how to actually build this personal brand from scratch. So I also have a bit of a cold here, if you couldn't tell, but excuse that. Now the basics is going to be everything. It's going to come down to a clean username. So make sure it's your name, first of all. Make sure it's clean, no unnecessary numbers, underscores, full stops, just make it clean. I would have taken Matt Jacob, however, someone already took that. And by the way, this is not my account currently. This is back in 2023. Like, this is what my account looks like right now. Feel free to model after it. But the basics, username is clean. Profile picture is clean. Ideally your face or yourself. I don't want you guys, if you're trying to get into this space, I don't want you guys with an anime profile picture or something goofy. I don't want you guys being anonymous too. Like, ideally you're on public too. Don't be on private, guys. Come on. Now, the next thing is the bio. Clean and simple again. So you kind of see the theme here is just make sure everything's clean. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. Just make sure it's simple, it's clean, and it's professional, semi-professional. Now, I would recommend you putting what you do and the results that you've generated. You can put where you're from. I'm going to leave that up to you, but just make sure it's clean and it's simple, nothing too crazy. And then with the story highlights, this is also important. You want to showcase the things that you value as well as the results that you've generated. So for example, results, testimonials from people you've worked with, the journey so far, the journey that you've been documenting, lifestyle, gym, etc. You can see here. When I was setting, I had a setting story highlight. I had me because I live in Philippines. I had a bit of lifestyle in there, a bit of Muay Thai, a bit of gym thrown in there. Why? Because these are the things that I value. And then the next thing is going to be posts. Now, posts, have at least 3 to 6 posts up minimum to show that you're not anonymous. And I say 3 to 6 because 3 is like one whole row or column. Yeah, it's a whole row basically, and that's going to be good enough for now. 3 to 6 minimum. Make sure you're not anon. Make sure you show that you're a killer. We're trying to convey the fact that we're legit, we're authentic, and that we're a killer. Pretty much that's what you want to convey. You can be trusted. It's clean once again. Don't overcomplicate it. And if you're gonna be the person where you're like, Matt, I'm not really, I don't like to put myself out online. I don't really like to take pictures. Well, that's tough because everyone else who doesn't have that mindset, who's willing to put in the work, they're gonna lap you. So get out there this weekend, get a friend, take some photos in a nice spot, and then have 3 of those posts up and you'll be good. Do a little photo shoot if you have to, or get some old photos, okay? Just make sure it's clean, guys. Make sure it's semi-professional. You can even do educational or talking head content if you want to go down the content creation route, which we'll get into a minute. So we have here my old account, and it ticks all the boxes, okay? And people ask me as well, does following count matter? Do I have to have thousands of followers? What if I'm just starting from 0? Honestly, guys, it doesn't matter as much as you think. Like, there are setters out there like who don't have an Instagram and they get placed on good offers. Or we have other profiles out there who just started, they have a separate account, they have like 100 something followers only, and it doesn't really matter. Okay, so those are the basics. Make sure the foundations are down. Now, some good examples. Again, these aren't up to date except this one. So my guy Homero, when he was closing, this was his Twitter account. So it's not just Instagram, guys. You can do Twitter, you can do YouTube, you can do Facebook, you can do TikTok. It doesn't matter what platform. You just have to make sure you follow the principles. So we got Homero here. It's clean. Bio is there, and then you can see his pinned post where he talks about how he was 16, smoking all the damn time, failing classes. Now he's doing 10K months at 18. And he's gone on to do much more. So shout out to you, Homero. Adam as well. Shout out to you, bro. This is when he was a closer. So as you can see in his bio, he put his results. He put what he does and his results. And then a pin post again about his background. And then we got Kwa here, who's one of my students at the moment, and he's following the similar sort of principles. Now, he's only got 2 posts up, but he just started the account, so I'll give him some slack for that. So shout out to you guys. Those are some good examples. So feel free to model after some people that you are inspired by if you're not sure what to make your profile look like. So I just gave you 4 examples right there. Now we're going to move on to what to post. So content ideas. You're like, okay, I don't know what to post, Matt. Like, I'm a setter, I'm a content creator, I don't have my own business, I don't have my own offer. What do I actually post? Well, here you go. Here's going to be your answer right here. So we want to post 4 different types of content. The first one is going to be value. The second one is going to be storytelling / documenting your journey. The third one is going to be lifestyle. And then the 4th type of post are going to be results, wins, and testimonials. So let's start with the first one, guys. Value. So sharing lessons, mistakes, myths, etc. on appointment setting, high ticket closing. This not only helps your audience, but it also shows recruiters that you know what you're talking about. So when a growth operator stumbles upon your account, or a business owner, they stumble upon your account, you look like what you know what the fuck you're doing. And that's what we want to convey. Because like I said, there's so many other setters out there who are anonymous, they're not giving value. There's no way for us to tell, like, who even are you? Why should I hire you? They're not answering those questions, guys. So this is the first sort of post that you want to be posting, is value. So just a couple of examples here. On my Twitter, for example, I made a post a while back. If you want to land a setter or closer position, delete all memes, shit posts, low quality pics. And this is a value post right here, talking about profile. And then this is me on YouTube. This is my most popular video. It was a live appointment setting trading video with one of my friends, Riyadh, and it got 28K views. And this still gets views to this day. So this goes to show you guys how valuable posting is, because once it's up, and it's going to get you views. It's going to get you attention down the line, even to this day. So when you have a YouTube video up or a post up, the algorithm is still going to keep pushing it. It's not like when you post it and that's it, you're done. It's going to stay up forever. And then we have another one on how to land a setter or a sales position without experience. By the way, these are up as well. So if you want to check those videos out, you can. It's on my channel here, which I'll show you. And I've been keeping up this this content grind till this day. So it still follows the same principles: value, storytelling, lifestyle, results. Lifestyle, for example, my latest video, which is a Hong Kong vlog, we got something like documenting the journey, which is this one. Six biggest mistakes that appointment setters make. That's a value one. Value, vlog / lifestyle. You got testimonials. You get the point. Now, the second type of post that I want you guys to start posting are storytelling posts, or when you're documenting the journey. So it shows that you're authentic, it builds trust, it builds authority. It's good to look back on as well when you're so much more successful. Now, this is why I think posting or building a personal brand has changed my life, because a lot of these posts, when I was trying to pull them from the archives, it gave me it gave me a trip down memory lane. Like, it's always good to look back on these posts when you're so much more successful 1 to 2 years from now. Like, this is documentation right here. So that's going to be good for you. It's going to make you feel good. And then when it comes to storytelling posts, so for example, like I said, Hamero here with his pin post talking about where he was from and then where he is now. Same thing with Adam, where he was before, where he is now, and then a lesson attached to it. That's a storytelling post, documenting the journey. So, for example, book 16 calls today, boys. Next challenge is improving lead quality. We've got a solid booking form and qualification process. What else? So that's an example of documenting the journey, because I'm talking about what's happened in the moment. So that's documentation. On my stories, you can post it on your stories too. So this is an old offer I was working on. I post on my stories when an appointment that I set got closed, even as something as small as that. Post that on your stories, and then you can, as more of them pile up, you can save it as a highlight to show results. So I'll be posting those consistently, show that you know what you're talking about and you get results for people. And then the next kind of post are going to be lifestyle posts. So these are easy things to post if you have no ideas. Just show you're living a cool life, show that you're out and about, show that you're having a coffee, show that you've traveled, show that you've done these things. And then also it's aesthetically pleasing. It again subtly builds authority. So this is an example of a lifestyle post, nothing crazy. And then the last one is the results, the wins, the testimonials. This is going to be by far the biggest authority builder. So show people wins, such as calls that you've booked, a DM close. Let's say you're in the DMs, and instead of booking someone in, you've got a really hot lead and they're ready to go. You sent the Stripe link. Post that on your stories, okay? Post a DM close. Show that you're the top setter on the leaderboard. Like, post a screenshot of that. Post screenshots or screen recordings of good conversations, of good closes. A testimonial from an offer that you're working with. Again, we're trying to convey that you are a legit killer, that someone wants to hire you, and it shows that you're going to be hired compared to the other setters and closers. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Just cycle through these 4 kinds of posts. On Monday you could have a value post, on Tuesday you could have storytelling, on Wednesday lifestyle, on let's say Thursday you have a results post, and then you just rinse and repeat this. Don't overthink this too much. It's going to be custom to your situation and your style and your personality, but I've just given you 4 ideas of what to post. So like I said, it could be on stories, it could be on reels, it could be YouTube shorts, it could be long form YouTube content, it could be on Twitter, it could be on TikTok, anything. So those are the 4 kinds of posts that you should be posting if you're trying to build a personal brand as a setter and a closer who's trying to get roles, who's trying to get opportunities. Now, when it comes to building your network, the most important thing I'm going to tell you is that this is a long-term play and that it will take time unless your content blows up overnight. So unless this happens, you have to keep in mind that this might take a while. This will take several weeks to months to build this sort of personal brand moat. Okay, it might take years. Like mine took 2.5, 3 years, sometimes even more if you count pre-appointment setting era of me. So this took a lot of time. And the reason why I want to tell you this is because I don't want you to rush things where it starts to sabotage your progress. Because, for example, if you're trying to get to a certain follower count, or you're trying to get to a certain goal, trying to get to a certain role in like 15 days from scratch, then it's going to show in your conversations. You're going to be a bit more needy. Your content's not going to be authentic. Like it's just going to screw with the whole process. So know this is a long-term play. Take the time that you need, but focus on building it consistently. Now, be genuine. You know, don't expect anything in return, and literally just be a cool person. I don't know how else to explain this. Like, if you're a functioning member of society, just be a functioning member of society. Don't try to be someone you're not. Just be a cool person, be a chill guy, and focus on shaking more hands and meeting more cool people before you even think about asking if they know of any setting or closing offers. Because I know you're tempted to do this, okay? You probably clicked on this video and you with the intention of trying to get a role ASAP. And I do have plenty of videos on that, and this will help you with that. But this is more of a long-term play. So treat it as such, you know, just be genuine the entire way. Now, the next thing is it's a low-hanging fruit. Like, if you're part of any free communities, any paid setter communities, closing communities so far, the easiest thing you can do, if you haven't done it already, is to follow, is to connect, is to engage with all the members inside of that group already, because those are the people that you already connected with. So it wouldn't make sense for you to, you know, not follow them back or to not engage with them, because they're gonna help you too. All right, so don't be afraid to strike up conversations. Don't be afraid to reply to their story with something that you genuinely relate with one day. Let's say they posted this kind of post of them on an offer and they're killing it. Don't be afraid to swipe up on their story and be like, hey bro, you're killing it, keep it up. Something as simple as that takes 3 seconds. You could do that. It's so simple. All right, so engage. Follow and connect with people who are in any communities that you're currently in. You know, another thing you could do is, if you're not, is if you, let's say you go through someone's account and you find an account and they have a lot of mutuals following them. You want to connect with them as well, because, and this gets easier over time as you build more connections. But the reason why this is so much easier is because, let's say you go to an account and it says followed by 16 other people that you follow, and then they're going to see that. It's going to be easy to make that connection compared to if you're trying to connect with someone who you don't know. Okay? So do that, guys. Now, the next thing, like I said, is engage with others. You know, don't be a dickhead. Don't be the one who's posting all the time but not showing off to other people's posts or their content. You know, don't make it one-sided. You know, don't only expect people to like, comment, share your posts without you doing it in return. So you need to do your part as well. Make sure you're engaging with other people in the community. Engage with setters, engage with closers, engage with people in your network and business owners as well, growth operators. Show some love, and again, be authentic. Don't just feel like you're doing it out of obligation. Like, actually be genuine about this, okay? Because you're going to meet some cool people in this space. You're probably in your hometown right now. You're stuck with people who you don't relate with, and this is going to be these are going to be the type of people you want to relate with, you want to connect with, okay? The next thing is giving value where you can. So let's say you're starting to build up your audience nice. You're building connections. You're meeting cool people. And you're getting into DMs with people, right? Just have a conversation with them. You know, send them frameworks if they need it. If they need a new setting framework and you know of one, send it to them for free. Like, don't expect anything in return. Just be a good person. Send resources that you know will help them. Send videos that you know will help them. Hop on mock setting or closing calls. Do a little like this, for example. Do mock setting and then help each other. Sharpen your skills. You know, hop on networking calls. Let's say someone wants to hop on a call on Zoom. If you're a setter and you have nothing else to do, then do that. Hop on a call for 15 minutes and just get to know the person. It's literally just a virtual hangout. So do these things. Make sure it's genuine the whole way through. You're not trying to pretend to be someone that you're not. So give value where you can. Be a helpful person. And you'll find over time that this good karma is going to come back to you. And you're just going to build a tight-ass network, a tight-ass audience down the line. And then the last thing I'm going to say is stay consistent, because it will compound over time. From day one, it might not. It might just be like this. You're not getting results. You're wondering why you're even doing it. It's a waste of time. You want to just go back to the anonymous days where you're not doing anything and posting and you're just setting. But trust me, down the line, as you build more connections and you give more goodwill out, it's going to skyrocket like that. Okay, so stay consistent and just build it over time. Be a member of the community. This is something that I wish I was better at in the beginning. So instead of trying to speed run the process all in one day and then falling off the next, gradually build it over time. Instead of me trying to do like 50 new connections per day for like 2 days and then fall off after that, I would have rather just done, 5 to 10 new connections per day for 30 days, because 5 times 30 is 150, 10 times 30 is 300. And if you just keep doing that every single month, I promise you, your personal brand is going to blow up. It's going to grow. So build your network, guys. These are going to be my best tips for that. And then the last thing I'm going to say, for you guys who don't have experience and you're going to say to me, Matt, I'm just starting from scratch. I don't have experience. I don't have results. I don't have an offer. Well, that's fine. It's the same exact things are gonna apply here, except you might want to place more emphasis on documenting the journey. So more emphasis on documenting the journey rather than the results, because maybe right now you don't have results, you're not on an offer yet, or you're not on a good offer for you to get results in the first place. This is gonna come over time. Okay, this is gonna come. So just focus on documenting your journey. Posts like these, like this, like giving tips. Okay, do that on your YouTube, your Twitter, your IG, everywhere. Okay, focus on 1 to 2 platforms, I'd say. Next thing is, don't neglect building your skill set. So focus on actually being competent as a setter or getting on an offer. And the personal brand is just a broadcast of your journey. So don't get too caught up. This should not be your main focus. This is important, but it should not be the primary focus. Your primary focus should be like making actual progress in the space, becoming more competent. If you don't have an offer right now, your main priority is getting an offer. If you are not on a good offer, get on a better offer. All right, actually focus on the grind first, and then just use the personal brand as a broadcast, as a way to document the journey. And then the last thing is, you can talk about your experience. So let's say you have experience outside of this space. You can talk about experience or get content ideas. You can post things about things outside of appointment setting, outside of high ticket sales. For example, I know some guys who are D2D or ex-D2D, or they're B2B, in-person sales. You can talk about 7 things you learned as a B2B salesperson who did 2.4 million in deals closed. You can talk about that, and that's going to be just as valuable. So, and then you can talk about your experience there. So those are some ideas. These are some things as well you can keep in mind if you don't currently have experience in this space, if you're a newbie. All right. So again, most important things: stay consistent, be authentic, be genuine. This is a long-term play. It's not going to happen overnight. And then add your own style too. Don't just copy us word for word, bar for bar. You want to start spitting in your own personality. We are just guides. This is just going to be like a blueprint in a way. So yeah, guys, this video, I hope it helped. I hope it made a lot of sense. If you're still confused about building your personal brand as a setter, as a closer, comment any more questions you have down below. If you have any more content ideas, you can also put it down below in the comments. If you want to message me privately on IG and maybe pick my brain more and ask me how I built this, then you can. And this is my IG, Matt Jacob. So yeah, even to this day, we're following the same sort of principles. I have my wins here, school community, places I've traveled to, my YouTube, etc. I'm posting on stories daily, and yeah, I hope that helps, guys. So if this helps, leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you're new to the channel. If you're a setter or a closer, I wish you the best of luck, and I urge you, okay, build a personal brand, because that's going to be one of your biggest killers when it comes to 2025, getting hired, getting on a better offer, scaling, and making money. All right? Make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe, and I hope to see you in the next video, guys. Peace. Do you guys, let me ask you, do you guys find it more engaging when I'm just talking to you like this? And you can be completely honest. Do you find it more engaging if I'm just talking to you like this, or if you have a whiteboard? Be completely honest.
Whiteboard.
Okay, whiteboard. Genius says whiteboard.
Either way.
Either way.
Yeah, I like both, but whiteboards are fun if you want to kind of like be a little more visual.
Yep. How about you, Dom?
The whiteboard so you can see everything that you're explaining about.
Okay, we'll do whiteboard today.
Okay.
So a couple things I want to talk about. We will do it in bullet points. The first thing I want to talk about is interviews. Second thing I want to talk about is I've said it before, but intention and ICP for the offer you're reaching out to. The last thing I want to talk about is experience or attitude. We can add more down the line, but the first thing is interviews. Interviews are a lot more important than I thought it should have been. So that's my fault. That's what Alfonso's made it very clear about. Guys, interviews, you could see it as, if you play football, you could see it as you're in the box. If you play American football or you know about American football, it's like in the, I forgot the red zone. I don't know what it's called, like the last couple meters away, last couple yards from getting a touchdown. It is that last bit that will determine whether you get that offer or not that you want. So the main things you want to come across in it, the main things you want to keep in mind when it comes to interviews that Alfonso told me. Yeah, end zone. Appreciate that, bro. Yeah, end zone. So I think someone drawing. I think someone's drawing. Never mind. The first thing I want to talk about with interviews is these all kind of tie in together. We're going to talk about energy and conviction. Boy, oh boy, this is super important. If I haven't drilled this into your guys' eardrums for the past 4, 8, 12, 16 weeks, 24 weeks, then I'm going to do it again. All right. Energy and conviction is going to be probably the most important thing that you could have. How do we apply this specifically, though, for this? When you're hopping on these interviews, I want you to hold yourself to such a high standard before the call, during the call, and after the call. Before the call, for example, this is the little stuff that people don't talk about, but it truly does matter, all right? Make sure you're dressed nicely. Make sure you have a nice background. Make sure that your beard is trimmed if you have a beard. A nice haircut will do wonders for you. Make sure you're early, 5 minutes early or on time. These are the simple stuff that you need to do before the call and have a good impression. I would, like, for example, I would rock up if I had no experience and I was getting to my first 2 interviews. These would be my first 2 things I would focus on. I would focus on showing up as the best version of yourself. This is going to tie into the second point about intention and ICP for the offer you're reaching out to. ICP basically means ideal customer avatar. Please lock in, guys, because this is the stuff that no one in the sales space teaches you apart from the 1%. And I just got blessed today with this information. How you're going to present yourself and how you're going to conduct yourself on the interview that you're going to have is going to depend on the type of offer and the niche that you're dealing with. So let's say, for example, B2B make money online offer. Guys selling courses like mine, programs like mine. You want to come across as killer, as hungry, got to have that ego in a good way. You want to have that ego that you're confident you're going to go in there and you're not just going to go there to take part and make some money. I want you guys to have that mentality. You're going in there and it doesn't matter who's on the team. You're going to absolutely smoke them and run laps around them. You're there to be the first place. However, when it comes to learning, you want to also put that aside and you want to make that clear. So ego, but will completely put that aside when learning or being coached. This is the kind of mentality and the kind of energy you want to come across as. In terms of more specifics, which I'm trying to say, you know, if you're wrong, I'm not saying if you're older, it doesn't mean you can't get the job. Of course you can get the job, but younger guys typically do, you know, are running these kind of offers. If I give a better example, let's say you're dealing with you're trying to get a real estate offer, real estate appointment setting offer, or a closing offer that deals with millennials or older, more sophisticated prospects. You can still have this, but what Alfonso said is maybe you want to be a bit more, you want to have a bit more of that quiet confidence, because older generations are typically like that. They're not so brash and egotistical in a sense, but they have that quiet confidence. You want to come across as secure and stable. Maybe even dress up, get a suit. I'm being dead ass here. It might seem like I'm going, this is too extra, but trust me, guys, you want to do everything in your power so you get the offer that you want. Suited up and formal if we're dealing with the specific offer so far. Let's say it's a fitness, have a nice watch. Haircut, same thing. Well groomed, and you're ready. Nice background. If you have a nice mic, invest into that. One last example. Let's say fitness. If you're trying to apply for a fitness offer, guys, it would do you dividends if you're actually in shape. It might be like a harsh truth. I hope it's not, because it's pretty damn obvious. But if they can see that you're in shape, then that's already going to put you ahead of the other guys trying to apply. Oops. Or you have knowledge about fitness or any of these niches. Trading offer, for example. Last example. Let's say you're applying for a trading or a crypto offer. You want to be a bit more technical, analytical, or come across as these kind of traits. Logical. If you know about trading or crypto, you have past experience in this, then don't be afraid to use that jargon, use those terms. Does that make sense, guys, so far? Any questions on this? So you want to tweak, depending on the offer that you have coming up that you're trying to apply for, you can adapt and adjust yourself to fit like the ideal setter that they want on the team, or the ideal closer they want on the team, depending on the offer. You can do that. And I'd recommend you do that. Is this making sense so far, guys? Put ones in the chat. If there's no questions, well, shoot any questions you have about this so far. If you have a specific niche that you're stuck about, but if we're cool, then we'll move on. Okay, this is the stuff they don't talk about. A lot of people, they rock up. A lot of people rock up to these interviews and they don't treat it like it's an actual job at the end of the day. Fuck's sake. Excuse my language, but it's true. Like, a lot of people, unfortunately, turn up to these setter sales interviews. They want to make 5K a month, 3K a month, 10K a month, 15K a month. But yet they turn up like an absolute slob. They're unprepared. They're a bit late. Like, that's the bar nowadays. And it's so low. So the easiest way you can separate yourself from the competition is just by having these things down pat. Okay. Now we're going to get into what happens when you're actually on the interview. So provided you've done these things so far, these are the main things you want to have when you're doing the interview itself. You want to convey these traits. But for example, things I haven't mentioned, some tips. Don't blame the offer. Or if you're gonna blame the offer and you actually had a shitty offer, at least follow it up with some personal accountability and responsibility. So let's say, for example, they ask you, okay, what offers have you been on before? How did they go? What makes you look for another offer? Why are you offer hopping? Like, you've been on 3 offers in the past 2 weeks. Like, what's going on? Do not go in there and try blame and externalize the offer. You want to take personal accountability. Okay, whatever answer you're going to give, then you want to attach it to having personal accountability. And let's say the offer was shit. If you're going to give an answer, I'd just be like, I'm looking for a new offer because my last offer wasn't so good. But I realize, You know, it's not, I don't want to be the guy to blame the offer. I'm here to look for new opportunities and be put in a better vehicle. I've done everything I could regardless. I hit my KPIs. I exceeded them. I did more. I did more than what was required of me and what was asked from me. I went above and beyond on this offer, even though it wasn't the best. And I gave it many chances. They were given a lot of promises, and yet those promises weren't met. That's why I'm looking to hop on a new offer. But I realized at the end of the day, I need to take complete accountability. And you say that with full conviction and full confidence, they're going to respect you for that. Instead of you just saying, oh, I'm looking for a new offer, or my last offer, they didn't have any leads, so I didn't even try. Like that's why I'm looking for a new offer. I'm kind of just going autopilot with this current one right now. That's not a good answer. Make sense? So don't blame or externalize, take accountability. Another one, and again, this is my fault. I would probably, moving forward, be updating the modules. Don't just say what everyone says and don't give generic answers. Add a personal touch. So Dom, I don't want to put you on the spot here. I think you did great. We went over your interview, bro, and it was good. It was good. But there are some things I want to address that I think would really help you. So me and Alfonso watched the interview and you were doing good. And then when he asked the question about when he was like, I'm a sharpshooter, I'm a straight shooter, I'm just gonna be completely honest. Why should I hire you over the other guys who are trying to apply for my offer? We could sort of tell when he asked that question, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you could tell on the screen that you were kind of thinking of an answer and you were kind of thrown off by that question. And then it wasn't a bad answer, a bad response, but we could have improved that. Am I fair in saying that when he asked that question?
Yeah, it was what threw me off was when he was saying like other people with a lot more experience. So I was trying to think of what I can say to for him to understand all this. He's very hungry. I wanted to come across with my confidence because obviously I don't have the experience right now. So yeah, it threw me off because I was thinking, what makes me better than these people with experience? So that's the only thing what I'd say threw me off.
Yeah, and I'll come in and I'll say I'll take responsibility because I haven't prepped with you. I haven't prepped enough with you guys on this before. But now that's why we're doing this. This is why this is so important. We just put this on the survey. Questions to prepare for, why should I pick you over other applicants? Obviously, what's your past experience? What's your numbers? Why are you looking for a new offer? Because the guys who are running, the sales managers, the recruiters who are running the top offers that you want with a high earning potential, they're not stupid. It's a whole different ball game, and these guys will call you out on some bullshit compared to other guys in less offers that are not doing as well or not making as much, right? These guys are actually switched on. They've been in the game, so they will be able to sniff out whether you're saying some bullshit or not. I'm not saying that's you, Dom, but that's just an example. So in your answers, everyone, do not just say what everyone says. Do not just say, I'm a hard worker. I'm willing to do what it takes. I'm willing to work all like long hours, because everyone says that. I'm highly coachable. Everyone says that. But so don't just stop there. If you generally are hardworking, you're genuinely are going to do what it takes, then add some specificity, add a personal touch. For you, Dom, this is what Alfonso told me. So this will really serve you, bro. An example answer you could have given where you would have had a higher chance of him hiring you would have been something like, you tying in the fact that you're in Thailand. You've been there for like 7 months, right? Yeah, you've been there for 7 months. For those months, you realize that you weren't really doing anything or weren't doing much or weren't aware of opportunities to make money online before. But now you realize that you got a fire under your ass and you have 3 months left to make sales and appointment setting work out and to kill it. Because otherwise, I'm gonna have to go back to my 9 to 5 in the UK, and that's just not something I want to accept. Again, saying that with full confidence and conviction. If you add that personal touch, you show that there's stakes on the line and you guys are willing to go all fucking in. That's what's gonna get you hired. we need that energy from now on. Every single one of you. Again, we're not here to take part. We're here to take over. You want to go in these calls, every single interview that you do, you want to go in there with a killer mentality, do or die, and you're going to do everything it takes to get on that offer and show them why that is the case. Because Alfonso told me, if ever he senses someone or someone says an answer and it just shows them, like, for example, if someone hasn't invested in any courses, I've just been like learning from free content and free courses, but I've never invested in a coach. In his head, he's already like probably going to disqualify them. That's super harsh, but that's the truth. That's the truth. Others might be lenient but Alfonso's not here to be lenient. He's trying to look for the best of the best. But it's with a reward, of course. So someone says something like that, they haven't invested in much of themselves before in their self-development, then that's like a red flag for him. I'm just like, I'm gonna do whatever it takes. I'm gonna put in the hours, I'm gonna put in the work. I'm that guy. That's not gonna cut it. You're out. All right. So you need to prepare these answers that show that you have a do or die mentality and why you're doing this, why there's stakes, and that you're not willing to accept to stay the same and not getting this offer. All right. For Dom, you tie it to your personal. He said it. He said it himself. I asked Afonso, did Dom talk about the fact that he's got 3 months left, 2 months left to figure appointment setting and sales out? And he said no. And then he was like, oh, but when you told me that, okay, that would have made it more likely for me to consider him. So if you guys can think of a personal story or a way to do that in your own like situation, then do that. And again, like I said, okay, there's a 1 in the chat. Again, like I said, you want to say it with full conviction and full confidence. Don't just say the right words, but have half-ass energy, because you're also going to get called out on that. And it's going to show. All right, body language is important. If you're like looking up, if you're like stuttering, if you're trying to think of what to say, then it's not going to cut it, I'm afraid. If you want the best of the best offers, you need to come in there, prepare these answers. And if you're not prepared, you need to think on your toes fast. That's why role plays are going to come in handy. Make sense? Okay, perfect. Cool. Another thing, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna say you, Dom, again. Like in your interviews, talk about how you're a fighter. You're a Muay Thai fighter. You're not afraid to get punched in the face. And then you can even like take the frame. You can even like get the offer owner to like sell yourself on the interview, even though it's just an interview. Like how many other guys have you applied, or how many other guys have you interviewed that are actually fighters, have actually had fights, have actually been punched in the face? Right? Like add some humor to it, you know? But that's gonna get the respect. So whatever you guys can use to have a personal advantage, then do that. Okay. Next thing, again, you want to come in with that mentality of ego. Have an ego. Or a bit brash confidence. Don't be afraid to stick your chest out, because that's what's gonna. I'd rather you guys stick your chest out and have an ego, and then you guys can back it up, rather than going in there all timid and shy and trying to downplay your achievements. All right, whatever you need to do, full confidence, full conviction. But you also, like I said, you also want to make it clear. You could even say on the interview, like for example, what makes you stand out from the other guys? Why should I pick you over the other applicants? Well, XYZ, yada yada yada. I'm not here to take part. I'm here to take over. All the old leads, I'm gonna follow up with them and try and book them in. All the new leads, I'm gonna have the best conversations I can have with them, build good rapport, handle any objections, keep in close communication with the closer, and make sure they're booked in no matter what, and make sure that they get closed and that they're qualified. When it comes to, I have so much confidence in myself, so that's why I'm coming across this way. But when it comes to learning, I'm going to put that ego aside completely. I'm going to be the one to show up. I'm going to be the one asking questions all the time. I'm going to be the one constantly learning, constantly doing role plays, constantly reviewing my performance so I can make sure I get better. If you have any feedback from me, I'm going to be the one to listen and not judge. Right? I'm going to put my ego aside when it comes to learning. I'm going to ask for past sales call recordings, past DM conversations. I'm going to ask you why you did it this way, why you did it that way. Then there you go. So have an ego or brash confidence and conviction, but when it comes to learning, you put that all aside. If I had to summarize how you need to come across in an interview, this would be in this one sentence, okay? Some other things that Alfonso said was, don't be afraid to take frame or qualify the offer owner. Don't be afraid to do that. You can take frames. You could just treat this like an actual call. Because they're the ones they're so used to having probably interviews once or twice a day. Alfonso said he's had like 50 interviews at this point, if not more. And only a select few have actually had the balls to take the frame and qualify his offer. Okay, how do you do that? You can ask, it's going to be through your questions. You do at the end. It's like, okay, well, do you have any questions for me? Yep. I do have questions for you. I mean, yeah, I do have questions for you. So, and then you just drill them with fucking questions to qualify their offer. Why should you work on their offer is more important, is just as important as them asking why you should work on their offer. Okay. The more offers you have, interviews you have in your calendar, of course, it's going to help a lot more. You're going to be more in abundance. But even if you have that one offer that week, don't be afraid to take frame and have some balls. So you should be asking things like, you know, what's I had it listed down here actually. Okay, we're gonna share screen again.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what's the cash collected? What's your cash collected this past month or every month? What's how many setters are on the team? If they've had setters in the past and they haven't had setters like right now in the present moment, ask them how many they've had before. What was the average commission per setter / closer? Don't be afraid to get real technical. And then if the math is not mathing up, then call them out on it. Because Alfonso was on the interview himself. He was applying for a role. Offer owner said they were doing like, what was it? 300K a month, 200, 300K a month. And they had 4 closers on the team. And they when they asked like how much are the closers earning on average, they said 20K a month. And then he's like, hold up, well, that doesn't make sense. So what do you mean by that? So all their closers are making 20K a month. So he's just putting it on them, qualifying them, taking the frame. And then the offer owner was like, oh, no, sorry. I mean, 2 of our closers are making 20K a month. But on average, the other ones are making around 7 to 8K a month. He's like, oh, okay, makes sense. So don't be afraid to get deep with that. Let's sit in the pocket. If there's some bullshit that you're sniffing out, then don't be afraid to call it out. If they deflect and they're getting like defensive about it and they're not giving you a straight answer, you probably don't want to work with them anyway. You're just saving your time. But if they give you a full answer, then that shows they're legit, shows you're not wasting your time, and they'll respect you a hell of a lot more. Because how many other setters, other closers are knowing this information I'm giving you right now and are willing to actually put it into action? Little to none. Okay, so that's how you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. Guys, know your numbers. Know your numbers. I've put tracking sheets in the program for a reason. Know your numbers. Again, the bar is so low. Other setters, other closers, they don't know what their numbers are, even if you ask them. So the numbers you should be tracking, which is in the tracking sheet, but if you haven't seen it, the numbers you should be tracking is like, let's say you're on an offer, outreach per day, follow-ups, per day, pitched calls per day, booked calls per day. And then you can track close rate too, because even though it's a closer's job, it's also on you to get qualified leads in. So that's also part of your responsibility. And then obviously, revenue generated, cash collected, generated for the offer, and then commission for yourself. And then we can go deeper into this. You could track things like, for example, whoops. We can track certain percentages. So for example, bear with me 1 second. We could take, let's say, response rate. What's your response rate for the past 30 days on the offer that you're on? Or let's say in all time. So response rate, how you figure that out is replies back or convos generated divided by outreach. So anyone who's replied back from the outreach and the DMs that you sent, divided by the amount of actual outreach you've been doing per day. That's how you track response rate. If you can come on the call and you can tell them your numbers A to Z, like the back of your hand, you can tell them even your response rate, your pitch rate. Oh my God. No one is doing this, guys. Literally no one is doing this. Maybe because they don't know they even need to do it, or they're just too fucking lazy. So if you come on this and you know your actual stats, oh my God, you guys are gonna have great success. This is gonna be life-changing for you. Shows you're dialed in. Pitch rate. How do you track pitch rate? It's a very simple pitched calls divided by convos generated. So out of those convos that you generated, how many did you actually get to actually being able to pitch them? Okay. Booking rate. I would say show up rate as well. Oh no. Show ups. No. I'll put it here. No, I'll just put it here. Show up rate. So show ups divided by booked calls. And then booking rate, you do book calls divided by you can base it off of pitch. I would base it off of outreach. So out of 100 outreach, for example, how many did you actually book in for a call? I would do it that way. And then yeah, that should pretty much be it in terms of percentages. All right. Any questions on this so far? Thoughts, comments, takeaways so far? Is this all making sense? One's in the chat, so I'm clear. Okay, that could be part of your homework. If you're not tracking your numbers, start tracking it to this day right after this call. If you don't know where to find the sheet, then just go to Classroom, go to group call recordings and resources. Tracking sheets are right here. For position tracking sheet, that's for if you're looking for an offer. Appointment setting tracker sheet, that should be there. Wait, hold on. No. I want you guys to use. Let's see if it's here. I think it's this one. Never mind. I'll actually hold on. No, we'll do that later. I'll put the actual tracking sheet later. But okay, cool. If everyone's clear, we'll move on. What else? Another question you could ask is, what about my application stood out to you compared to the rest? You could even take it to, you can even try objection handle them, guys. You can, if you have some balls, don't be afraid to objection handle. So if you're in a situation, they're like, we're not sure if we want to hire you, to be honest. So we'll get back to you. You could be like, yeah, that makes sense. Of course, I respect that. Just curious, like, what do you feel like you still need to hear? Or what do you feel like is coming up that's making you unsure about hiring me? Just so I understand. And then they'll give you the answer. Oh, we just don't think you have enough experience. Okay, fair enough. I mean, how many other guys have you interviewed? What's their experience been? You know, what has their attitude been on these calls? How's their mindset been? How's their answers been? If you know what I'm asking. So don't be afraid to objection handle like that. What's holding you back from, or what's coming up that makes you unsure of potentially hiring me? If they're unsure, of course. Okay, what else? Yeah, taking frame in a polite way. Obviously, like when I say take frame, you don't have to be a dickhead about it, but don't be afraid to take frame. All right, you can have authority on these calls. You don't have to kiss their ass. What do other applicants have over me? This is a good one. Classic ones I already put in the program. What are the top setters, closers making, and what do you find that they're doing that the other setters or closers aren't? Basically, what makes them stand out? Why are they top performers? And you can flip that on its head. Out of the setters and the closers that you've hired or on your team that don't perform and get fired, what do they have in common so I can avoid that? Flip it on its head. I think apart from that, act like it's a must to land the role, but you don't need it. Okay, so this is important as well. Act like, obviously you're going in there. You want to go into every interview. Act like you have to get on the offer no matter what, but also convey that you don't need it. Sounds a bit weird, and it might be tough the first few times. It's just more of an energy thing, a mentality thing. It's like when you go into an offer, when you go into an interview, you're going to do everything it takes, and you're going to have 100% conviction that you're going to be the guy to get the role, and you're going to do everything it takes. With that being said, even if they say no, you also have that energy and be detached. Like, I'm good whether they hire me or not. I can even reject them if I want to. I have more in the pipeline coming. I hope that makes sense. It's like having that conviction, but also staying detached. Because if you're not detached, then you're just gonna like sound desperate. You're gonna come across desperate. But if you're coming on there with weak energy, you don't want it bad enough, then you're also not gonna get the offer in the first place. So have that killer mindset, have that do or die mentality. Okay. I think we're set. I think we can move on. All right, we'll move on. Okay, so that's interviews. That's an intention, ICP for the offer you're reaching out to. Experience or attitude. Okay, this is a good one. Is it bad if I don't have experience, but I have the right attitude? No, it's not bad. Like what I said to you, Dom. It's not like they rejected you because you don't have experience and they're wasting your time, bro. They're open to getting people without experience. He's hired many people without experience before, but they had that killer attitude. It's just at that point in time, bro, the other applicants had also good energy like you, but they had more experience as well. So logically, if you got to just think about it from a business owner's perspective, it's like, okay, who are you going to pick? It's a no-brainer there. It's just you just cannot take it personally. Let's say let's draw out a graph, guys. Okay, we have attitude here, and then we have experience here. If let's say, whoops. If let's say you have a bad attitude, but a lot of experience, so that would be like, okay, that would be here, and then that would be here. Bad attitude, but a lot of experience, you're not going to get hired. Like, you're not going to be a good fit. Okay, if you're coming on these interviews, you're just like, you're not coming on there prepared. You'll have questions. Your energy is weak. You're stuttering. You're nervous. You don't have that conviction or confidence, or you're just being rude, disrespectful. You're talking the talk, but you're not walking it. You can't back up with like stats, then they're not going to hire you. They're going to sniff that out. They're going to call you out on your bullshit. If you don't have experience, if you have, oh, for God's sake, I'm getting lost. Wrong one. This one. If you have a lot of experience, but you have a shitty attitude, they're not going to hire you. If you don't have experience, but your attitude is not do or die, then you're not going to get the position either. If you have experience and you have the great attitude, then this is the best possible place you can be. This is the best probability of you getting on an offer. Okay? So that's why it's not bad to start off on, I know my last reel just kind of contradicted it, but it's not bad to get on an offer where, let's say, the OTE is like 2 to 3K a month to start off with. Let's say you want to make 5K a month, 6K a month. It's not bad to get on a 2 to 3K a month offer and then doing your absolute best and being the top sales rep on the offer, however long it's going to take. And then once you're ready, you've done everything you could, and it's time to hop off, you can move on to the next offer in like 1 to 2 to 3 months time, and then you have that killer role because you have that experience to back it up. So it's not bad to work your way up the ladder. Okay. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing. Take your time. Let's say you have a great attitude, but lack of experience. Alfonso said, that's fine. He's hired people without experience, but the attitude has to be so good to the point where you can override the lack of experience. It's like, okay, fine. Fuck it. I'm going to take a bet on you. I'm going to train you up. You may not have as much experience as the guys, but I like you for some reason and I want to hire you. All right. Good enough is not going to be good enough too, right? If you have a good enough attitude and it's like you're just there to take part and you're just happy-go-lucky, that's not good enough. You want to have that. You want to take this so fucking seriously, guys. Okay. So this is only going to work and you're going to get the role if you're on this end of the spectrum. Your attitude is top-notch and everything. You have high standards and you convey that. Okay. All right, guys, any questions on this so far? Let's stop there for a second. Questions, thoughts, comments. Don't be shy. What do you guys feel like? Let me ask you this then, since everyone is a bit shy. What do you guys feel like was the one thing that you were neglecting the most or weren't even aware of before this call? Like which part? Is it this one, the spectrum, what questions to ask, what mentality to have, how to answer certain questions, ICP, what was it? Go ahead, Dom.
Say, putting your own unique stories in touch to make you stand out from the others, because obviously all of us has gone through your videos, so I bet most of us are all giving the same answers, so they've heard it how many times before. So yeah, just putting your own unique touch in it, I'd say.
100%. Yeah, Dom, for you, like I said, bro, leverage the fact that you're a fighter. you train hard, you've had fights, you've been punched in the face before. You can even like, if you want to be Johnny Big Bollocks, then throw some rocks at the other applicants. It's like, how many of them have been punched in the face before? I don't think you spoke to many people who've actually had fights and have been in the ring and they're willing to do whatever it takes. It just me doing Muay Thai for this amount of years, it just makes sales like so much easier. Or sales is nothing compared to actually being in the ring and fighting. All right. It's okay. You can have that ego. And then your story about how you have 2 months left, you went all in to make this work. Alfonso, when Alfonso, he showed me some applicants, some interviews, and he picked these guys here who lack experience but had the attitude because they told him like they've invested their last few $1,000s in their bank account to get into a sales training or invest in a course or work with a mentor, or they've dropped out of university to pursue this and go all in. You know what I mean? Give specific, tangible examples. If you haven't done that, then I suggest you, I don't want to say lie, but see if you can find a way you can make an answer like that. Or the better answer is to actually go out there and do it yourself, burn the boats. You know what I'm saying? Like Alfonso, the only guys he's picked without experience but has a good attitude were usually the ones who went all in on sales, quitting their job. That kind of energy. They have no choice. Their back is against the wall. They have to make it work. Not just I want to make money online. I want to travel. I want to be free. That's going to come down the line, but you don't want to say that on the interview. You want to show that you're a dog because we all of us know the rude reality of sales, of how it can be.
Man, I got a rhetorical question then. So
Yep.
if you're someone that is in a 9 to 5, like how would you approach it? Like saying that you're trying to make some extra money or you're trying to eventually convert to this full time?
Go with the converting to full time. You can acknowledge the fact that you're in a 9 to 5 right now, where you are actively doing sales. But basically, what you told me on the call, on our first or our second call, technically, why you want to do this, adding that personal touch again. It was like, I've been in sales. I still work in sales, but in more a corporate environment. But honestly, that's not what I want to do in the near future. That's why I've invested. That's why I've done this. I've gone all in certain ways, so I can take this full time and go all in and be the best I can. Use everything that I've learned for these past XYZ years and leverage it into this vehicle for your offer. So I come in and I take over and I win. Again, do or die mentality, full conviction. I wouldn't just say make an extra couple bucks. I wouldn't make extra money. I want to make extra money. I would not say that after the conversation I had with my friend. Any answers that convey you're wishy-washy, you're just there to, do a bit better than where you already are, that's not going to cut it. Okay. You could say, okay, to everyone here, it's like, you could say, you can object and say, well, not every sales manager or every recruiter is going to be that strict or that intense. Even if, like, they might hire you based on the answers you've been giving that were wishy-washy. Okay, fair enough. But it's just better if you put yourself in the best position possible by having this new do or die mentality, all in mentality, and practice that intensity, even if it's for an offer that's not going to be like super intense. Like, would you rather have higher odds of getting on a 2 to 3K month offer to begin with? That could probably lead you to that 6 to 10K month offer. I would do that instead of going in with half-ass energy, even if they're not strict, they're more chill. I won't even get on this offer in the first place. And then I can't get to this part. Everything happens for a reason. But Nicholas, does that make sense? Just to go back to your question.
Yeah, thank you.
For sure. This can be your homework, guys. Like if you're struggling with what responses to give based on the call today, then shoot it in the Slack and then we can help with that. But if you can think of it by yourself, come up with some ways to do that, then do that as well. Romaldo, you said, is it a good idea to mention the sorry, bro. Is it a good idea to mention the amount You have invested in sales mentorship to educate yourself and has helped your skills as a setter. Are you just basically asking how is it a good idea to say how much you've invested into sales mentorships? Or is there more to that?
Yeah, it's more like, for example, if they ask like, well, how have you like learned about your skills? Is it a good idea to be like, yeah, well, I've learned from different mentors and I've invested this amount of money for my knowledge, and would that be valuable information, or it's not?
100%. No,
Yeah.
100%, 100%.
Okay,
100%. Yeah. Be specific, like how much you've invested, like the dollar amount, whether it's just on mine or combined with other mentors you've had before, self-education, who you're learning from, so me or other mentors, like be specific, because again, you don't want to go in there and give generic answers. And again, tie in your personal story and tie in some way, shape, or form that you're do or die and you have to make this work and you're all in on this. So for you, Ronaldo, what happened? You realized before, like you've invested in mentorships before and they didn't work out, but you can say like that didn't let you stop continuing to invest in yourself. That's how you found your current mentor. You've invested X amount of dollars into sales coaching and mentorship still to this day. And I also booked a ticket to the Philippines, which is one of my dreams, but now I'm here and I have no choice but to figure it out. So my back is against the wall. If you say that to them, compared to just saying, oh, I've invested into mentorships and I'm going to go all in and I'll do whatever it takes, that hits way harder.
Yeah.
It's like, shit, Ronaldo's not playing around. The stakes are there. He can't lose.
Yeah.
You see how that's more powerful instead of just a generic answer?
Definitely. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use something like that.
For sure. Eden, I want to bring your example just because it's fun. You could talk about how, you're still working the job, right?
Yeah, well, I'm looking for a new one just because of personal reasons. But when I was was it like offering? I was looking for offers and I got a new one. I like actually said on my loom like why I'm in the sales space, like the reason why I'm there. And then I also said why that's important to me and like why I want to really achieve that. Yeah.
Good.
So I feel like
I would
that
bring
was
that to the interview.
Yeah. That's like literally, I think that's like one of the things to add. Like why you're in the sales space, why that's important to you, and like where you're trying to go with it, whatever the answer is.
Yep. Yeah, I was gonna say exactly that. Tie in your family, how they're business owners as well. They've got to be very successful. Is it youngest, middle child, oldest?
Yeah, youngest, yeah.
You're the youngest. So basically, again, stuff that you told me on our first call.
Yeah.
Talk about like you wanting to leave a legacy and using sales as a vehicle to start with that and learn skills and get to that point. And then that is just gonna land so much more compared to just giving generic answers.
Yeah, that's actually helpful.
Yeah,
like framing that concisely, yeah.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, these recruiters and these sales managers, they may come across like robotic and very logical and like they're very cold, but they're humans at the end of the day, and that's still gonna land with them. Remember, people buy with emotion and justify with logic. If you can also get some emotion like working in them, then you're golden.
There's also like another term I heard, someone said, facts tell, but stories sell. So it's like that the story behind behind you, like what's gonna make them see like, oh, he's like selling himself, but with a story, and there's a reason why he's doing it.
Yep, 100%.
No.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ronaldo. For sure. Okay, guys, how was that today? That presentation?
Yeah, that was top notch.
Understood it. Very good.
Very insightful, man.
Thank you, guys.
Very good.
What was your guys' biggest takeaway? I know Dom, you already said that. The rest of you guys, what's your biggest takeaway from today?
I would say for me it's the precise tracking because yeah, you, like literally what Romado just said, story to sell, facts tell. So it's kind of like in the grid, you're hitting that bottom part, can like that guaranteed. But then once you know your story, I mean, this is also good for when we do like, because you said about personal branding. This is like just a good way for people to kind of use that as the backbone for content. If you just know the story as to why you're in the sales space and like why that's important to you, you would always like have like maybe a content idea that stems from that just one
Yep.
line of your existence. I think that's actually really important.
Yep. 100%. Ronaldo, what's your biggest takeaway, bro, from today?
Yeah. Well, it was a lot of things. For example, how to visualize what kind of setters specific niches they're looking for. For example, if it's like someone working in the real estate, they want somebody who's more serious, who's gonna talk with people who are in aliens, probably like people who are like older, and just like you gotta be a little bit more aware of like um your presence, the attitude, everything has to match the type of setters they're looking for. So it just increases the chances of getting hired. Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
That
forgot
was
to.
my takeaway.
Okay, perfect, bro. Perfect. I forgot to say one last thing. It's not just a question of if I was in their shoes, would I hire myself? It's not just that. It's also the fact, why should I hire, like, would I hire myself? Why should I? Compared to the other applicants? Because at the end of the day, guys, there's people who are pouncing on these roles every single day and they want the same thing as you. So it's not just about why should I hire me? If I should hire me, why should I do it compared to other people who might have more experience? That's really going to get your brain thinking about, okay, what can I use to my advantage to get this role over other people who may have had more of a track record or maybe even a better attitude. Think about those two things, guys, because this is a dog eat dog world. This is sales, and people want the same things as you and are going to do what it takes to get the same thing as you. So I want you to think from that lens and figure something out like that. What can you bring to the table, attitude-wise and experience-wise, if not both, that will set you apart from the other guys applying? Food for thought there. Okay. Anmol, what's your biggest takeaway, brother?
For me personally, it was just more or less objection handling the actual interviewer as well as I was asking good quality questions as well. Because for me, I don't know, I didn't really pay too much attention to it as much till today, I guess. Just more or less just asking them just valid analytical questions about it, about their business and just yeah, in general, what everyone else said as well. Have a story about yourself and come across as, someone that is willing to learn, willing to be coached, but bring that front up. Actually mean like you're actually there for business and not there just to joke around and shit. So for me, that was the biggest takeaway. It's just actually, come into an actual interview like you would at any other job in the world and actually be presentable and actually want to be there, have that tonality in your voice that, you actually mean business and you're actually gonna help this business scale up to X amount of numbers. And for me, that was the biggest takeaway.
For sure. For you, Anmol,
Yeah.
here's some things you could leverage. You're going to run a marathon soon. You've always
Yes,
been big into
sir.
running. You're big into health and fitness. Leverage the fuck out of that.
Yeah, 100%, man.
You took
100%.
that. What was it, on short notice too, the marathon?
Yes, sir. Yep. It's
Leverage
got
that,
like
bro.
2, 3 weeks now to it. So yeah, been
Good luck, bro.
practicing for that, man. Appreciate it, man.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Leverage that. Leverage again, your why, your personal story. Obviously you've had past fitness experience. So I think if you take it with a grain of salt, but I think okay, actually rewind. I know you said you want to get in a different niche.
Yeah.
but you've worked in a past fitness offer. So I was saying hypothetically, if you were to look for another fitness offer that had like a 7 to 10K OTE, you'd absolutely crush it. But let's look for, you can also use it for other niches too. Just some food for thought, bro.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep. Because how many people are taking marathons on a short notice? Not a lot of people. So you can leverage that in any niche.
Exactly, yeah, 100%.
Awesome, guys. Good call today. Appreciate every single one of you for showing up, taking notes. You know who you are. And next week, or not next week, next call on Friday, I want to expand on networking, how to actually do it, the right way to do it, action steps, mentality. So you could see this as like kind of a workshop for this past week. I want to dive deep into networking more. How do you actually do that? And then I actually recorded the whole conversation with Alfonso. So that will be uploaded into the Slack when it's done. So that's absolute sauce, like 40 minutes of footage of us just talking. So go watch that when it's up. I'll let you know. But apart from that, take care, everyone. Hope today was very helpful and keep killing it, guys. Do or die mentality. This is sales. It's a dog eat dog world. Act like it. Okay?
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Yo, what's good, everyone? Welcome back to another video. I'm excited for this one. This is going to be some real appointment setting sauce, some sales sauce that I can't wait for you guys to implement. So this is going to be the 5-step appointment setting framework, the exact same one that I've used for the past 3 years, and I've used it to book 10 plus qualified calls per week, not just for my own business, but when I was full-time appointment setting as well. So what I'm about to show you guys are the same principles and frameworks that I've used, or the framework that I've used since 2022. So it's been 3 years. This is 2025, September, and this is the same exact framework, more or less, that I've been using since when I was first starting out in remote sales. You know, like I says here, it worked when I was still a full-time appointment setter and made my first dollar in line with this. It worked when I first launched my mentorship program and signed my first few clients. About month 2 in of starting it, I hit my first record month of 8.6K revenue, 8.1K cash collected, all because of this framework I'm going to show you guys. Super simple, easy to replicate, just tweak it for your own niche and your own offer. Even after 3 years, it stood the test of time, and not only do I use it today, and it still books me 5 to 10 qualified calls per week, if not more, I've shared it with my other clients as well. They've gone on to become top setters in their offer in 90 days or less, making 2 to 5K plus a month consistently in commission. This was me before. If you guys have followed the channel before, you've seen this picture so many times. You know the story behind it. I was just a little kid, to be honest. And I was also working a 9 to 5 at the time, working at a sushi restaurant. Now this is 2025, suited up, booted up, having the financial time and location freedom that I've always dreamt of when I was younger. I want the same for you guys, so when you watch this video, take notes and implement this for when you're on an offer. Again, just to give you some reality here, this was my record month. And then these are some of the other clients that we've worked with in the past, the other students who've also used the same sort of framework. Anshir, $748 in a week. Alistair, 1K day, $1,000 in a day, guys. What would you do if you made $1,000 in a day, right? 12.5K USD MRR, monthly recurring every single month coming in. And then Uno here, like I said, being the top setter, booking 49 calls in 1 week, closing 9 deals, saying that the Oracle is worth it, our mentorship and the community, 15 closes, number one on the leaderboard, guys. So I'll let you pause this. You can take a screenshot. These are the wins, and then the rest of the guys here as well. All right, so without further ado, here's the framework breakdown. Before I do a deep dive, I want to give you some context on what the 5 steps actually are. So number 1 being the opening. Opening basically means kicking off the conversation. Number 2 is going to be report and leverage. Now, these used to be separate steps. What I found is you should be doing both of these at the same time. Again, you'll see what I mean later. Pitch, super simple. Introduce them to a potential opportunity, basically pitching them to book in a call with your offer owner or with your closer. And then the last thing is the close, obviously actually getting that appointment booked in on the calendar. And then confirmation/follow-ups, ensuring that they are prepared and will show up to the appointment. This is super important, and we're going to touch on this later. But without further ado, like I said, let's get into the framework. If you don't know what a lead magnet is, it's basically if you give a freebie. Profile basically means you're going to go through the profiles, likers, commenters, and new followers. But these are just some ways that you can start conversations. So let's go through these. For example, with lead magnet, it's a freebie. You're going to give the freebie to the prospect. And then you could just say this, like, just send it now, hope it helps, or here you go, name. And then you would ask a question to gauge interest and qualify. If someone liked a recent post on your offer's social media page, you just say, hey man, or hey name, appreciate you liking the content, liking the post about XYZ, and then you ask them about their business, or you ask them about their health. We're gonna go with the health and fitness niche here, guys. So if you're working on a health and fitness offer, take notes. How's your health and fitness journey going? Something super simple, super open-ended. I don't know why that says prospect says yes. Let's say it could go one of two ways. Let's say like with this one, I forgot to tweak this, guys, my bad. Let's say with this one, let's say they're going good, then you just ask them more about it. You dig more into it. Oh, that's dope. How long have you been doing that for? Or you could say, oh, like how's it been going so far? Like what's your goal right now? Are you bulking? Are you cutting? Are you trying to maintain? What's your goal weight? Where are you at the moment with things? So you're just asking super simple questions, just asking them about themselves to, learn more about them. So we call it fact finding. We're trying to find out the facts of the situation first. Oh, nice. What stage are you at? If the prospect says they haven't even started or they're just starting out, you can ask them about that too. Oh, cool. What's stopping you from getting started already? Are you still confused about certain things that's holding you back from getting started? Oh, cool. How long ago did you start? All right. You see how I'm just rifling off of these in my head? I'm not trying to be super fancy with it. I'm just trying to ask more about themselves and their situation so they can open up. Because again, most of the time, these are going to be cold leads. Cold or warm, at least. You ask a couple questions about themselves. You're in the report and leverage phase. The whole time, you're trying to be trustworthy, right? You're going to be just an authentic, real person, right? Don't just sound like a bot. Don't just sound like you're reading off a script. Prospect answers, and then based on if you can help them, which is 90% of the time or not, ask permission to qualify, and then, or kind of disqualify. So this is kind of like our first pitch. This is our way of getting into more rapport and leverage, of trying to find out more about them. My favorite line is just, honestly, hate to be forward, but I'd be down to help you with this if you're interested. So if they said, oh, I'm 64 kg right now. I want to bulk up to 70 kg. I'm right now struggling with my diet and recovery. Working out is good, but I just need that diet plan and accountability. Okay, sweet, bro. I mean, honestly, hate to be forward. I can help you out with that if you're interested. Would you be down? Super simple. If you built the rapport and you're likable and you've also built some authority, then 9 times out of 10 they're gonna say yes. If they say no, if they say something like, oh, I don't know, like are you gonna, is this paid? Is this paid? Is this a program I'm not trying to buy? I'm not gonna share it with this in this video today. You can go through my content and you can find this video specifically. 2024 appointment setting, objection handling. I have some videos on how to handle objections. You can go check that out. When it comes to them saying yes, that's cool. They want help now. Is it cool if I ask a couple questions about your situation? And then they'll say yes. And example questions for the fitness niche, are they working 9 to 5 or are they in school or both? Why? Because it tells me subtly about their financial situation. If someone is, let's say, 17 years old and is still going to college, chances are they probably can invest 4 figures into fitness coaching. If, let's say, they're 25 and they're working as an engineer, then chances are that they can probably invest a bit more. It also helps me get a gauge on their time commitment, because let's say they're working 2 jobs, then you'd want to ask about that. You want to ask, okay, would you then have the time to commit to fitness coaching or getting help on your health and fitness? And that would just save the time objection down the line. Okay, you can ask how old they are, again, because it subtly tells us if they're qualified or not. Now, you don't want to make assumptions here. You don't want to just be like, okay, this guy's 17, disqualify him straight away. No. That's their whole point of asking questions. But it just gives a good indicator, because I know some people under 18, I've worked in the past with, and they've gotten their parents to pay for mentorship. So that's not out the picture as well. All right. So you can ask them how old they are, what's their overall goal with health and fitness, what challenges are holding them back. So for example, accountability, diet plan, recovery, workout plan. Last question, what have you tried before to get in better shape? Again, just getting some facts and some context of what's actually going on in your situation. It's called fact finding for a reason, right? It's called data collection for a reason, right? You're just trying to get the data on their situation so you can know, can I help this person out or not? If I can't help him out, then I'm not going to book him in for a call. You shouldn't be booking in guys for a call if you can't help them out, guys. That's what a lot of setters and sales reps do. They just see the money and they think, oh, okay, I'm gonna just try to get as many people booked in as possible. Don't waste your closer's time, all right? He or she's not gonna appreciate that. Some vids to help. So this one is about how to sound less scripted, because this is, when you're asking these questions, you wanna be careful of sounding like an interviewer. You wanna be careful of sounding like an AI. You wanna just be a real person when you're asking these questions. Just ask them like how you would with a friend, just through text. So you can watch that if you need more help with report building. If you need help with building frame, all frame is just having control of the conversation. You need to control the conversation where it's going. So if you need help with that, here's the video, here's the title, And then the last thing is knowing when to pitch the meeting. So we'll go into this in a second, but here's a video as well, breaking that down. If at any point they don't qualify, figure out if they can get around that or just kindly disqualify them. So if they said, oh, I'm working 2 jobs and I don't even have 1 to 2 hours per day to commit to improving my health and fitness, getting coached on this. Okay, do you think you can commit more to it? Do you think you could, how about on weekends? What is your screen time? Do you think you could reduce that in any way? So that's what I mean by trying to get around certain limitations. If you can't do that, then just DQ them. DQ means disqualify. How you want to disqualify the lead, it's up to you. You can chuck them back into some free content. You could downsell them. I wouldn't recommend this, but ignore them. But just keep them warm in the pipeline. But 9 times out of 10, in an ideal situation, you can help them out. You've gone this far. They've answered the questions good. They've been respectful. You like them. They like you. And you feel like you can help them out. Now we're going to move on to the pitch. Super simple how you pitch. You don't have to say this verbatim, but make it your own. Awesome. Looks like we can definitely help you out with that. Would you be down to hop on a quick one-to-one call or strategy session or a discovery call, whatever you want to call it, and we can show you the ropes and how everything works. Super simple. Again, if you've done this right, 9 times out of 10, they'll say yes. And then at that point, you go into the close, you book the appointment, send your link, and then add some urgency here. These are my favorite tools because what happens sometimes is you send a link and then they ghost you. So what you want to do here to prevent that is say one of these 2 things. You could say, pop in a time in the next couple minutes and I'll make sure you're confirmed and you're locked in. Sound good? Cool. Or something like this, all right? Add some urgency when you send the booking link because you don't want them ghosting you after you've come this far. If they say no and they don't want to hop on the call, then again, refer to my objection handling videos or you can disqualify them. But in an ideal situation, you've done it, well done, they book in. Now, the job's not finished though because we want to make sure we don't forget this last step, confirmation/follow-up. I'm giving away the sauce here, guys. This is deadass what I use for my business. I'm going to be honest with you. I've shared it all, right? I don't care if this is leaked or not. Tweak it to your own business, of course, though. But prospect books in, send a message as soon as they book in. Hey, man, saw you booked in. Looking forward to the call. If you have pre-call videos, basically videos you want them to watch so they're prepared, then send it. And then send the link. Looking forward to it. Hype them up a bit. And then they'll be like, okay, cool, sounds good, bro. I'll go watch them. Cool. Let's say a day goes by and then their call is in 13 hours. 12 to 24 hours before the call, you want to send a message like this. This is an example confirmation text. So, hey name, this is Matt, or this is whatever your name is. We got you scheduled in for a sales call, a strategy session in your time zone, in your time. Please watch the videos prior, yada, yada, yada. Reply back as well to make sure you're confirmed. This does a couple things. Again, it reminds them of the meeting that's coming up. It also tells them to reply back to the message. Why do you do that? Because what you can do is if they don't reply back in time within this 12 to 24 hour period or less, then it just kind of shows that they're not really committed, because if they were committed, then they would have replied back to you and would confirm with you. So what you can do in that situation, guys, is you can get another lead and book it in for that slot. If ever this original prospect says, hey bro, I thought we had our call at this time, you could just be like, well, I sent you a confirmation text, I didn't get a confirmation back, no worries, let's just reschedule in for another time. Does that make sense, guys? You can book in 2 people at once if that happens. But if they're confirmed and they're good to go, then they'll reply back to you. This is the first confirmation. This is the second confirmation. We don't stop there though. We like to do 3, okay? 60 minutes before the call, we're not going to be like, hey, this is Matt, got you scheduled in. You're not going to copy paste this, all right? It just doesn't make any sense. It's annoying as hell. You still want to confirm with them though. You want to remind them. So you'll just be like, drop the Zoom link. This is the secret sauce right here. You want to drop the Zoom link. And the reason why you want to drop the Zoom link is because it acts as another confirmation. It reminds them again of the meeting that's coming up without being spammy, without being annoying. So that's some sauce right there. Send the Zoom link. It also gives no excuses for them to not show up. So if you have access to the Zoom link, then add it, send it to them. And then when it's time for the call, and you should be talking to your closer about this, have that communication on point, all right? You and the closer need to be tapping into each other constantly. So time for the call, either prospect is gonna show up or prospect doesn't show up. If the prospect shows up and they close, then send them a message like this. Hype them up, congrats, welcome into the team, and congrats to you as well, Mr. Setter. That you're watching this because you made your commission. If they don't close, figure out the reason why from your closer, and then you could just send them a message like this, like, great speaking with you, looking forward to serving you soon down the line. And then you can keep them warm, chuck them back into the funnel, yada, yada, yada. Do what you need to do to keep them warm. because down the line, maybe they will buy again. Prospect no-shows after 5 to 10 minutes. They'll say they don't show up. Hey, name, so you couldn't make it to our strategy session. Is everything okay? So you notice how I'm not coming here like confrontational. I'm not saying, yo, bro, why the fuck didn't you show up to my meeting? What's wrong with you? You're super disrespectful. No. We're not gonna do that. You never know what someone's going through. I'm a big believer in leading with grace. So, you know, people might have had a last minute emergency or something last minute came up. Maybe stuff like that happens. So you just want to lead with grace and just ask them if everything's okay. You're not burning the lead and you're still getting a response. They'll reply back. You'll be like, oh, so sorry, bro. Yada, 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 whatever they say. Whatever they say, just be like, all good, man. Let's rebook you in for this time. So reschedule them back in the calendar and get them to show up the next time. If they don't respond, then follow up with them and try rebook them in. So I hope this makes sense. Like I said, I have videos here to help with more specifics, like the report building, like the leverage, like the follow-ups, like the objection handles. I might even make an updated video in the future on this. Big thing. If at any point they stop responding, always remember to follow up. Don't be a setter princess. So setter princesses, they're basically getting butthurt when someone leaves them unread. You don't want to do that. You want to always be following up. I have a video here breaking that down. And then things to keep in mind before we wrap up, guys. Use this framework to start with, and then you can tweak it later, like to how you talk. So the more authentic, the better. This is a framework. This is not a script. This is not something that you have to say word for word for word. You want to tweak it to how you talk. You want to tweak it to your offer and to your niche. If your offer helps older generations and it's more professional, then talk in a more professional manner. If you're helping a younger crowd, then you can afford to talk in a bit more slang or be more informal about it. Does that make sense? So use the framework to start with as like training wheels, and then take the training wheels off and see if you can run through this whole framework just by yourself. Strike a fine balance between report and leverage. What I mean by that is, if you see here earlier, we have report and leverage. It's like a scale. We're trying to make it even here. We're not trying to tip on one side to the other too much. If you see this as report, see this as leverage. If you build too much report but not enough leverage, the prospect will like you, but they won't necessarily respect you. And that's not what want to get them to book in. They won't follow your lead. They won't hop on a call. They won't admit that they need help. So don't just be Mr. Buddy with them. Get some respect. However, if you're too much on the leverage side and not enough on the report side, you're not being like a genuine person, they won't even like you or trust you in the first place to want to hop on a call. They'll just think you're trying to sell them. Right? You're just gonna sound like an absolute bot. So you just have to be real, you have to be a cool person, and also just get your respect. Play around with qualifying questions. You can use your own or the ones given, and obviously tweak it to your own offer and niche. So I'm referring to these questions here. The good thing about these questions is you can ask them in order no matter what. You don't have to worry about sounding salesy because they already consented to being asked questions in this part here. That's why I love this framework. And then the last thing is, feel free to practice this with a role play partner or to do OTS setting, over the shoulder setting. I'll put a video up here if you don't know what I mean by that. And you can get the hang of the conversational flow, the report building, the objection handling, basically like sparring in the gym. If you guys do boxing, if you do martial arts, then sparring is a huge factor in winning your actual fights. You need to simulate the actual fight before you actually get into the fight. So same thing here with sales. Make sure you find a sparring partner and you practice this. And then I think that's pretty much it. You can pause, you can watch the video again if you need more help, but that is pretty much the framework here. I hope that helps, guys, because this is the stuff that I've been using. This is the gold I've been using for the past 3 years. Now, if you feel like you need help, more help, apart from just this YouTube video to get to where you want to go, you need help implementing this for your exact same situation, which obviously is going to be different for everyone. Click the link below, guys, and we can implement this for your exact offer and your business. So even if you're not already an offer and you're just starting out, we'll help you find one like the rest of the other 55 plus students we've helped before. If you're already on an offer, we'll plug and play this exact framework that you just watched for the past 26 minutes into your workflow. And on top of that, give you the other tools. My tracking sheets, objection handles, follow-ups. We'll personally review the DMs that you're sending with this every single week, because I want to make sure you're not sending these blindly, okay? I want to make sure you're doing it with intent, and any mistakes that you're making, we'll correct them and make sure you're not burning leads and making thousands of dollars in commission, guys. All right, if this all sounds interesting, book in a call down below. You're going to speak directly with me, and we're going to see if we're aligned to work with each other. If not, no worries. I'll point you in the right direction regardless, and you have nothing to lose by booking the call down below. Other than that, like, comment, subscribe, and see y'all on the other side. This isn't some BS scarcity that I'm pulling on you guys. This is me trying to be highly intentional, because this is my one-on-one time, my one-on-one energy, my one-on-one resources that I'm gonna make sure to give to you to make sure you guys succeed in the next 12 weeks. So if you're not up for that commitment, then don't even bother booking in. That's completely fine. Just to give you some context, we brought in 3 new guys, 3 new students this month of September. One has already reserved their spot, so I probably have room for like 1 to 2 more people to accept before the month ends. Please follow the instructions. If you do want to work one-on-one with me and you want to apply this same video, do these guys, okay? Hope that makes sense. See you on the next one. Bye-bye.
I'm literally about to pull the whiteboard up and show Edward how we follow up.
Awesome.
Yeah. But the first thing is like, do not neglect follow up. That's the first rule. Don't neglect it. Because you got to realize, guys, most people are lazy or most people are forgetful. So what they'll do is they'll do the outreach, but they'll give up after the first message. You don't read it. So that's your competition. It's not a high bar to meet. So the first thing, share the screen. Follow-up principles. This is mostly DM, but you can take some of the lessons through to things like cold calling and sales, I guess. So, or email even. So first rule, don't neglect follow-up. Do it. There's a reason why people say money isn't the follow-up. Sometimes there's a statistic that's been floating around where people buy on average after like the 5th or 6th follow-up, or 7th even. And that could mean either like directly, literally a follow-up, or it could be like multiple different touch points. So maybe you send your outreach, and then maybe the second time you do follow-up, and then maybe they come across you again on like Twitter, and then they see you like the post, and then they see like, it could mean a lot of different things, but that's what the statistic is floating around. So it takes, for some people, like it's going to be a slow burn before they actually finally like give you the response you want. So do not neglect follow-up. Do it. It's the first thing. Second thing is people ask me all the time, how many times should I follow up? Now, it's going to depend on a lot of things, but what I've seen work best, because I want to strike with follow-up, you want to just like strike the balance between being persistent, but not needy. That's pushy. So how do we do that exactly? Okay, so the amount of times I usually follow up that I've seen best work for me is 2 to 4 times. We'll say 3 to 4 actually, if you really want to push it. I think 4 is like the max on me before I move on, right? So 3 to 4 times is what I've seen personally work best for me. 3 to 4 times. And then what do we do in those 3 to 4 times? Let me actually pull up the document. I have a whole document to follow up. So let me actually just pull that up. And if you guys have any questions, just interrupt anytime. It's completely fine. Message. Awesome. Okay, you see my screen?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is just like a free document that I just throw around sometimes. So actually, no, let me pull up the PDF, Art of Appointment Setting. You guys know what that is?
The one you made?
No.
Yeah, the one I made.
Art of Appointment Setting?
The Art of Appointment Setting. It's like a cheat. It's like a, literally, it's like a cheat sheet. It's a cheat sheet for appointment setting. This took me, yeah, it's everything. This has everything. I'll give you guys, I'll actually link it in the Slack channel for the new guys. I'll give it to them for free, but usually I'm selling it for like $67.
No shit.
Because it's like an e-guide. So, get some passive income on the side. But basically, follow-ups and information. Yeah, let's actually run through this. So basic etiquette for follow-ups. The money's in the follow-up, so don't neglect it. Each follow-up should be spaced further from the last and create more urgency. So what does that mean? That basically means, let's say your first follow-up. You send your initial message. They don't see it or they don't read it. Space further from the last and create more urgency. So what you don't want to do is 2 things. You don't want to send every follow-up the same time space from each other. So 24 hours, and you send the second one 24 hours, because now you're treading over that fucking got that like persistent. And then no, not persistent. Timid or tentative, and then too needy and pushy. So just the balance you want to strike is like right here. 24 hours, if you're just spamming every 24 hours or 48 hours, then that's gonna lead to you looking very needy, and then therefore they won't respect you and will probably never want to do business with you. Okay, so that's what you don't want to do. But then you also don't want to be too tentative, or like, let's say, the reason I put create more urgency is because if you don't create enough urgency, then you're just going to be sending like these a lot, or question marks, or you're just going to be too nice, or too tentative. Like, you're not really creating urgency. You're not really demanding a definite answer, because that's what we want, guys. We want a definite answer, even if that means a no. Like, I'd rather get a no than a no response or a wishy-washy response, because it just saves us both time. If it's a no, that's fine. We don't take it personally. We move on. So if we combine the two, yeah, exactly. And if we combine the two, what that's going to look like in follow-up, and this is my framework basically. Where is it? Oh yeah, we'll do it here. We'll do it here. So this is what I actually do to follow up on a day-to-day basis. It's what I use today. So the first initial message, let's say they don't see it. 24 hours later, I send the first follow-up. Like, it's nice and quick. Okay, cool. Did you just either send this, like an upwards arrow, just reminding them of the last message, or a question mark, something very simple, nothing too pushy or demanding, all right? Let's say they still don't read it. We'll do it 48 hours after. You say something like, and you see how it just auto-fills, because I save these, I use it all the time, so I put it in like text replacement or text shortcuts. So I just say something like, hey, sure you got busy, or you could say something like, just bumping this up, I hope everything okay. Something like that. So do you see where I'm going, guys? It's a bit more, getting a bit more urgency. We're gradually turning up the urgency. Like, we're just trying to figure out what's going on, see if they're actually interested or not, or if they just got busy. Right? And then this is 48 hours after this first one. So that's you're spacing it out bigger than the last message.
Do you want to try to keep it as simple too, like the message?
Say that again.
So you want to try to keep the message as simple as possible too?
It's more about like urgency, just demanding urgency. So you're going to slowly turn up the dial a bit. So now 72 hours later, does that make sense, Edward?
Yeah, it does. So urgency is the thing.
Yeah, and then if we do, yeah, you could say that. You could say, or you can do this for, there's no right or wrong. That's what people hate or people love. Like, there's no right or wrong. It's just like what you see, what you think works for you. So you could send this as a third follow-up. Just bumping this up, bro. Or you could say, you can start turning up the dial now for the urgency. Say something like, what I used to say is, are you no longer interested? Or just let me know that. Just let me know. So now we're striking that balance between being persistent, because we're still following up. We're still following up with them. We haven't abandoned the mission, but we're not being needy. You know, the spacing out of things is helping it not seem too needy and pushy. And actually, a lot of business owners, if they're dialed in, which most people are, they'll respect you for following up with time. They'll actually respect you for doing it. You are not annoying them. The only ones who get annoyed are the ones who are bozos, right? Or maybe just have a bad day. But the actual high-level business owners, I'll tell you a story after this about follow-up. But the high-level ones, they actually will respect you for doing this. Okay, so they're all making mental notes in their head, whether they see it or not. And then the last one, you could, if you really want to push, which I recommend you should. So this is like what, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, say 5 days after. You could draw like, this is like where you just want a yes or no. You just want to answer at this point, like an ultimatum. So it could be something like, just let me know if there's no interest, so I won't keep following up. Or you could say something like, I saw this one from Twitter. Shit, what was it? It was something like, let me know if you're no longer interested, and if you changed. Oh, no. Just say, I think it went like, hey, if you've changed direction, that's fine, but just let me know. Just let me know.
So it's okay to be direct on like the last day, basically.
Be direct, yes. Be direct on the last one. That makes sense, guys. So this is it's a slow burn. We're being persistent, and yet we're not being too needy and pushy up until like the last bit. It's like we want an ultimatum at this point. We don't want to waste time with one individual, right? And then you're gonna rinse and repeat this for everyone, right? And I'll show you how to do that too. It seems it's actually easier than it looks. But is this all making sense, guys? Any questions?
No. Okay.
Cool. Here's another thing. Don't make assumptions. Or just try and withhold your assumptions. I don't know if this applies to you guys. Probably doesn't. Hold some, right? You can't get annoyed at these people, right? They're probably busy. They get hundreds of DMs per week, per day even, right? So there's a big chance they don't actually see your message. That's fine. And that's completely fine. We can't just assume that they do it on purpose, because most of the time people don't do it on purpose. If they do it on purpose, then that shouldn't bother you either way. You don't take it. Business is not personal. Maybe it's just not the right fit, but they just don't want to be direct enough to tell you. That's fine. You move on. So withhold assumptions. Most of the time, people do it accidentally. They don't respond back to you on purpose, right? So that's the fourth rule. And then, yeah, it's just like the business owner will actually respect you more for following up multiple times. Yeah, in any scenario, they'll actually respect you.
Okay.
So I'll tell you guys a little story. This was back in Thailand when I was living in Thailand. So like 3 months ago.
Is there internet in Thailand? Is there internet in Thailand?
Oh yeah. We were living in a sick ass villa. I'll show you. It's in my story highlights.
Oh, for sure.
It was sick. It was great. Great. That's what it was.
Let's go.
Yeah.
No, I only asked because I'm planning our friends want to plan a trip there, but I still have
Do it, G.
Have to work, so I want to make sure I have internet to be working. So I was like,
bro, I'll help you out with that. I hope you guys make the move, because that's exactly what I did. I found like I brought 2 other friends with me who I've never met. Well, I've met the first one briefly because we actually complete coincidence. I just met him so I met both these guys through an online community.
Sure.
The first one I just met through like this nomadic, like travel nomad, whatever entrepreneur group on Discord. I met him. He had the same plans as me. So like, yeah, bet, let's just do it together. Let's fully send it. Cool. And he's from the Netherlands. So I never met him before. Prior to Thailand.
That villa looks sick.
I'll show you pictures later. And then the second guy.
Where you're at right now?
No, not right now.
I was about to say,
bro, if I was here right now, trust me, the view, I would have been flexing it so hard, G. I would have just been like, man, I would have, yeah, it would have been right behind me, dude. But that was literally my view. That was literally where I was staying from March to June. So I think it was way before you guys got in the program. But if you look at my story highlights, you can see that I was there. But it was great. I had the time of my life. And we made money too. So the second guy I met through another group that I invested in, just a mentor. And I kid you not, he was in sales too, but he was also based in the UK. That's not even the craziest part. The craziest part is, so when I was living in UK at the time, because that's where I grew up, he was literally living in the town next to mine.
Yeah, small world, dude.
Small fucking world. So the dude's in sales. We're a similar age. He's from the UK. And he's literally in the town right next to me. And it could have been anywhere. Because the UK, like, yeah, it's not as big as like Canada or US, but like it's big. Like there's different places. It's not just London, Team Crumpets. But there's certain places. He could have been in any one of those places. He could have been up in Scotland. He could have been in Birmingham. He could have been elsewhere, right? He's in the fucking town right next to me. And I met him online. Never met the guy before. So when we found that out, he was like, yeah, let's grab a coffee. Let's get something to eat. Let's get to know each other. And then, yeah, after we just had one meeting in real life. Actually, no, two meetings in real life. And then after that, I just invited him. Let's go to Thailand, bro. Let's do it. 3 months. Sick ass villa. Let's split it between us three. And it's like, yeah, let's do it. And yeah, we had the time of our lives. So small world, eh? Small world. But where was I? Oh yeah, the story. So when I was in Thailand, actually I've been connected with this other guy, this business owner. I think he's been doing like 50K months. He helps people grow on Instagram or grow like personal brand on Instagram. He's a killer, and he needed a setter. So he reached out to me. He's like, hey man, if you have any setters, just send them through. So I was like, bet, yeah, let's do it. I put it in the opportunities channel. And then, like, yeah, people reached out for sure. But what really disappointed me, and actually disappointed him a bit, was he noticed that people would reach out to him, which is fine, but then they wouldn't follow up after. And then he actually addressed me like 3 days later after our meeting. Yeah, so I just noticed your guys, like, yeah, they send the messages, and I'm like, can you hop and post with them? But they either haven't followed up, or they haven't even responded back. So, and that probably was a deal breaker for him. I don't know. We're still cool. Don't get me wrong, but he made a mental note of that.
Yeah.
So then I was like, okay, I understand. So then I was pretty pissed off about that, to be honest. So I just go in the announcements channel, and I have to address it to everyone. Like, guys, you got to follow up. This is basic etiquette. You have to follow up, even if you're just hunting for a position. Doesn't matter, because when you're in the DM, you're gonna have to follow up too, right? It's etiquette. But the fact that you didn't follow up, that business owner who's doing 50K a month, who's actually will give you a good opportunity, he made a mental note of that. He's probably not going to want to get a setter from me anymore, or us. I don't know. I haven't asked, but that's a big learning lesson. So you guys need to make it a priority just as much as the initial message, because they make, as I said earlier, they make mental notes of that, and they'll respect you more if you actually do it. So don't be lazy, don't be forgetful. I know it's boring, it's the boring work, but it's what's going to get you where you want to go. So that's that. Yeah, that's that. That kind of pissed me off in the moment. It doesn't piss me off anymore, but it's like, it could have been avoided so easy.
Yeah, you still sound mad.
Well, yeah, because I'm thinking about it now. I'm thinking back to it now, like in the moment. You guys fumbled the bag, bro. Yeah, this guy's doing 50K a month. I've known him for years now. I've known him for years. He's a killer. He's probably got a sick opportunity for you, and yet you didn't want to follow up with the guy. And he noticed that. Okay, that's why I said these high-level business owners, they'll respect you more, and they'll make a note of it if you follow up, because they know the game.
For sure.
They don't want people, because like, again, and then here's the thing, right? Because if he like picturing, I think from his state of mind, or his frame of mind, he's thinking like, okay, what they're going to do here is what they're pretty much going to do when we actually like work together. So if he notices that you're not following up with him and trying to get the position, he's going to notice that he's going to think that you're not going to be following up diligently once you're actually in his DMs and actually working for him. And then you're just going to leave a lot of money on the table. And then he's not going to like that. So yeah. I hope that makes sense, guys.
It does. I added it to my stuff that I'm going to be doing.
Cool. And even in like sales professionals too, they like if you got nothing else to do, if you're not on the phone closing deals, it's actually really good. What's going to separate you from other closers is you following up with the old leads and getting them, trying to get them on the phone again. So like Edward, for example, you're playing a hybrid right now, I think. Like in between a setter and a closer.
Yeah, he wants me to do both. So he's training me.
Yeah. But like with like the top sales professionals that I've seen, they take on the role of a setter kind of. So what they'll do, like the people they've had calls with in the past, they'll just follow up with them. Let's say they have they're twiddling their thumbs and not doing much that day. They'll just hit the follow-ups. They'll hit up like the old leads and then try to get them on the phone again. Because circumstances can change over time. What happened 2 months ago? Let's say they were too busy, but now they're ready. We don't know that if you don't ask. So that's what and then what's that? Like an easy 10K added revenue, 20K. It actually puts money on the table.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, just to recap, don't neglect follow-up. Please strike the balance between persistence and not being needy. 3 to 4 times. Again, this is what worked for me personally. You're gonna have to see what works for you, and that's only gonna come with repetition. 3 to 4 times is what I've seen work for me, and then withhold assumptions. And then the 5th thing, obviously, is biz owners will respect you for it. And of course, you're going to get people telling you to fuck off, but that's fine because they're not going to be good people to work with anyway, right? So they saved you a bunch of time. You don't take it personally. Cool.
Question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Follow up is that like 24 hours? So let's say Monday, and then when you say 48 hours, you follow up on Wednesday or like.
So you send let's say this was on Monday.
Yeah.
This would be Tuesday. And again, these are arbitrary numbers. This is just, but you can just copy and paste it if you want in the beginning. It could be Tuesday. It's going to be Thursday.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and I'll show you how to actually do this in scale. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You can do this on Saturday or Sunday even, or you can do it Monday. Doesn't matter. We'll say Sunday. And then let's say so. It is a long process, but it's not hard to do because you're just sending messages. You just copy paste it at this point. So Sunday, say this was on a Thursday, right?
Okay, so that's what you're saying. So you space out the follow-ups, but you create urgency in the contacts.
Yeah, so each one is spaced out further from the last, but you're turning up the dial each time you follow in terms of urgency. You're trying to get a more definite answer. The reason why is because if we just try and get a definite answer here, you can come across as too abrasive. Let's say they actually just got busy. Now you just pissed them off because you told them, hey, tell me if you want to do this or not, bitch. But if you're being too tentative, if you're not being direct, then they're not going to respect you, bro. Like, even after here.
Okay.
So persistence without being too needy and pushy.
Yo, what's good everyone? Welcome back to another video. And today I've got a treat for you guys. So as you probably know, I have my guide called The Art of Appointment Setting. And pretty much what that guide goes over is going to be the perfect resource for anyone who's looking to either get into this game and is a complete beginner, doesn't know what's going on or how to do it, or they want to, they're already in appointment setting, they already are making some decent commission, let's say, or they haven't made their first commission, but they're really struggling with with conversations, right? Maybe their leads are giving them a headache, they don't know how to turn the conversation into a booked call. Whatever it is, this guide's got you covered. And today I felt like being very charitable. So I'm going to I'm going to go through 1 or 2 pages of what's inside the guide. So if you're going to be tuning in, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you're new to the channel. And let's get into this. I can't believe I'm giving this away for free because normally you'd have to invest in this, but here you go, guys. So I'm going to go over today I've got like two and a bit pages, and I'm I'm gonna go over these two just because, let's say you're already setting, it just makes so much sense. But if you're not implementing it, you're losing out. So something called VVQ, validation value question. So if ever you're stuck, you don't know what to say when you're having a convo with your prospects, or you're struggling with, like it says here, making your convos sound less salesy / interviewee, right? Because probably, likely in the position that you're in, they give you some basic training. And that basic training sounds very scripted, and people can tell and can smell from a mile away that is pretty scripted. Okay, so this is what we do to mitigate that. And we adopt this framework called VVQ. It's just something that came up along the years of doing this. So first things first is you give validation. Acknowledge the person and what they have said. This not only shows that you're listening, but also makes them feel important, which are two powerful ways to get people to like you more. So for example, you just basically want to acknowledge what they've said. So, and you don't have to do it every single time, but do it a good amount of times, just so it's natural, right? So yeah, it makes sense. 100%. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, congrats. Oh, nice. Add value, optional. So this is the next step. Add value here and there. Again, treat all of this like a normal convo. Like, it should be natural. In the beginning, it might feel a bit weird, and you have to kind of think about it. But you want to get to a point where it's just second nature. So, for example, give some sort of advice to what they said. Again, this all shows that you're listening and you genuinely care about the prospect. Short story, if you need to, your opinion on something or what they've said. And then the last thing you're going to do, because as we know, asking questions keeps the frame. Whoever asks the questions keeps the frame. And if you don't know what frame control is, you can watch the video up there. But you want to keep the frame, and you want to be asking questions. So here's the time to ask whatever you were going to ask next. So this is a perfect example. So this guy was talking about how he's working 9 to 5, trying to leave his job and make consistent income, then leave. And then he wants to get into appointment setting to gain experience. So I say, bet, sounds like a plan. How long have you been working there for, and what is it you do, by the way? So VVQ, validation. So just show us acknowledging what he said, making him feel heard. Sounds like a plan, so just my opinion. And then asking the question I was going to ask, or stemming off of what he just said. And then he says, for almost 2 years, I make picture frames and ship them out to Walgreens. This is, again, acknowledging what he said, validation. Another question, gonna assume you ain't liking it much, right? Not really, there's no growth there. Gotcha. And obviously, apart from increasing the income and eventually leaving it, what other sort of goals do you have that you'd like to achieve in the near future? And then I say facts, environment is everything. So this is like, it's very versatile. You can kind of switch it up. It doesn't have to be VVQ. It can be mixed up like this. But the whole point of it is, and you, as I said, you want to get to a point where it's just natural, okay? But if you're struggling right now with sounding interviewee, this is a good place to start. Well, eventually, yada, yada, yada. And then we go on, we book the meeting. I pitch the meeting and he's cool with it and we book him in, right? So, and then there's a video here. So if you guys didn't know as well, in this e-guide, and I'm going to put the link in the description. It's always been in the description, but just a reminder, it is in the description if you want to copy it. So if you didn't know, with the e-guide, I couple videos with every single, or almost every single lesson, right? If it's not a YouTube video, it's an unlisted one that's not open to the public, or a Zoom recording, okay? So yeah, just goes to show how valuable it is, and there's the reason why there's testimonials for it. So the next page we're going to go over is something called the because effect. So if you know human psychology, if you know sales psychology, you probably heard of the experiment that the guy did with the printer, right? So we had, I think I wrote it down here, but okay, no I didn't. So I linked the website where I got it from. So the power of the word because to get people to do stuff. So there was a experiment done, social experiment in an office. You know, people have to use the printer all the time, and there are 3 groups of people. First group of people, they were just gonna come in and ask if they can use the printer ahead of them, skip the line basically, because there was a line, and just ask with no reason if they could use it ahead. The second group, they asked, and then they said it because they gave a reason, and then with the reason for the second group isn't a very valid reason, it's just a silly reason, so some BS, right? Like, it wouldn't make sense. And then the third group of people, they did the same thing, they said because, but this time they included a good reason. And then, as you can probably guess where this is going, so they tested it out, and then as you can probably guess where this is going, the lowest success rate for letting this said person skipped the line to use the printer. They had the lowest success rate. It still worked, like people said yes, but it had the lowest success rate. The second group of people, it worked out more, even if it was a silly reason, something imaginable, something you can come up and imagine. But it wasn't as good as the third batch of people, where he said because and gave a good ass reason for using the printer. Maybe I'm in a rush, maybe I have this project that's due in 5 minutes. I don't know what it was. You can read the paper here. But long story short, that's the power of using the word because, even if it's a silly reason. But just using that word is going to help you a lot. So if you find the convos getting a bit interviewing salesy, then before or after your question, justify why you're asking the question. So some go-tos that I have is just saying like, just so I understand and just for context. And if you guys have been talking to me before by any chance and you're watching this, you probably have seen me use this, but there's for a reason too. I'm not just saying it for no reason. Like, yeah, it helps, but when you're setting, you need to remember what your original aim is and your original goal, and that is to qualify and see if the prospect is the right fit for said program, for said mentorship, for whatever you're selling before you get them on the call. Because if you don't do that, you're wasting everyone's time here. So there's a reason why you're asking this too. It's genuine. It's coming from a place of like authenticity. You need to figure out if they're actually a good fit for or not. So example, but yeah, here you're just about looking for something new. And obviously apart from more income and leaving your 9 to 5, what other sort of goals do you have? Yada, yada, yada. So if I hadn't said this last bit, just so I understand, it still would have worked, but let's say prior to this convo, I've just been drilling the guy with the questions, then he might have not liked it as much, or it wouldn't have as much of a success rate. But just because I added something like, just so I understand, or just for context, he goes and we book a meeting and we actually sign this guy. So, and if you're watching this, bro, you're a killer. Well done. You've made a big transformation inside the program that I was offering for. So I was setting for. So to run my own businesses and hopefully virtual. So it's very simple. I hear you. Another example. I hear you. It's not easy. How long have you been working there for now? Just for context, about a month and a half ish, just came here to do management. Okay, gotcha. So were you still looking into appointment setting? Because back in December, that's how I remember we first got in touch. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I get Monday, Tuesday off. I think I'll look into it again. I can't remember if I booked him in, but I think I did. So yeah, the cause effect. And then the last thing I'm going to go over in today's video, and leaking this confidential information from the CIA, asking for permission / micro commitment. So Dale Carnegie has a quote, if you read How to Win Friends and Influence People, get the other person saying yes immediately. And just a side note as well, this is all stuff that you can apply into your sales calls too. So saying because, asking for permission, micro commitments, this you could do too. And yeah, this applies a lot too. Show them that you understand and you hear them. So this is all stuff you can transcend into sales calls when you become a closer. So get the other person saying yes immediately. This helps a ton to prevent leads from flaking the call booking. So before the big ask, which is booking the call, get them to make micro agreements saying yes. So by the time you pitch, they're already used to saying yes. So you're kind of conditioning them to say yes. Best way to show this is with an example, and I'm gonna zoom in very quickly. So, because we're just gonna keep it to these modules today. So here we go. Bet. So, well, obviously, I can help with high ticket closing. Want to give it a shot. And I say that not just to sell, but I was where you are now last summer, so I know how it feels. Hey man, I'm down to give it a shot. So the first thing I do is I ask a question. Of course, he's gonna say yes. Awesome. Let's get a one-on-one scheduled. What's your schedule like this week? That's 2. Another micro commitment. And then 3. Can I send over my scheduler? He said yes. So he said yes 3 times, and I book him in. Now you don't have to do. Looking back on this now, because this is kind of a few months old now, so I probably wouldn't do 3 yeses. I probably would just do 2. I probably would have just gone here and then ask him if he wanted to hop on, and then just send the link. But you never know. So that's 3 yeses I got before sending the call booking link. Think how you can get the person saying yes a couple times before pitching. All right. Oh shoot. Okay. Okay. Last thing. We're gonna go. All right. Actually, yeah. you know what? Because I love you guys, we'll go over 2 more modules, or little micro modules. So adding urgency, another way to prevent flaking is by adding urgency after sending the link. So what most people do is they will send the link and then that's that, and kind of just give them the benefit of the doubt that they're gonna book in. However, a way to prevent flaking, prevent people who don't book in, is by adding urgency. So these are my 2 favorite examples. You can copy them. So you can say, sweet, go ahead, pop in the time right now, so I can confirm that the time works and it doesn't overlap. Another thing you could say, just go with one that you prefer, and then you can also cook up one of your own. Only gonna be at my laptop for another 7 to 10 minutes. If you can find a slot and grab it, I'll make sure it confirms, and it works pretty much every time. And if it doesn't work, you know what to do. You need to follow up. So this is a great way. This is non-negotiable for me. I always say this after I send the link, and it's just a great way to get someone to take action now compared to pushing it down the line, okay? And that's just gonna help with booking more meetings for your end. It's gonna help them get on the call with the closer sooner, and then the sooner you can close that deal, and then you get your commission sooner for everyone too. So the last thing we're gonna go over is sell the meeting. So you've probably seen this before on my channel, but sell the meeting, not the service. Remember, your job is simply to get the lead on the call, not sell your service. That's a closer's job. Now there's very few caveats, but most of the time you pretty much should follow this and ignore this rule, and now you've potentially created a few problems. They'll start drilling you with questions about the service which you don't have time for. That's a closer's job again. And then also, there's only so much emotion and logic you can draw out through the DMs. It is incomparable compared to getting them face to face over Zoom. So what I mean by that is, when you're going back and forth over DMs, it's just not the same when you get them over on a sales call, or on a sales call, strategy session, whatever you want to call it, because that's when the closer is going to work his magic in real time. It's going to put them in a buying state. They're going to use the framework. They're going to handle their objections, and it's much harder to run away. Of course, people can leave the Zoom meeting, but it's way easier to leave someone on red in the DMs compared to leaving on a Zoom meeting. So it's a much higher success rate, is what I'm trying to say, for them to close if you get them on a meeting. And especially if it's a good closer, they're going to work their magic, get them around their objections and their BS. So with the meeting, we just want to be the homie, basically. We just want to get them on the call and pass the torch, pass the torch. We want to qualify them enough, and then if it's good enough on our end, we book them in for a call. So that's the reason why we sell the meeting, not the service. And that's pretty much it, guys. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, like, comment, subscribe, and the link to get this full guide and get full access to it is in the description. A lot of people have found it super valuable. They're saying to charge more for it. This is better than most trainings. So for you to not get the guide, I don't know what you're doing, especially if you're a setter or wanting to get into it. This is, in my opinion, the best place to start. So yeah, hope you enjoyed this video. Got the new mic, by the way, so I'm pretty hyped. And yeah, hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, ladies and gents, we're going to do some appointment setting objection handling. So pretty similar to sales objection handling, except it's much shorter and over text. So that's pretty much the only difference. It's not that much different. You're going to kind of handle it the same way. If you've done sales before, you've taken a couple sales calls, it's much of the same, but again, over text. So we'll go through the most common, the most basic ones. If there's any more that you get or you're kind of stuck on, feel free to add it in the Slack channel or to request it to me. So we'll just go over the basic ones, right? The one that people get the most typically, and it bites people in the ass a lot, it's how much is your program, right? Because one of the things I say all the time is try not to, or you should avoid selling the program in the DMs. Don't sell the program, don't sell the what's inside, whatnot, unless there's an absolute exception. But most of the time you don't want to do that. You want to let the closer do the thing. But you still want to not turn them off so they don't book the meeting. You want to get them on the meeting, but if you don't answer the question or you don't handle this correctly, then they're probably just going to leave you on red. They don't end up booking the meeting. They go somewhere else, right? So the best way that I've come up to handle this objection, let's see here. Could you tell me how much the program costs? I just want to surround myself, yada, yada. Okay, cool. So asking how much the program is. This is my go-to line. It's application only,
If it's not a girl, if it's a girl, then don't say brother, but say it's application only. So we gotta hop on a one-on-one first to see if it makes sense for you first, right? Let me know if your schedule's like this week or next week, so and we can do so. And then boom, handled it. The reason why this works is because a couple things. First one, we're kind of positioning ourselves as the prize, or the program as the prize, instead of us trying to sell ourselves to them. So we say something like it's application only, and most of the time, if you're on an offer and it genuinely is, if you're on an offer, it genuinely is going to be application only. Like, you're not just going to take on anyone and everyone, hopefully. So that's why we say that. Add some scarcity, add some, make us look like the prize, which we are. And then, like, okay, what do we do from here? So it's application only. We got to hop on a call first. I don't like saying the word sales call, just because, again, it has the word sales in it and it kind of puts people off. So we just say one-on-one, we just say strategy session, we say discovery call, and then see if it makes sense for you first. We say if it makes sense for you first, because, again, at the end of the day, we're trying to help these people out. We're trying to see if they're actually a good fit for what we do or not. So we're kind of like, we're putting their needs, into account. Right, you want to see if it makes sense for you first. You want to make sure it's an informed decision for you first. So that's why we say that. And then you just kind of like lead the way. Let me know what your schedule's like, and we can do so. And then handle that just fine. Okay, so that's how you handle this one. How much is your program? The next one you can handle is a financial one. So if they say they can't afford it, or they're not planning to invest in a mentor right now, invest in a course. Boom, boom, boom. So as you can see here, I pitched it. And then he says, is this a paid service? Because if so, right now I haven't got the capital to be expending. Now you're good, bro. Would still love for you to hop on. Worst case scenario, walk away with a ton of insight. Was in the same position less than a year ago, which is why I'm so adamant about this. So this last line is optional. I only said this because of what they said earlier on in the DM. But the main things you're going to take away are we still get them to hop on if they sound like a decently qualified fit. If they're not qualified at all, or they just don't seem like a good fit, don't say this then. Send them some free training, some free value, and then hopefully down the line you can get them on a call. But you still want to try get them to hop on as much as possible, and then just make it like just make it a win-win situation, or like they're not going to lose anything. So just be like, worst case scenario, you walk away with a ton of insight. So even if they hop on, even if they don't have the finances, even if it's just not a good fit for them, they're gonna walk away with a ton of insight. So to them, it's gonna feel like they're walking away the winner here, right? But that's why I say when they say they can't afford or they're not planning to invest. Next thing is sometimes you'll get people, especially if you're starting out, or just the nature of the person. So I still get this, right? Someone says, I know you're trying to sell me something, cut the BS. They just want to cut straight to the point. So a couple things there. Maybe you sounded too robotic. You didn't build enough rapport. You didn't break up the questions. And you were just asking straight question after question. That means you were sounding too interviewee. That's something we try and avoid in our setting. So you sounded too robotic. I say difficult to recover, but it's still possible. So just either move on or use a last ditch effort. I say again, we have to keep the dynamic that we're the prize and they're trying to sell themselves to us, not us trying to sell ourselves to them. So we always want to keep the frame. And if you don't know how frame works, go back to one of the previous modules. But long story short, what I just say is like, well, yeah, just seeing if there's any room to help out. If there isn't, then obviously no, I won't sell you. I'm sure you operate the same way. And especially if B2B, right? Again, so as you can see here, we're saying, we're asking the questions, we're doing all of this because, again, if we're appointment setting, one of the things we have to do is qualify them, see if they're a good fit first. If not, then it's a waste of time for everyone. We don't just take on anyone and everyone. We don't try to get everyone on the call because it's a waste of time for everyone if they're not qualified or they're just not a good fit off the bat. It wastes the closer's time. They could have taken a call with a more qualified person, but if you book them in with a less qualified person and you didn't do your due diligence, then that slot could have been used for another more qualified prospect. So there is intention behind everything we do. I want you to keep this in mind. So when we ask the questions, when we do the discovery, when we pitch the meeting, it's all with intention. It's not even like, you got to transcend from a place of, oh, I'm just asking this for the sake of asking it, to like, we're doing this all with intention. Like, there's a reason why we do all this process, right? And if they don't like it, they can kick rocks. So we're just like, yeah, well, I'm literally just seeing if I can help you out, you know, like, and if we can't, then yeah, cool, we'll just move on. We'll go separate ways. No worries. We're not gonna try to sell them something they don't need in the first place. So that's how I handle that. Works pretty much almost all the time. Another one you might get is, I'm pretty busy, I'll get back to you. And this is in regards to after you pitch the meeting and they're like, oh, I don't have time, I'm super busy this week, I'll get back to you, right? So one of the ways you can handle that is, again, you want to get on the same side of the table as them. It's like, yeah, all good, or no worries. Honestly, would it just be easier if I send over the scheduler so you can pick a time and date that works for you? You know, it literally will take 5 seconds. So what we're doing here is we're saying that, oh, if I just send over my calendar link, the slots on the calendar, would that be easier for them? Because then they can just pick a slot that works for them. Instead of going back and forth in the DM, trying to figure out what date they're free, what time they're free. This is a good way of handling it. Because again, we're making their we're appealing to their interests here, to their agenda. We're basically, by doing this, we're saying that, oh, it'll save them time, it'll make it a lot easier. If this still doesn't work, then just ask them when they're free. And if you've tried this and there's still no slots available, just ask when they're free, and then just follow up with them. Maybe they're free next week, maybe they're not free this week, but they're free next week. Then just ask when they're free and then follow up with them. Or you can, if your calendar goes that far out in advance, then just book them in anyway. Tell them to book a slot next week. Okay? Or get them to book. Cool. So that's that handled. The busy objection. Another one you might get, I'll think about it. Thank you. So classic, I'll think about it. Again, a couple of reasons why it happened. You know, you didn't get enough leverage. You didn't build enough rapport. Let me actually add that. Didn't build enough of rapport. So you're going to have to kind of go back in your conversation and see what the reason was. But, you know, it means you didn't get enough leverage. You didn't build enough rapport. Could be a bit of both. But if you need a last-ditch effort, just ask. Okay, no worries. Again, we're acknowledging them. We're not trying to fight them. We're just acknowledging them. We're getting on the same side of the table. To be like, okay, no worries. What did you need to think about exactly? Just so I understand. So we're just like getting straight to the root cause. Okay, what makes them want to think about it, procrastinate about it? What are they quite unsure? What are they still kind of unsure about? And then if you've done everything right up until that point, then they should be able to tell you. But if they don't, that's fine. Just follow up with them. Next thing, if they say, I don't need help, right? Sometimes you'll get some people who, you know, again, it's a myriad of things. Maybe you didn't get enough leverage, you didn't build enough rapport, you didn't see the value in what you guys have to offer. Either just move on, or if they said in the past they clearly need help, right? Again, some people's egos just get in the way, but if they say they don't need help, then you can either just move on, because it's hard to change people's minds. Here's the thing with sales and appointment setting and just like the sales process and psychology. It's like, it's very, very hard to get someone to admit they need help if you haven't already done that in the first place. It's hard to get people to believe they need help unless you've done that in the first place. So what we try and do here is we try and make sure that they admit that they need help in the first place. So we just be like, fair enough, get on the same side of the table. If they've mentioned to you earlier, like for example in the discovery phase, or if you've gotten a ton of leverage, but now they're saying they don't need help, that's the beauty about the framework, is it gives you a ton of leverage, right? So if they have clearly said earlier on in the chat that they were struggling with XYZ problem, then you can kind of hold them accountable to their words. Just be like, to be honest though, you did say earlier you were struggling with XYZ. So now they kind of have to like backtrack, and you know, there's no excuse why they can't just say they don't need help if they've said they need help before. So for example, if it's a fitness offer and the offer helps people lose weight, if you're on that offer and you're speaking to a prospect and they say, oh, like earlier on in the chat, oh, I need, like, I'm really struggling, I've tried to lose weight in the past, and then now they're saying I don't need help or I'm good, then hold them accountable to their words. Say that they just mentioned earlier that they were struggling with losing weight. All right. So that's the beauty about this objection handle. Hold them accountable to their words. And then, or how do you feel? That's what you can say. Another one you might get is, honestly, I was just looking. So these are people looking for free stuff, free value. They're not trying to hop on a sales call. Honestly, I was just looking for advice right now, free stuff. I say, depending on the context, either just push them in the right direction. For example, a resource, or try to push for a call if you know they've been looking for free stuff for a while, but are still stuck in the current situation. You almost want to call them out on their BS, but in a non-confrontational way. You want to hold them accountable to their words. So kind of similar to the last one, where if they've mentioned to you a bunch of things that need help with, or they mentioned to you a bunch of goals that they want to achieve, but now they're turning around, they're turning around, they're like saying, oh, I was just looking for free stuff, for free advice. Again, depends on the context. If you have a sense that you're better off just sending them free stuff or free value, then send that. But if you know for a fact, or you have a gut feeling, you have the intuition that this prospect, they've been dabbling in the free content in the wild for a while, they've watched a bunch of YouTube videos, and they're just the type of person to do that, but they just need to push, then just be like, yeah, makes sense. I'll be transparent with you though. You said you've been seeking out advice and free stuff for a while now, and to be honest, you're actually still stuck in the same spot since we last spoke. Something like that. Again, hold them accountable. Or how do you feel? Right? We say, how do you feel? I got this from Bill Walsh, just because it eases up the tension a bit. Again, you're asking for their opinion. How do you feel? Or does this make sense? Right? So it just makes it very non-confrontational. We're coming at it from like a big brother standpoint. So we're holding them accountable. We're giving them a bit of tough love. They've been seeking out a ton of free advice for a while now, but they're still stuck in the same spot. It's our duty as setters, as closers, as whatever you are, as a business owner, to help them go from the same spot that they're in, where they're not happy with, to a spot that they're much happier with. So again, with the weight loss example, if they said they've been watching a ton of YouTube videos for 2-3 years now, they've been seeking out a ton of advice, they've signed up to a bunch of free courses, and they're still stuck and they're still struggling, they're the type of person that keeps dabbling, and they just need a push, right? So this is what you can say. Now the last one is, if you're asking questions, if you're in the middle of the discovery phase, again, it's probably because you sounded too robotic, you didn't break up the questions. When I say break up the questions, it's just like you're asking question after question, you're not breaking it up with any like report, you're not being a human, you're not being very conversational, then again, I say difficult to recover, but it's still recoverable. So either just move on or just use this line. Just be like, if they confront you, if they're like, wait, so why, like, what's with all these questions? Like, why do you ask this and this and this? Just be like, just so I can understand, I didn't, if it came across as salesy, I honestly didn't mean it to. So sorry. You can send that. Make these sound natural and add your own twist. So this is kind of like the one earlier, where you're like, this one. But again, you got to make sure that you're not sounding robotic, you're sounding natural, you're sounding like the business owner, you're keeping it very organic, as least salesy as possible, but you're still trying to book them in, right? So if they're getting mad at you, or they're asking why you're asking so many questions, then just say this line, okay? So with all of these, feel free to copy paste it, but I want you to eventually come up with your own sauce and tweak this to your own, okay? So that's objection handling in the DMs 101. Any question, just shoot it over. Hope this makes sense, and hopefully you try it out and it works out for you. So hopefully this makes sense. Any more objections that you get a lot, just shoot it over to me, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Welcome back to another video. And today we're going to be talking about appointment setting and tracking, and why they are so important, they're so interlinked, and you need to be doing it. And I'm also going to be giving away a free resource, so stick around by the end of the video. Today I'm going to be giving away this tracking sheet for you guys, and I'll just give a quick breakdown on how it works. And the reason why tracking is so important is you want to know your numbers. When you're running a business, when you're trying to do appointment setting or sales, So this can be applied to high ticket sales too. When you're trying to do all that, without knowing your numbers, it's like a pilot flying blind. You know, they need to know the altitude, the latitude, they need to do certain metrics so that they know they can get from point A to B safely and quickly, okay? So same thing here. It's no different. We need to use a tracking sheet, and this is one I made up. I cooked up with some inspiration from past mentors, but ultimately made it my own. And I'm going to be showing you guys how to use it today. Okay, so if you don't know my name already, my name is Matt Jacob. Been the appointment setter for 2 years. Did several 6 figures worth of appointments booked. Now I've transitioned into coaching, where I just help others do the same, get a position, and start running it up as well, all remotely online. So make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe. Let's get into this then. Now, what we're going to be looking at here when you open this tracking sheet is a dashboard. It's important that you make a copy first, so click File and make a copy. I don't want you tweaking this, okay, for the rest of the people. And you can't anyway, because it's on view only. So if you're wondering why you can't tweak it, you need to click File, you need to make a copy. Whoops. And then what you're going to see here are some metrics. Okay, so DM sent, follow-ups, link sent, calls booked, calls taken, closed, as well as revenue, cash collected, and commission. You're going to see a box here that says key takeaways for this month, what worked and what didn't work. So what you're going to be doing essentially is you're going to be making a new sheet for every month. So right now it's September, and then when it comes into October, I'm going to make a new one. I have my own copy here, which I'm not going to show for privacy reasons, but this is for September, and then you do for October, November, December. You get the point. So that's the dashboard. That's the motherboard. The next thing we're going to do here is you're just going to change this to the date that it is of the month. And as you can see here, there are columns for each metric: DM sent, follow-ups, links sent, calls booked, calls taken, and closed. Now you can tweak this to whatever metrics you find valuable. Now you can switch it up, you know, but I find these to be the most valuable, so we're going to keep it that way. So DM sent, how this is going to work is after each day, whether you fill out an EOD report, end of day report, or you're just counting as you go along, you're going to keep track of how many DMs sent, follow-ups, links, calls booked, calls taken, and closed. And then let's me give you an example. So let's just say you did 50 DMs, 25 follow-ups, 3 links sent, 2 calls booked, 2 calls taken, 1 closed. Let's say you did 50 again. Let's say you did 28 follow-ups. Let's say you had 5 links sent, so it was a good day. Let's say 4 of them booked. Let's say only half showed up that day, and then none closed. And then we're going to fill this out, because I'm going to show you guys something. When this is all filled out, what happens here is that also the dashboard gets filled out. So you're going to see here, everything has been filled out, okay? I don't know why this is not tracking, so I'm actually going to change that right now. Maybe just give me a second. Actually, I'll do it by the end of this video. So by the time you guys get this, it'll be fixed. So you get the point, okay? That's that. Now, this section, and actually before I get into that, you're probably going to ask, okay, cool, I can count, like I can keep tally, but is there an easier way? And I'm going to say yes, there is an easier way. So there's a website I've been using. You guys have probably seen me use it, and you're wondering why. This is for like maths tests, but basically it's a click counter. So I just use it to keep track of my DMs and my follow-ups. I don't try to keep it all in my head, otherwise my brain is going to rot. And then yeah, we just keep it in track, and then by end of the day, we just plug and play it into here. Now every time you send a new message, you just click that, another message, another message, another message. Same with follow-ups here, more follow-ups, until you filled it out to end of day, until you're done, okay? So this is the website. Feel free to do the same tactic. Now, this page, what this is about, is more about sales. It's more focused on the sales. It's more focused on the prospects that actually hop on a call. So we have the date here, the name of the person, which platform they came from. Obviously, if you're using something different from these 4, then you're gonna add another platform. Status, link sent, appointment booked, did they close, why they didn't close, and then you're gonna put why they no-showed, maybe they were unqualified, and then people you need to follow up on. Okay, so let's say we have John Doe. Let's say on the 14th. Let's say they booked an appointment, and then you're going to be updating this in real time. So as soon as you have the call, let's say John Doe no show, then you're going to change it to no show. And then you can add some notes too. That'll help for you and the closer. Let's say John Doe closed. Then what you're going to do is you're going to put the revenue, you're going to put cash collected and commission that you made. So revenue just being like how much is the offer, but like normally paid full. So let's say it's a 3K offer, so $3,000, set it to dollars. So if you want to change it to pounds or euros, then all you have to do is just click shift, go to commission, click command if you're on Mac, and then just the down arrow, and you can change all of this into a different currency. Actually, I think what you can do here is just change it here. But yeah, there's a way you can change it. It's been a while. So 3,000 rev. Let's say it was a pay in full. So cash collected on that day was 3K. Let's say your commissions are 10%. So you made $300 off of John Doe. And then any notes, let's say ready to go. So it was a layup. It was easy to go, easy to close. Had the finances. Let's take another example. Say on here, let's say Mary Jane. Let's say let's take it like from top to bottom. So let's say link sent. You send the link to Mary Jane. She ends up booking in. Cool. Update that to booking in. Let's say she didn't show up. I already covered it actually. Let's say she didn't close, and then you're gonna put why she didn't close. Let's say had to think about it. Cool. You can also put that under follow-up. So whatever works for you. So if you want to follow up with her, then go ahead, and then you can put like a date on when to follow up with her. Let's say she's unqualified. Obviously, one of the ways people are unqualified is didn't have the money. Boom. Let's give another example. So let's say one last example. 25th of September. Let's say Edgar Smith. And then we're gonna say this time they closed, but obviously 3,000. Let's say they didn't pay in full, so we're gonna do like a 1,000 every 3 months. So you're gonna do 1,000, and then you get the point. 10% of 1,000 is gonna be your commission, which is $100. Okay, and then you can put in the notes too. 1K every month. So as you do more DMs, as you get more closes, as you get more appointments set, this is going to be filled out a bit more. And then, as you can see here, again, reminder to click file and make a copy. This is going to be filled out. The reason why this is not filled out is because there's no link sent. But let's say like a bunch of this gets filled out, then it's all going to start to make sense. Okay, so you're going to start getting some numbers. Right now it doesn't make sense, but trust me, like once it's filled out, it's all going to make sense. And you're just going to get the conversion. You're just going to get the percentage. You're going to get the total of people. And then you're going to ultimately get, which is the most important part for you, revenue, how much revenue generated, how much cash collected, and then the commission that you make. So you can keep track of your commissions. Sounds good. Now the last part, it's optional, but I highly recommend you make it anyway, custom to you. You can do an accountability sheet. So change this to however you want it. You can do DM sent, you can do number of follow-ups, you can make sure you clear your inbox. Feel free to add more, and then just hold yourself accountable. Just tick off the boxes after each day if you've done them all. That helps you keep streamlined, that helps you stay on track and focused and disciplined. So yeah guys, if you have any more questions or suggestions on what to add with the tracking sheet, let me know in the comments down below. But this is pretty much in a nutshell my tracking sheet, the same tracking sheet I've been using for those 2 years, almost those 2 years. The same tracking sheet that I give to my clients, okay, and that I've given to other people too, who are business owners, and they love it. Got a ton of good feedback, and I'm gonna share it with you guys. So if you want the link for it, if you want this exact tracking sheet, I've linked it down below in the description. Remember, one more time, click file and make a copy, and then fill this out. End of the day, you can use this website to keep track. This is for people on sales calls. These are people you send the link to, and then this is to help yourself keep accountable. Okay, so hope you enjoyed this video. Hope this was useful. Here's another resource for you guys. It's been a while since I've given a resource away, but I hope this makes sense. And comment, subscribe. See ya.
Yup. I have a convo. Can we go over it if I screen share?
Yes, sir.
that I have access to. Sure.
Try now,
Yes, I do.
Cal. Yeah, try now.
Yep. Can you see?
Yes, sir. Oh, nice.
So-
Many chat.
Yeah, it's an inbound lead. Comes in with the keyword AI. Are you new to this? Yeah, very new. And then I just ask him like what drives him in the ecom. Right.
Who do you set for, bro? If you don't mind me asking.
I'll show you.
Yeah, I'm just curious because I used to. Oh, you set for Sander?
No. This guy.
Okay. Oh, okay. Bet. Okay, bet.
Like the lead first, like insane.
Okay. You on a business trip? Have been meetings all week long. Okay. Okay. What's the issue here? If there's an issue.
I'll go with. I just want to give you some like insight, like what's going on in the convo.
Okay.
I was like,
yeah, but like, did he book in? Did he not book in, or
he didn't book in. So what we do is we don't send out the candidate link because they're gonna sit on it and probably not gonna book themselves. So we ask for them like for their info and the best time when like they're all posted to hop on a call. So I think I low-key lost the frame here because I started like asking when it's fine for him, and I should have had just dropped the time and asked yes or no.
Should be approached. I mean, what I like there is your persistent follow-ups. So you're not giving up right away, which is good. Friday. So this was that's the note.
Yeah, I'll do
okay, so,
one right now.
Hey, dog. Cool. And then if he still doesn't respond after that, just send just get an answer. Send a direct follow-up. Just be like, hey brother, I mean, you're not replying to the messages. If you're busy, just let me know. No worries. But if you're not interested anymore, also just let me know. Save each other time.
Alright.
That'll be the next
Alright.
follow-up after the one you just send.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's anything wrong specifically with what you did. When you say you lost frame, I don't really. Okay, you made 280K last year. It's good.
Yeah, this could be a good automation client, which is our like 50K package.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of mad I lost him on that. But shit happens.
Yeah, bro, it's all good. Yeah, I don't. I mean, we'll just see. We'll just see if he books it. I think, yeah, you could have done a little better with the framing and not losing him there, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'll say like the framing is important. Like follow ACA rule. First acknowledge what he has said, then give him a compliment if necessary based on what he have written, and then third, then ask. I see, and when you follow up, just follow up with base level question. Don't just go with like just when we're gonna book in. Just ask about their day, then start a conversation from there. Because once you have followed up, like they left you on red, right? So they are a lot colder then. So I don't think it's the optimal time to like book them because we don't have to rush anything. Like if he books 2 3 days later, then still then it's like better than not getting him booked in. So just there's no need to rush. Follow ACA rule. First acknowledge, then compliment, then ask. Follow these steps and you like will never get left on red, to be honest.
Definitely. Yeah, actually acknowledge better because I was like saying, okay, gotcha, on all of this.
Hey, what's good, everyone?
Welcome back to another module where today we're going to be going over live convo examples, the secret sauce on how I'm booking appointments for Elijah, the team, and how you can start booking appointments as well. Because one thing, theory is one thing, but to actually see it live in action is super helpful from what I found. So hopefully this helps you guys and you become the top setter for your team, whoever you apply for. Now ignore the background, it's my little brother's room. Definitely not a big Avengers fan, as you can tell, but anyway, let's get straight into this. So not gonna make this too edited because I'm not trying to be that guy, but yeah, I'll just show you, literally just show you what my inbox looks like and what I need to do. And provided you watch, make sure you watch the first module as well about the actual framework breakdown, because that's gonna give you some context as to what messages I'm sending, why I'm sending it. All right, let's scroll all the way down to this guy. So okay, is it sharing? Let me see if it's sharing. Okay, it's sharing, that's good. So this guy's an inbound DM. He came to me first and he said, hello, I've come across a video of yours showing an appointment setting training. I'd like to ask some questions. Since you provided your Instagram, we have time for that. So this is an inbound, should be pretty easy. I say go for it. You can ask some questions. Okay, I'm a VA, want to change my job to an appointment setter. I don't know where to start learning from scratch. Do you have any ideas on how can someone start this and how to make it a full-time job? I've thought about going to business owners and asking for training. So right off the bat, he's given me a ton of leverage. He wants to become an appointment setter. He doesn't want to be a VA anymore. He doesn't know where to go to learn from scratch. And so far he's thought about going to business owners and asking for training. So that's already 3 pieces of leverage. Leverage, all it is, just think of it as ammo. Think of it as reasons. Think of it as reasons to get them to hop on a call. Think of it as power. That's what leverage is. So off the bat, he's already given me 3 pieces of leverage. So I said, yeah, sure. You want me to send some free training? So I actually looking at it now. What I do with Elijah is I send over our free training just in case they don't know. Just in case they don't know very much in the beginning. Now I'm going to change that to my original approach, which is way more aggressive, just trying to get them to book a call. So I shouldn't have done this, but it works either way. Like, we book calls through this. So I send him the free training, give him some resources. Yes, it's helpful, send it over. Checked it out, very valuable. Thank you so much, man. I'll watch so many of your videos, give you a like, subscribe as well. Cool. So I realized that, and then I get to asking questions, which is the right thing to do. So what made you want to become a setter instead of a VA? So I just attack one of the leverage points, him becoming a setter instead of a VA, and I say, just so I understand. Now I'm going to put in the module, or one of the modules, the secrets to keeping people engaged in the conversation. Now one of them is validation. So saying things like, thank you, makes sense, nice, amazing, sounds good, sounds like a plan. Just anything before you ask the question, so that it doesn't feel like an interview. And it does 2 things. It makes them not feel like they're in an interview and therefore leave you on red, and also it makes them feel heard, makes them feel important. And if you don't know, making someone feel heard and important, that is one of, if not the most powerful tool you can use to win friends and influence people. You want to make them feel important, make them feel heard. So that just knocks like 3 birds with 1 stone. So validation, you don't have to do it every time, okay? You don't have to be saying nice 3 times in a row, but use your common sense, use your social skills, just do it most of the time. Add some value. Sometimes you can do this as well, just like instead of the last thing I want to do here, my approach is just don't be like the other setters. Whatever you do, just don't be like the other setters, because if you're like the other setters who gets left on red a lot, doesn't get results, seems salesy and scammy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with sales, but they don't work. Like they're clearly not working. So I don't want to bash myself in that bucket. So I'm just trying my best to make it as natural as possible while still advancing the conversation. So I asked him, are you planning to leave the company? Because I was genuinely curious. Like, is he leaving the company and upgrading to become a setter? And then he said, I left the company a couple of days ago, want to make it full-time. Okay, so how's the search been going? How's the new position so far? So again, just continually looking for leverage here. Just a piece of information that would make him want to hop on a call. So in this case, it's been going well. So I'll be like, That's great. How did they go? Or have you taken them already? Actually, I meant to say, are you waiting? Okay, that's one down. I'll go through some past conversations as well, because what I should have been doing, because I already did some clearing of the inbox before this video, which I shouldn't have done. I should have just been doing it with you guys so you can watch. So we'll go for, not this one. Okay, we'll go for this one. So, yo Gabe, this is me doing outbound now. Specifically when they like or engage with a post. That's why I'm a big advocate for content, because it makes sliding in a lot easier. So I say, yo Gabe, just wanted to say thanks for liking my post and sales post. Appointment setting and sales post honestly means a lot. How's everything going? Responds back. Now here I've been trying a new approach. I've been trying to, because in the beginning what I found is you don't want to go straight into business. You want to match you want to calibrate the room. You want to read the room, or in this case, you want to read the other person. So what I mean by that is, if I were to go straight into business here, he probably would have left me unread. He probably wouldn't be interested. A lot of red flags would be popping up because we haven't built rapport yet. So in order to build rapport, I just ask, I take it slower with people who don't, you know, who's, especially if they're cold, and I've never messaged them in my life before, and I'm coming to them instead of them coming to me, then I'll take it a lot slower. But sometimes there's a new one. So I just say, what's up, where are you from? So this is like what I'm trying out. I'm asking where they're from, just building a connection first before we get into business, because then that way they're more comfortable and then more likely to book a call. So I say UK, you know, cracking some jokes, some humor, trying to get out of here though, haha, cold like Idaho. For real, I'm moving to Washington though, so happy. Oh, awesome, I know I know a guy who I work for who lives there in Everett. Which part are you moving to? So just building more and more rapport, building a connection. That's getting him to open up more. He's going here, cool. And then now I feel like it's the right time to ask about business. Like I've built enough rapport, enough connection, so I just go for it. And I say, might be a shot in the dark, but are you in appointment setting or sales as well? So even then, like, I'm just like, could be completely wrong. Might be a shot in the dark, but I'm assuming you're in appointment setting as well, or sales. Just taking a complete cold read, I guess. If you're dating, you know what that is. And he actually says he's looking into it. So the good thing is here, I ask him what if he's in it as well. You either get yes or getting into it. So that's like in the middle, and then there's no. The good thing is there's plenty of options, so you can go. Yeah, if they say yes, then that's easy. Just advance the conversation, ask how it's going. If they say either no, or if they say no, or they're getting into it, then you can ask like, were you looking to get into it? If they said no, if they said I'm looking to get into it, like this guy did, I can ask him how much does he know about it so far? What's he been doing so far to get into it? How's that been going? So there's plenty of different options. Not much action, just being introduced. So again, I did the bad thing, which is send over some free training, because I could have, if I kept going with the convo, just get him on a call probably. So yeah, send him free training, but this is not bad. Like, this is all goodwill. This is all giving value, which is what we want to do. So yeah, that's that. This guy's supposed to book a call, so I will follow up with him. So, thanks, man. Quick question, he slides in. What's the appointment setting gig? With the appointment setting gig, is it realistic to aim for around 5K a month? Of course it is. Of course. Plenty setters make that and more. What's up? I ask him what's up. So what I didn't want to do here, the wrong thing to do here is just answer his question and leave it. As a setter, you always want to be starting new conversations and getting creative about it if you're having trouble doing that. So I was asking what's up. Like, why did he ask that? It's just a more subtle way to ask why did he ask that, and then boom, that kicks off the conversation. He's drop shipping right now, bootstrapping it, but thinking of doing appointment setting, getting cash flow, hire a mentor, cash flow from setting to improve his life. So there we go. See, opened up, started a convo. Got you, bro. So always validate, making them feel heard. Got you, bro.
Is this something you've been considering for a while? Or so I say that, been planning for a minute. Okay, where do you want to take this appointment setting gig next few months? How much do you want to make? So here I'm just creating contrast between his current situation and his desired situation, because that's in sales, that's what's going to get them to buy. In appointment setting, that's what's going to get them to hop on a call. So I'm just doing that. To be honest, if I'm making around 47k a month, I'm happy. Give me time to leave my part-time job. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna charge. My phone's sitting on this wireless charger, so I might as well charge it. There we go. Turn it on. You might hear a sound in a minute. Is it charging? All right. Let's hope it's charging. So leverage is giving me a ton of ammo. Now the thing is, with setting, the good thing about setting is you can just, as long as you have 1 to 2 points of leverage, you don't even need that many. You just have to read the room. How much pain are they in, or how much do they desire their end goal? And if we can help them, let's get them on a call. Let's pitch them. So I don't even have to draw this out. I just say, look, bro, I'll be direct. Let's get on a one-on-one, see if we can help. Ask me when I'm available. Ask if I send over the team schedule. Booking a call. Well, he hasn't booked in a call yet, so I'm going to follow up. So if you want to follow up, just say open some slots for you so you can check that, or you manage to find a slot. I'm going to speed it up because I think I'm being way too slow right now. So okay, this guy, this guy slides in, hey man, what's up, how you doing, what made you want to reach out? So I'm starting the conversation there. I went to uni, I used to go to uni, he's got uni right now, and we're also in the UK, so that's plenty of rapport already. Throwing in some humor, validate, asking question. See, this is just the source, just building rapport, building a connection so we can open up. And then he starts talking about his friend who invested in a course, and he's thinking of doing it as well, or getting into setting. Cool. Just more. So I want to be careful here because he's been the one asking the questions mainly. And if you don't know, and I might make a video on this, frame control is very important. And how you keep frame is be the one asking questions. They say the one who's asking questions is the one that leads the conversation, is the one who controls it, because the type of questions you ask dictate where the conversation goes. Now at the moment, and your job is to hold frame, which means to be the one asking questions, to be controlling where the convo goes naturally. So this guy at the moment, he's asking a lot of questions. I have to be wary of that. So just ask another question. There's nothing wrong with, these are harmless questions, but I need to start thinking, how can I take back the frame? So is that what you did? I don't know what he meant by that, because he said instead of running coaching business, you don't have skills like these. You start with coaching. I'm start and made some mistakes, but learn from coaching. I was thinking of doing that, but I thought I should get some experience in other ways and start the coaching thing. Okay, cool. So I know what he means by that now. He's deciding if I'll help him make a decision. I got you. So I'll validate. Gotcha, makes sense now. It's up to you, bro. It's up to you. Last thing you want to be doing though. Wait, did he say how long he's been in business for? It's pretty good. I was thinking of. Okay, so I know what to ask this. So it's up to you. Last thing you want to be doing though is this genuine advice. Just is not sitting on the sidelines. Deciding. So I'm gonna ask him, how long have you been in business for? Or considering to get into this
considering getting into biz. Reason I ask that is now if he says he's not in business for long, which I think he's gonna say, then that tells me he doesn't have much experience, therefore we can help him out definitely, and then take it from there. If he says he's been in it for a while, then, but he's already said prior in the conversation that he's not where he wants to be. Like I got a hint that he's not where he wants to be. Otherwise he wouldn't be reaching out and asking about if he should get into coaching or start learning a high income skill. Then I can use that as leverage as well. Yo, Damien, appreciate the follow, bro. Means a lot. How's everything going? Yep, again, same thing. Just reaching out to people who follow me, who like me, or who like my content, and hopefully like me. Comment anything, just anything to start a conversation. It's all right, bro. How's everything going? Yep, report usually how it is. 10 out of 10 so far. Thank you. From UK as well. Motivated. He's from Wales. More report because I was out there last summer. It was actually really nice. Excuse me. Nice. I was out there last summer. Got some nice spot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. Wales is beautiful. Where did you visit? I visited, I think it's called Lidbrook. I know, probably heard of that. So maybe 1 to 2 more back and forths. I'll start transitioning it into the business conversation. But right now I'm just building a connection. Okay, so yo dude, thanks for liking my post. Honestly means a lot. How's things going? Pretty good. What about you? 10 out of 10. Monday so far. Where are you from? Where are you from, by the way? Now what I'm going to do here is fill in my tracking sheet like a good boy, because I want to know how much money I can make. So this guy's got a weird username. He's like a 2011 white suburban kid who drinks Monster and addicted to Xbox type username. Yeah. So I'll fill in my tracking sheet. If you don't use your tracking sheet, then shame on you. You should be doing it. I don't care how boring it is. It's if you don't know where it is, it's included in the Notion. Just scroll down to the bottom. It look like this. Just make your own copy and then fill in every lead that you speak to. Just fill this in, please. Just fill this in. You'll thank yourself later. So now I know. This is gonna tell me, okay, how many people are nurtured, like how many people are actually responding back to my messages. Now this is very, very high because a lot of it is inbound through EJ's account. Link sent, self-explanatory. How many people I speak to, how many links do I send to them, how many actually commit and actually book in, which should be high. I don't know why this is 15. Oh, it's 15 because it's in relation to how many people nurtured. So 15 is not that bad. Appointment taken, so this talks about if they actually showed up on the sales call, and then how many did they close and how many aren't interested. Numbers G. So that's there. I'll talk to this guy. Okay, cool, informative. So I sent him the free training. He's from Nigeria. Send him the free training. We're 15 minutes. I do have questions. Is there a special way to DM them? Ask you not get into the request. Honesty is best policy. Policy if you're worried about landing in. So this guy, I'm just giving him sauce. I'm just giving him value because I'm not really too concerned about booking him in. If you're worried about landing in the message request, either add them as friends first, because this is true. Well, I haven't used Facebook in a while, but we'll see. Either add them as friends first, or increase your volume. Let's see if anyone, you can send me voice. Yes, that's even better. Okay, perfect. We're gonna book a call. We are gonna book a call in this training. So we will send over Homero's link and then add some urgency. I saved this. If you're wondering how that, whoa, Matt, how did you just do that? basically, if you're a setter, this is in the bonus message hacks module. If you're a setter, or is it keyboard? This also works for phone. Go to text, go to replacement. The stuff that you say all the time, the messages that you say all the time, just save them as a shortcut. So, for example, this is one of the things I say all the time. I say, just to add some urgency after sending the link so they don't dilly-dally around, waste our time, and not book a call. So I say this all the time, but it's way too long to type out myself, so I just save it as a shortcut here for SW. Game changer. So that's a book call. Well, it's going to be a book call, so let me just fill that in on the tracking sheet. Oh, come on. Dude changed his name. D. Nadif. I'll speed it up, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually, but I'll speed it up. D. Nadif. Link sent. D. Nadif. Link sent. Perfect. And the best part about the track, well, one of the good parts about the tracking sheet is that when you come to the end of the month, and you want to be separating these month by month. So I go to January, got December, January, February. It's going to continue on for the remaining months. At the end of the month, it will tell you your numbers. You can give this to the person you're working with, and then you can make adjustments. So you can be like, hey dude, so I noticed our booking rate, our appointment booking rate is 15%. Assuming you're not happy about that, you want to get to 20%, just ask him, how can we boost it up? And he'll love you for it because you've been proactively tracking your conversations, and that shows you're being proactive. That shows you're doing more than the bare minimum, and you're gonna love you for that. Okay, this guy responded. We'll say in a minute. This guy might book in. Schedule like, are you some appointment setter or Matt himself? Oh, for God's sake. Well, he's asking if it's Matt, which obviously it is. He's testing my frame a bit, so I need to hold it. So I'm not going to send you a voice message, dude. I mean, I might do, but yes, it's Matt. Alright, what's up? So I'm now taking the frame because I'm asking him what's wrong. Well, that's not really taking the frame, but it's just me asking the questions again. Because I don't see anything wrong with it. If it's a setter, regardless if it's me or a setter, there's nothing wrong. I need to win that frame battle. No. I'm gonna go to. Okay. What I'm gonna do is, actually, I'll respond to more of these. I'll go to my Facebook as well, just cause. And then in the next module, I'll go through Elijah's account where he's getting inbound DMs. So I'll show you how that's done. So we'll just go to Facebook, see if there's anything there. I realize a lot of beginners will probably land in an outbound setting position, which sucks, I know, but hey, everyone's been there. You gotta go through it. Well, you gotta go through it basically. You gotta be in the trenches, get rejected a billion times, and then slowly but surely you'll upgrade your skills, you'll learn to take rejection better, and maybe they'll upgrade you to an inbound closing position, or inbound setter position, or you find an inbound setting position, but you got the experience, therefore you get the job easier. So we'll go through Instagram, my Instagram, we'll go through Facebook, and then the next module we'll go through EJ's, because he's got tons of leads there. What's gotten you interested? So same thing, same error. Actually, I really screwed up on this one. So this guy was he's very, very warm / hot lead pose. I could have just booked him on a call there. But then I did the mistake of like asking how much he knows and sending him the free training, which isn't a mistake again, but I could have got him on a call by now. I work 7 days a week. I'm not sure I want to be with money. Gotcha, bro. What are you aiming for in terms of money? Like how much do you make? Like how much? Again, I'm gonna try to keep it as natural as possible. Like how much are
you wanting to make next few months? Okay, so I'm positive I'm gonna book this guy in. Work 7 days a week, still want to be with money. You notice I'm not reading off a script, and that's good, because what you want to be doing instead, another good thing that setters do, just like you would in normal conversation, you would say things based off what they last said. Now with conversation, we do that all the time, but when it comes to the DM, for some reason, our brain just throws it away. So what I'm doing here is, he said that, so leverage, he works 7 days a week, not where he wants to be with money. So if he says that, obviously I'm not going to start saying, like, are you a setter yet? Or something completely irrelevant that most people do, just looking at the script, okay, what question do I copy paste next? No. If he's talking about this, he says he's not where he wants to be with money, so I'll ask him about that. I'll ask him about money, like, how much do you want to make? How much are you earning right now? It doesn't matter. Talk about what, like, you want to just, what you say should be based on what he last said. That's what I'm trying to say here. Let's talk with this guy. Fuck, okay. Same here. Can't wait for what's to come. Where are you from? Bangalore, India. What about you? Okay, well, I'm not booking you in, sorry. And I'll say I'm not booking them in, like just because there's a high likelihood, there's nuance, but there's a high likelihood that these guys from these third world countries, nothing personal, just won't have the finances to join. So India, what about you? UK. I should actually continue this convo. You know, to check that out. Let me do it on this anyway. Awesome. Can definitely do that. I'm gonna ask, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing right now? You working? Yeah. Excuse me. Jeez. Appreciate the follow. Seeing your YouTube videos. Help the consistency. Are you in setting and sales? Just discovered the space. Wants to get into it. How are you finding it so far? Going well? You know, I think you meant to say Tate. Do digital marketing, so hopefully, or whatever TAF is. Didn't want to do college. Again, you're just telling me everything. And you're going to get to a point, if you build your brand enough, they're just going to tell you ammo. They're just going to give you ammo, so it's going to be easy. Yep, I feel you. Why I dropped out last year. How do you feel about it so far? How's that been going so far? Start in February, just researching. What did you need? Wrap your head around. Just to see if I can help. The reason I asked this is because I don't want him sitting on the sidelines until fucking February. So I want to see if I can speed the process up. And then that's going to give me more reason to book him in on a call. Stuck to this person. We landed a position yet. Kind of lost right now. Small country, Southeast Asia. I don't think it's easy to land a position. For now, I'm focusing on mastering the skills. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Can definitely do both though. At the same time. Location can be a minor headache, because really, guys, like, location, if you're fussed about location, then it's not really that big of a deal. Like, as long as you're coachable, you're a good person, you're willing to learn, you're good at the skill or improving at the skill fast, especially if you're a setter. Closer may be a bit more difficult, because they're going to rely to hop on Zoom calls with people
and the time zone can be an issue. But if you're a setter, there's no excuse. Location can be minor issue, but especially if you're setting, it's not really a problem, more of a limiting belief. Okay, so I want to ask a question, advance the conversation. What should I ask? I'm gonna ask, I'm just kind of lost right now, plus I live in a small country, Southeast Asia. I think at that learn a position, more national skills. I'm gonna ask, how long ago did you start? If you're stuck on what to say next, a time-based question is like your, what's the word? A time-based question is your safety net, basically. It's an easy, it's a whatever it's called. It's just something that you can ask like almost any time. It's very versatile because time can extract pain. We don't want to waste time. So if you ask things like how long ago did you start, or how long they've been in business for, you can go many different ways there. Sorry, my eye's really itchy, which is why I'm scratching it a lot. But okay, we move. Time-based questions are really, really important, and they work a lot because you can ask like, okay, so for example, I asked how long ago did you start? If she says a couple months ago, so not very long, then that's leverage. If she says she's been trying it for a while now, but hasn't gotten the results, that's also leverage. So either way you're finding, it's going to bring out some sort of pain to the surface, which is leverage. I need to stop saying Alright, these ones are personal. This one, we'll go to this one. So you ask, can I access the free group in the Discord? Start the conversation, assuming you're in appointment setting in sales as well. Join the server, cool. Send him an opportunity. Reach out on social platforms. Okay, this is more it's more personal. All right then. All right. Are there any other good conversations that we can? What other conversations? And see, look, I want to make this clear. It may look like it's all sunshine and rainbows, like everyone replies to me, but that's just not the case. I get rejected more than you, guaranteed, if you're watching this. So look, he probably hasn't read it because it doesn't see read 18 minutes ago, but this is what I'm doing to get new leads, start new conversations. But look how many people either have left me in red or haven't watched it. I haven't seen the message yet. So I get rejected every day, it's fine. No sweat, it's just part of the process. The more you get rejected, look for the no. But if you look for the no, the more no's you get, the more yeses you're bound to get. Let's see if there's a good convo. I'll show you this one, and then I'll go to Facebook, and then I'll stop this, and then move on to the next module. So again, classic. How's things going? Not bad. Where are you from? Rapport, connection. Ask him about business. Is he in appointment setting or sales? Doesn't think he's too old for that. Too old. I don't think he's old enough for it yet. So I just ask him like, how old are you? Just going based off what he said. Don't mind me asking. Turned 16. People say I look 20. Humor, rapport. Can do it for if you're 16. Now he's interested. He's asking, no way, is this what you do for a living? Yes, sir. Not making anything crazy right now, but we're in the beginning stages. Better than stacking crates, more humor, more rapport. Electrician course, I send a voice note. See if you can. I don't think you can hear it because I'm sharing through OBS, but I basically said in the voice note, I know a lot of people doing a similar thing, like engineering, but they're also doing this at the same time and being resourceful. So he's asking about it. Tell him more about it. How much would I make a year? Oh, I forgot to answer. I forgot to answer. Yes, I want to answer this guy's questions, but now he's taking more of the frame because he's the one asking questions, and I don't want that to happen. So I don't want it to get off track. So how much would it make a year from doing this? Hey man, sorry, just replying now. How much would you make a year? First year could be another 10K a month for sure. I'm gonna ask him, what are you doing anything right now? You doing anything right now to pay the bills? Income? Did I say just so I understand? Just so I understand. Oops, that's another shortcut. Now the reason I say just so I understand a lot, or if you don't mind me asking, is because if you give your question, if you give your request, if you pair it with a reason why you're asking it, it's way more powerful. Look up the story of the printer, of the because effect. I think that's what it's called, the because effect. Look that up, and it'll make sense. Because if you give more of a reason, if you give them a reason why you're asking it or making the request, then they're more likely to answer it. There we go. We will go to my DMs now. Oh, that's personal. Okay, we'll sort this out later. This is a partnership. We'll get you more partnerships. Okay, let's see what we got here. What's your service price? Just asking, can you speak about it? No. Hell no, dude. I have to hop on a call. Assuming interested, we'd have to hop on a 1-1 first. We don't just say the price, investment cost out loud to everyone we meet on the street. That's true. Just life in general. So I'm asking him his desired situation. His life in general. Closing and graphic design. Yeah, there's not much to extrapolate from Facebook right now because I don't really use this. The power of network, my G. This guy's not a prospect, he's just trying to probably pitch me. It's not bad. Anyways, I'll call it a day there. Hopefully you enjoyed this first module. The next one, which I'm probably going to film straight after, it's going to be going through Elijah's inbox. So, see you in the next one. Alright, what's good everyone? This is going to be setter time management / workflow. So, when you start your day, recommend you do these tasks in order. And again, you can change it around, do what works for you, but this is what I prefer you guys to do. First thing you do, let's say you wake up in the morning and your inbox has been piled up, got some text to respond to. The first thing you want to do is just reply to any hot leads, if any. Basically people who are ready to go or almost ready to go in terms of booking a call, or even sometimes people who are ready to pay. So if there is any, reply to them first, just so they don't get colder and colder as you wait and let it sit around. The second thing you do are follow-ups. So you want to be doing your follow-ups first, just because in terms of leads, the ones who have to be followed up are typically people you've already been speaking to, and they're going to be much warmer compared to the people who are like warm or cold, basically people who you haven't spoken to first. So the follow-ups, it's better if you just speak to them first because they're further down the conveyor belt and are ready to, much nearer to booking a call. So you want to do your follow-ups. And then after you've done your follow-ups, reply to the warm and cold leads. So those who you just started speaking to, those who are, these are basically the same thing actually. So actually no, these aren't the same thing. The follow-ups are people who either haven't responded or people who haven't responded, or give me a second, or had left you in red. So left you in red or haven't responded. The replying to the warm and cold leads, so these are just people now who you just have to reply back to, so reply back to them. And then the last thing is you want to start new convos. So 1, 2, 3, 4. After that, rinse and repeat. So if there's any new messages that come through, just reply to them. If there's people who are leaving you on red and you haven't followed up with them, follow up with them. But that's basically what it is, setter time management and workflow. That's what I do. And then the beauty about setting is you can do it throughout the day, or you can split it up. That's the great thing about setting. So, or you can just do it in one focused block. So that's what it is for today, setter time management and workflow. Any questions, just ask me in the Slack, and I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's good everyone? Welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be discussing the topic of, if you're in a setting offer right now or a high ticket sales offer, how do you know when you should leave it? If you're in a position where you are on a setting position or a sales position, let's say you've been there for a couple of weeks to a couple of months now, you've gotten to know the team, you've gotten to know the business owner, maybe you've booked some calls and you've gotten some commissions here and there, but things are starting to run a bit dry and uncertainty is starting to creep in as to whether you can stay here long term, if this is something that you want to keep doing for another 3 to 6 months, or should you just look at other options and start applying to those instead. Today's video, I'm going to answer those questions. I'm going to give you a couple signs to know whether it's time to leave that offer or whether to stay and to push through with it. If you don't know me already, my name is Matt Jacob. I've done over $250,000 worth of appointments set and counting for different offers, different niches, and also for my own business known as the Oracle. I was setting for about 2.5 years before I started the Oracle, which is my mentorship program. And I've worked with people like Tuzer, Sumner Healy, Elijah Pascal, and more. So if you want to learn more about me, my story, etc., go to my YouTube channel. But other than that, should you leave the offer that you're on? When should you start looking? All right. So I think the first sign, then the most obvious sign, is if you've been on it for a couple months now and there's been little to no progression. They've made several promises and several changes, saying they're going to improve their closing rate, they're going to hire a mentor, they're going to increase the lead flow, they're going to run ads, etc. They're going to hire infrastructures and put more systems in place. And then let's say you've given them the benefit of the doubt. It's been 1 week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, let's say like even a couple months now, and they still haven't done any of those things. I think that's a red flag, and I think that's a time to start looking for other offers, because how they do one thing is how they're going to do everything. If they keep making these empty promises about the offer, then safe to say it's just going to keep going, right? You have to do what's best for you, and loyalty can only get you so far in the appointment setting and sales space. Because one of the mistakes that I used to make was I was very, very loyal to one offer, and they did help me out in the beginning. However, there was a point where things were starting to look a bit rocky, like they weren't making as much revenue, they weren't making the changes they said they were going to make, their closing rate was iffy, they weren't getting as much students in, and I was also in a situation when I just freshly moved to Thailand. I'm sure the offer owner watching this, he's one of my good friends, he's cool with me sharing, but I think him and I both knew that things were a bit stagnant in the business at that time. So in the meantime, I had to start looking for other offers to hop on, because I didn't want to be there sinking with them. I needed to obviously make some money while I was still in Thailand, pay for bills, pay for expenses, and I also had a flight to catch to Philippines. So I can't just sit there and just drown with them, right? I had to look for another offer, and it ended up working out. And the best part about that was, because we were cool, I ended up just hopping back on that offer when things were good again. Like there was no burnt bridges, no nothing. It's just at that time I had to do what's best for me, and I had to hop off that offer. So the first thing was empty promises or little to no progression with the offer. That's sign number one. That's the biggest one for me. So the second sign you should hop off the offer that you're currently on is kind of different, but within the same vein. So if a better offer or a better opportunity comes by and it's an absolute no-brainer, meaning that you will get accepted or you've already been accepted into it, you fit the criteria, and it makes you a lot more money, it works better in terms of your hours, in terms of your flexibility and your schedule, everything just ticks off the boxes, I think that's a good sign to hop off the current offer that you're on and get on that offer. Now, if you can balance both offers, then more power to you, because you're just going to end up making more money. But if you're in a situation where you can't balance both offers and you have to pick one or the other, then just go with the one that best suits you, your situation. Now, the third sign is if you've outgrown that offer, meaning you've become the top setter or the top closer on that offer. And let's say especially you've done that consistently for many months now.
It's entirely up to you what you want to do in that situation. I'm a big believer in changing your environment and raising your standards. If you've been comfortable as the top setter and you've been consistently closing deals, booking meetings, making the most commission out of everyone on the team, I think that's a sign where you should look for something else that's going to raise your standards, that's going to make you uncomfortable, and you have to start from ground zero again, where you're not the top setter or the top closer. Because in this way, it's going to force you to grow, it's going to force you to make more money and get better at the skill. This is really, really important, guys, because I find so many setters and so many closers, they get to a point where they're extremely good at that company, and then they're like the top performer, and then they start to coast for a while, and then let's say they even start to die down in their performance. And the next thing you know it, the new person, the new kid on the block, hops in the offer, starts killing it, and then they take your place as the top setter or top closer, right? We don't want that happening. You want to keep growing and getting better and better. Whether this is appointment setting, high ticket closing, management, or you start your own business, you always want to be raising your standards, getting into bigger rooms, people with more success than you and more results than you. So I think if you've been the top performer for a while and you're getting comfortable, then it's time to look for a new opportunity where you can make more money and challenge yourself again and light a fire under your ass. So number 3, guys, is if you've been the top performer for a while and you're looking for a new challenge. So number 4 is if the company starts doing things against your morals and values. Now, this is going to be more of a question of ethics, but I bring this up because one of my mentors, he used to work for an 8-figure company and he started from ground zero. He used to be the lowest closer, he used to be the new kid on the block. And then within the span of 5 months, he went from new kid on the block to top setter. And then from top setter, he started closing, obviously again, the new kid on the block. However, give him a couple more months and he ended up being the top closer by far, by a long shot. And then all the other closers on that team, they also had teams. They had a team of setters, they had a team of other people helping them out. Meanwhile, my mentor, he went from bottom closer to top closer in just a couple months just by himself. So that was amazing and it was all good for him. He was making 20K plus a month just off of commissions working for that 8-figure company. And to go from zero to that much money in commissions only in just a couple months was amazing to him and it was life-changing. But he told me the story and he had to eventually leave because he soon found out that the company, which we won't name for privacy purposes, but he found out that the company was starting to do some shady stuff. So he had to leave. It was going against his morals and values. And this is going to lead me on to my 4th point, where if a company starts doing things against your morals and values, then it's time to hop off. Like, you should not be part of that. No matter how much money you're making on that offer, if they're doing things against your will or they're doing things against your morals, then you need to hop off. Like, it's a no-brainer. It's as simple as that. You need to keep your ethics on point while you're in this game. So number 4 is if the company starts doing things against your morals and your ethics and your values. And number 5 is if the company no longer aligns with your future goals and your vision. So let's say they made a couple changes, like I said, and you want to become a closer. If there's no path to closing and you're a setter on the company, you've asked and you've been the top performer and you've been proving yourself where to the point where you should be able to start closing some deals and at least giving it a try. If there is no path to closing on that company, then maybe it's time to start looking for a different company where you can become a closer. If that's your goal, at least. If you want to become a setter manager or a sales manager and there just isn't a path to doing that in that company, then no brainer, time to look for a different offer and leave that current one. Because you want to be doing things, like I said, that's best for you. Loyalty can only get you so far in this space. You have to do what's best for you guys in this space. As cool as it may sound, you have to get on offers and do things that fit within your vision and your life plan. You know, businesses all the time, they have to let go of low performing setters and closers just because even if they may like them, they have to just let them go because they're holding them back. And that's just how it is. So those are the 5 signs you should hop off the current offer that you're on. And if at least 2 or 3 out of those 5 signs do fit for your situation, then it's a good sign to start looking for other offers. So hope you enjoyed this video. Like, comment, subscribe if you're new to the channel. And if you want to work one-on-one with me, link in the description. But other than that, guys, hope you enjoyed this one and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Let's get it kicked off. I know we're 8 minutes in already of yapping, so let's go.
Yeah. First thing, just like my brother, I had to do a presentation as well. So I actually cooked one up for you.
Oh my God.
Had to. You know the drill.
Now we're talking.
Okay. Let me share my screen. I'll walk through like my tips, what I showed you guys. I have a lot of respect for Matt. I know he's doing good things in the appointment setting stuff. And you're in safe hands with Matt. And I knew I had to step up when I came here. And then we can ask questions at the end. I'm more than happy to help you guys out because you'll probably find out we're actually a lot similar Like I'm not some crazy guy or anything. I'm just like a normal guy that just worked really hard to get to where I'm at.
Yeah.
So I'll share my screen. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Yeah.
Just
So this
setting
is
up.
my story from broke uni dropout to closing $2 million in cash. So
Sounds
I'm not
familiar.
I'm not a millionaire yet. I make as a closer 10% plus bonuses, so it may be close to like 15%. And I've done this over 14 months. Okay. So what this call is about is just to tell you guys what I would tell like my younger version of myself. So I'll show you, although that I've had some success, I'm not some like special crazy guy. I'm probably more similar than you actually think. And it'll be about like my stories from beginnings to where I'm at now, what actually changed me to be successful, the top like 1% sales mentality as well. I think it's quite common between the top guys. And also at the end, I'll give you some interview sauce because I actually interview people myself to join my offer for like sales, appointment setting, and closing. So who is Alfonso? So I'm the twin brother of Mateo. I had to shout out my brother. We're 21 years old. So I was born in the Philippines and moved to Australia when I was 7 with a single mom and 2 brothers. Okay. So I've always been interested in online business since I was actually in high school when I was 16, which is in 2019. I never actually fully committed to myself properly until 2023. And that was high ticket sales, what I actually properly committed to. I've been closing full time since June of 2023. And I'm starting to do sales management. So I'm managing a team of 10 plus appointment setters and closers right now. So that's sort of my role. I'm still full-time closing, but heading towards the management side. So my credentials, like, why should you even listen to me? So I make multiple 5 figures a month in take-home commissions. This was last month, for example. Been in sale for 14 months. My 3rd month, I did hit $10,000 per month. I've collected over 1.9 million in just upfront cash collected. So that's not including like rebills and payment plans, or also bonuses, commissions. That's just upfront cash collected. And I'm grateful that I can work wherever I want, whenever I want. I'm currently traveling around Southeast Asia, right now in Manila. Been hanging out with Matt as well. I've also spent a lot of money on courses. So I know what that was like for me. So before making money online, nothing crazy. I worked at McDonald's in high school. I was in uni studying finance, cybersecurity. The reason I picked it was because in Australia, it was common to like land a job because it was in high demand, whatever. I was good at finance, but not good enough to be top 1%, which is investment banking. That's where you make like, 300K a year, 500K a year plus. I also hated it, even though I was like pretty good at it. And with cybersecurity, it was quite a large skill gap. You have these guys who've been coding since they were 2 years old, and you have guys like me who like just started coding. Thank God I wasn't failing anything, but there was a massive fail rate and it was very frustrating. Honestly, the reason why I did it, I have an Asian mom, kind of was just chosen to go down to uni like everyone else. And it just sounds really good on paper, right? Finance and cybersecurity, that sounds good. The reality of the situation is that you're only going to be earning 60 grand a year straight out of uni, which if I worked full time at my retail, hospitality, I'd kind of earn the same amount. So I kind of already knew like I didn't want to do it. So at the time, I was working at like a liquor / alcohol store. I don't know what you guys call it in your countries, but in Australia, called like a bottle shop. While at university, so I had like I can talk about my experience there, but to keep it short, it was quite unsafe work. People were stealing all the time. There was no security. It was quite dangerous. You get alcoholics coming in. I would see regular people drink their life away. I'd hear people struggling and hearing about their stories who come in and buy a bottle of whiskey every day. I also had older coworkers who were alcoholics themselves. Like it was not the nicest environment, but I learned a lot, and I'm very grateful I worked there. Also did laboring work at a warehouse, like physical jobs, kind of like, yeah, unloading sea containers, just manual labor, hard work. I knew I didn't want to get paid per hour. I just only wanted more money, but I knew I was kind of limited by the jobs I had. Okay, so this is before money online. This was kind of me. So pretty average guy, right? So now this is me online money before 2023. So I actually bought my first course about running an animation agency when I was 16. I think I spent maybe $500 for it on a payment plan on like a 3K program. I paid like 6 months installment. I actually refunded after the first month because I was like too scared. And I just wanted to like download all the videos or like watch the videos and not actually pay the rest of it. I've always watched tons of videos on dropshipping, affiliate marketing, crypto, all between 2019 2022. I never actually ran like a store properly in terms of drop shipping and affiliate marketing. I just built websites, looked at products, thought I was being productive, right? Like doing a bunch of research. But I never actually fully committed to running a store or never buying another course, or I never ran ads. I never paid ads. So I would have a sick website and look at it, think I'm productive. But really, I wasn't doing shit. Also did lots of crypto stuff, was gambling. Didn't really know what we were doing. Made a lot of money, but kind of lost more. You know, got scammed, got rug pulled, made good money. It's quite degenerate, but that's what I was doing before. And then it sounds kind of dumb now thinking about it. But in end of 2022, my brother and I, we decided to run digital, we ran agencies, except we run separate ones. Our plan was to like both do our own separate agency, then whichever one was more successful, we'd kind of go all in on that one, which is a retarded plan if you actually think about it. We should have just stuck together at the same thing. I think what drove us to do all this, Andrew Tate definitely was a huge fire, like seeing on social media, just lots of guys making money. You're like, you know, we need to make something happen. Okay. But here's what the biggest concept that I want you guys to learn. It's called, I like to call it the moment of realization. Okay. I learned this from my mentor. So I always knew that I didn't want a regular 9 to 5. That, you know, I hear lots of people saying that, but, you know, I don't actually know. I didn't really know why until I actually experienced it. So I'm sure all of us here, you'd be on this call because you don't really want to do the 9 to 5, right? So I felt like I was kind of a feather in the wind, letting my life blow away with like no control, meaning I would let life push me to do where I want, like go to uni, do this job. I was never actually taking control of what I wanted to do. So you need to have the facts on your situation and you must expand on it and be 100% clear on the facts of your situation. So for me, my moment of realization to actually commit to an online business was I was at uni. I hated it. Okay. Doing online class just to earn a 60K job a year and graduate, be stuck in an office, being depressed and 9 to 5. That scared me. Okay. Living paycheck to paycheck, 60K a year, stuck in the office, can't travel. You know, I didn't want to work at a warehouse because in my experience there, people are breaking their backs. They'd be alcoholics. They would smoke cigarettes every day, waste their life away, and always be complaining, always in a bad mood. And they're working just to work and pay bills, sleep, do the next thing. That scared me. Cost of living going up. My savings not going up that much, worrying about money. Like although I was working jobs, and I was earning, if I worked full time, sometimes I would earn close to this per month. If you do, you know, or close to 5,000 a month or whatever. I knew that if I fucking graduate in uni, I'd earn 6K a year anyway. So I knew something needed to happen because my savings weren't going that much because of the cost of living and stuff. It's hard to live out here these days. And also being stuck in my hometown. Like I'm from Perth, Western Australia, and I've been stayed there since I was 7, really. Never really moved anywhere, never really explored too much besides going back home to the Philippines every once in a while. So that's why I knew something needed to change. But do you guys see how it was 100% clear to me, and it's not like surface level. This is what I want to get you guys to know. Even though I had this moment of realization to commit to an online business, I still wasn't 100% committed. Okay. So like I said, it's very important that you know these realizations specific to you, which I'll touch on later. So even though, like I said, I had this moment of realization where I needed to do something, I still didn't. And the reason why is because nerves/limiting beliefs. I think it's like mostly nerves, but a lot of it is limiting beliefs too. So for example, I was nervous about investing my hard-earned money and into an online business and it not working because I spent hours, right, trying to build up my savings. I was scared about investing time and seeing no results because I could be maybe studying, I could be having fun or working more jobs trying to earn money the safe way. I was nervous about what my friends and family would think. I don't know about you guys, but besides my literal identical twin brother, I didn't know anyone in real life actually making money online. People talked about it, like, yeah, oh, this drop shipping thing. Oh, I saw this guy making money online, but no one actually cared, like me. So, yeah, I felt like I made these limited beliefs. Like I felt I didn't have enough time to commit to something. I felt like I had no energy after doing, you know, serving customers or doing warehouse work. I felt like, oh, let me commit to an online business properly once I graduate uni. Let me just do this shit on the side kind of thing. Or like, oh, let me just enjoy my late teens, early 20s. Let me just you know, drink and party and smoke weed, the usual stuff, right? This is what I realized on later, which I'll touch, but it's actually okay to feel nervous or scared to commit to something. Even once you've committed, to keep going. It's okay to feel nervous or scared because if it wasn't supposed to feel like this, everyone would literally be millionaires. Okay. So nothing great in this world was ever built by someone who wasn't a little bit nervous or scared at first. So the key here is that you have to feel those nerves, but still do it anyways. Okay. Everyone that became successful, I know, had to do the same thing and they had the same stories. Think, even Tate talks about this, Alex Hormozy, right? But it's just like when you go to the store and you're buying candy for the first time as a receptionist, like speaking to the cashier. Like I remember I was super scared the first time I ever did that. But now I do it. I don't even think about it. I just do it, right? Same as driving for the first time. I remember hopping in the car for the first time. I was super nervous of like crashing. Is it gonna work? Am I gonna have to pay my mom because I'm gonna crash the car, right? But then now I'm driving. I don't even think about driving. So feeling those nervous is okay. Feeling those limiting beliefs, it's okay, but you're supposed to do it anyways. That's the whole point. Okay. So this is a story on how I got into sales. So my brother and I were actually running two separate marketing agencies. We bought two separate courses, funnily enough. We thought that was like a good idea. So my twin brother was more committed than me, and he invested in a mentor. And that mentor told him that his bottleneck in his agency was sales. So basically, Mateo, who's here, he told me, get into sales, learn more rather than doing an agency so that when we do work together in an agency, I can know sales and we can make more money, right? That was the thought. So this is a story on me buying the sales coaching program. Okay, so my brother's mentor at the time said his sales mentor, so my brother's mentor's mentor was starting a sales coaching program. And he said, do you want to join it? Or do you want to look to see if you're a good fit, right? And this was the first ever cohort of the program. It was a new program. There was no case studies. It was just a dream. It was just text on screen. It was just a video, right? Saying, we'll do this, this, this. You'll make 10K a month, blah, blah, blah. So obviously that guy invited me to a Zoom call with my brother. Anyway, I didn't realize at the time. I thought he just asked me questions, see if I was a good fit. But then he did sell me into a 4K British pounds program, or he tried to, right? Which is, for me, in Australian dollars, that's 7.8K. That was a lot of money for me. Of course, I was extremely nervous, extremely scared. But, you know, because I guess my brother referred me, I was kind of ready to take a risk and I had some savings. The problem here was I physically did not have money in my bank account because I actually gave my money that I earned to my mom to put into the mortgage account to lower the interest rates, right? So I didn't have that physically on me, the 7.8 thousand AUD. So when he was asking me for payment to join the program, I said, I need to ask my mom for funds. And it's funny looking back because I'm a sales guy now. He tried to like objection handle me to see if I was actually being legit, but actually was being legit. And it's funny to look at now because I hate it when people give me parent objections. If I try and close someone, they're like, oh, let me talk to my mom. I'm just like, oh, but I'm like, wait, I was that guy as well. But mine was like actual logistical. So anyway, my mom's in the other room. I speak with her and I'm like, hey mom, you said whenever I get whenever you need me the money, like you'll give it to me, right? Well, can I please get my 7,000 that I gave you to help pay the mortgage? And she's like, sure, how come? Or she's kind of like, sure, how come? She's a bit skeptical, like, why would you need 7 grand all out of the blue, right? And why the whole 7 grand? And I was like, yeah, well, I want to buy an online coaching program. Anyway, I don't want to get into the full story. My brother can speak on this. He was there. He saw the whole thing. But long story short, my mom was in corporate sales and she wanted to get me like a real job and continue university. So it was a pure fight. It was like an actual, not like a yelling, but it was more like super frustrated. Yeah, I guess yelling to a degree. And at the end of it, she actually cried because I wanted to buy the sales online coaching programs from some random guy on the internet. And she was in real life corporate sales and said, don't do that. Like just finish uni, get a degree, and I'll get you a sales job because I know people. Right. But it was my money. So seeing my mom cry, I don't know about you guys, but I grew up with a single mom. Seeing my mom cry, it was one of the most visceral, like I can still picture it. I can still have that feeling. Like it was the most painful thing because my mom worked so hard to get from the Philippines to Australia. And to see her cry and me making her cry, that was a moment of realization, like I said before, of like I needed to make this work. Anyway, it's funny. This guy was waiting me to pay like 20 minutes. And then I remembered he actually tweeted about it. And long story short, I paid like a $1,000 deposit at the time because my mom didn't give me money. Then a few days later, my mom paid me anyway because it was my money. And I paid the remaining amount and I started this program. So it actually took 1 month for the program to start. For 1 month, I heard nothing besides, oh, we're going to start next week. We'll start next week. So there's lots of uncertainty there. My brother and mom like heard about this for 4 weeks, didn't know what it entails, lots of uncertainty on like what it entails, did I get scammed, etc. Anyway, 4 weeks later, it eventually started. And I was told that there was going to be 3 2-hour coaching calls every single week. Sorry, not day. At the times I usually have dinner with my family, which is like 4 p.m., 6 p.m. In Filipino culture, Matt can agree to this, and you Filipinos here can agree. Having dinner with family, especially you live with them, is like #1 priority. It's like you cannot skip dinner with families. So what I was doing, I was skipping dinner with families 3 times a week. My brother could attest to this because I would literally not be there for dinner. And I'll do live role plays, trying to do it as much as I can with the other guys. I also decided to defer university. So like technically take time off and only work at my job 1 times per week. So my mom was obviously super against what I was doing. But you know, I still live. Thank God she didn't kick me out or anything. I've heard stories of guys getting kicked out and stuff, but it wasn't a good spot for me. So I knew I had to make it work. You guys see where I'm getting from? Like I was in pain that I need to make it work. I had these moment of realizations. I felt extremely guilty, disappointed in my mom, dropping out of uni. She worked so hard just for me to drop out of uni and work 1 time per week and earn $0. Like next 2-3 months, I was doing this coaching program, earning $0. 0. Okay. You can see that. That was me. So then, yeah, I had these moment of realizations, right? Seeing my mom cry, her working so hard for my brothers and I to drop out of uni, stopped working my shift, stopped going to family dinners. My friends and family thinking I'm crazy. Like, what are you doing skipping dinners, dropping out of uni, earning $0? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Except my brother. My twin brother was the only one who knew what this was about. So you see, like, when I have these facts on the table here, I had these moment of realizations that I have no choice but to make it work. I have no other option. So during part 1 of this program, okay, I placed in the bottom of the leaderboard. So you had like assessment shit. I was the very bottom out of 8 guys. That also was a moment of realization. Like, fuck, like I'm doing all this just to be the bottom of the leaderboard. Fuck that. That means if I'm the bottom of the leaderboard, I'm the least guy to get an interview for a sales job. But part 2 of the program, I placed 3rd out of the 8 guys, which was the best out of the guys with 0 experience prior. Some of these guys in the program had previous sales experience. I didn't. Exactly. Your life, your choice. So this was landing my first role. Okay. So if I had to guess where I got lucky in my online journey, I think it would be landing my first role because there was this business opportunity, a coaching offer. I should have made that clear. That was mass hiring salespeople. So in the interview, I had no idea how to do an interview. I was just held up front and I was like, I have 0 experience. This is my experience. This is my training. This is what I did, blah, blah, blah. This is what I'm about. And they somehow took me. They somehow hired me as a closer. And I didn't even do any appointment setting. Usually the progression is you go to appointment setting, then closing. I somehow got into closing. That's where I got lucky. Okay, they hired 5 guys at the same time of me. And at the top guys at this company were doing around 10,000 a month, like just scraping just 10,000 a month. Anyway, when I started, naturally I had 0 experience. I was pretty bad. I was below average, nothing like too crazy where I get fired in the first week, but I was pretty bad. Okay, and here's the turning point. Here's the urgency. Okay, so 3 weeks into this role, my sales manager DMs me a screenshot of the founder of the company saying, fire all the bottom reps. And this was 1 hour before my weekly one-on-one meeting with my sales manager. So the founder of it was like a screenshot of the offer owner saying, fire the bottom reps. But it seemed like he sent the screenshot to me, right? So my heart dropped. I thought I got fired. I thought like this was it. Like fuck all the BS I went through of skipping dinners and making my mom guilty. I was so scared of being fired. I remember like ranting to my brother, just like hell panicking, like full like panic attack. Not panic attack, but like panic mode. And I was like, that can't be an option. Like, no way. Like, there's no way I'm getting fired. Like, how? Like, I did all that just to get fired. Like, fuck my life. Like, I was in that sort of zone. And you can see I tweeted about this, which is pretty funny. But thank fuck on that one-on-one call, he said it wasn't for me. It was for someone else. He deleted that DM. But that for me was another moment of realization. That was a turning point because the threat of being fired was actually real. Like I was so nervous after that, even though he told me like you're safe, I couldn't sleep. I felt like when I woke up that day, I felt like I still had that feeling of being worried. I felt like I had a tiger chasing me, trying to kill me 24/7. And that was actually a good thing. As much as like it sucked, it didn't feel good. It was actually a good thing because I was forced to find solutions. So what did I do? I studied the top guys. I bombarded them with questions. I didn't give a fuck if I was pissing them off or anything because I needed the results to not get fired because I didn't want to let my mom down, right? So I studied the sales methodology, which is Jeremy minus NEPQ. I looked at the course, looked at the YouTube videos, watched all the podcasts, like consumed myself, got obsessed to not get fired. Like that was like my life, right? Obviously, I mean, I still went to the gym and stuff, but I was so productive and I was so intense. Like it's just like that was my life, right? So in my second month of the offer, having zero experience out of 10 plus closers, I beat everyone. As you can see, I blurred the names out. But that's me at the top, Alfonso. And I even had less volume this week, for example. So this is a real thing. So do you guys see how like I had these moments that made me actually push myself to different breakthroughs, right? Before I was shit. When I started off, I sucked. Then I became the best guy. Before I was like towards this zone. Now I'm the best. So then this is the second part. This is like landing a second role and like taking risks and opportunity. Because since I was a top guy, most weeks on the offer, like there was like me and two other guys who are pretty good compared to the rest. I was the top most of the time, but not every single week. A second opportunity came up from a friend. From the OG original coaching program I did, I paid the $7,000 for. So this offer that I was on, or that opportunity came up, so there was a crazy on-target earnings and said, oh, you're gonna earn XYZ, you're gonna earn 20K a month, blah, blah, blah. And I would be the first salesperson ever there. So it wasn't proven. He was saying a bunch of numbers like this is like what you're supposedly gonna make. So I was like, you know, fuck it. Like I'm one of the best guys. Like if they wanted me back, they'll take me back any day, right? So I took time off that role and I decided to try this new one. And I have been on this offer ever since, which was actually September last year. So I've been here for 12 months now. My first month there, I hit 10K. Second month, hit 15K. However, I was hovering between the 13K to 18K month for the next few months. Like literally for the next, besides like December, January, maybe the next 6 months, like just around that. I was very comfortable, right? I was the only closer. I was the first closer. I was the best guy on the offer. I knew I wasn't the best sales guy ever, but I was comfortable, right? Then here another moment, like this is what I'm talking about. You need to have these moments of realizations to keep breaking through. So my next goal is like, I want to be a sales manager, like my original sales manager, right? And I want to break past 20K a month. But at the same time, when you're earning 18K a month, it's like, do I really need to get to sales manager? Do I really want to get to 20K a month? Whatever, right? I didn't feel like the need to get there because I was quite comfortable. I managed to help out my family a little bit. I was earning some money. I was living with my mom still at the time. I was too scared to travel. That's a different story. But I was quite comfortable until another closer came in and literally beat me for the first time ever on this offer in his first month. He just beat me straight, statistically. Previously to that, no one ever came close to me. There were some closers that came and go. They got demoted. Some got fired because they weren't even close to my numbers. And this guy literally beat me. So I had to look at myself in the mirror and realize I'm not doing enough, even though I think I'm good. And, technically compared to some sales guys, I'm doing good. I have to compare myself to myself. I'm not doing enough inputs to get the outputs. I've been stuck at 13K to 18K a month for way too long. My numbers aren't good enough. I've done too many calls on that specific offer. I've done too many call reviews just to get beaten. That means something needed to happen. That means I'm not doing good enough. And it's my fault. It's not like that guy got lucky because we're on the same leads, right? So then before, I had that tiger chasing me of being fired. Now I had this new tiger chasing me. Next month, I coincidentally hit that 20K a month. And I pushed myself to unreasonable standards and results I didn't even believe because I had this moment of realization. That's what I'm keeping coming down to. And I want to help bring you guys to. So was I lucky? Like maybe. I think the lucky part was I didn't do appointment setting. I got straight into closing. Maybe. You can argue, many people can argue that that's still a bad way to do things. But of the 8 people in the original coaching program, only 3 of us got placed on jobs. I ranked number 3. So I got the job. And I don't think I was lucky that they were only picking 3, but me being number 3 was not luck. And it's funny because this coaching program, I'm not going to name it, it doesn't exist anymore because they couldn't place people and they couldn't get good results. So many people got burnt on this program, even though it helped me a ton. Lots of guys got burnt, and if it was still a thing, I wouldn't actually recommend it. Of the 5 people, I said I joined on my first closing offer, my first sales role. 5 people that joined. The other 4 literally all got fired. I was the only one who stayed of that hiring round. That was not luck, right? On my second offer as well, although I did earn 10,000 my first month, there had been 5 other closers in the past 10 months, either got demoted or fired, or, they left before they get fired type shit. So for the most part, it was just me closing on this offer for for ages, right? So even though I didn't have screenshots here, but I doubled their cash collected with the same amount of call volumes. That's not luck. Over a month period, that's not luck. Because I was always extremely committed to being number one and the best. So where does commitment to be the best come from? And this is what I want you guys to be like. It's those moments of realizations that I had, right? With my mom, with dropping out of uni, with skipping dinners, with being fired, with some guy beating me, who I'm actually good friends with now. He's a great guy. The gap between where I am right now and where I should be, I realized, is too far after knowing the facts of my situation. So where did the commitment to be the best come from? It's these visceral moments, right? I can still have that feeling. It's the feeling of a tiger chasing you, almost being stressed, worried, nervous, anxious. These are good emotions to have because they'll force you to make changes. So what I'm saying is you should chase that feeling as much as it's uncomfortable. That's exactly why you'll get rewards, because it's uncomfortable and most people aren't willing to do that. So the feeling you have, it should almost be like you're sick to the stomach, that something is a must change, not like a should change, it's a must. And when you know the facts of your situation by having these moments of realizations, you'll have this feeling and you'll do what it takes to be the best. So the common mistake here is that, sorry, it's not that it should be external, but the common mistake that it's like an external moment of realization, like something happened to you. For example, like a gun pointed to your head. If you had a gun pointed to your head, you're gonna do what you're supposed to do. If someone says, work 7 days a week, gun point to your head, or you die, you're gonna work 7 days a week, right? So things like this are managers pretending to fake fire you, or someone beating you. So for example, those 7 months I was earning 13 to 8K a month, it had to be someone coming in externally to actually beat me for me to actually level up. You see how that's out of my control, someone coming and beating me. So it should all come internal is what I'm trying to say here. And that means getting specific on the facts of your situation, regardless of anyone else. So I was saying here before, yeah, it's like knowing my facts were that my numbers aren't good enough. I have to look at my numbers, look at how much it actually improved. Why have I stayed at this income bracket for so long? I've done so many calls, so much volume. My gap is too far. That's an internal thing. That makes me sick thinking about that. Staying at the same income for 6, 7 months in a sales role, yeah, that's kind of whack. So this is what I want to bring to you guys. You should keep having these moments of realizations and you should embrace it. So in order to make real changes, in order to really level up and, get to that point where you want to be, you need a strong enough pain or reason to. Everyone wants financial freedom. Everyone wants to travel around the world in private jets and be millionaires, right? But why is not everyone doing it? 99% of people never do it. It's because they don't have enough pain or enough reason to change. There's no other option. And this is exactly how we actually sell people, right? So I gave you examples from me and my story, but ultimately you guys will have to go through them yourself. And it's going to be very personal and very specific to you as a human. I can't tell you what your moment of realizations are. You have to discover it in yourself. I can maybe guide you, but it's all on you really. So what you should do is you have to write down your current situation and get extremely specific and granular with where you're at right now and where you should be. Okay, look yourself in the mirror and get specific. So it should be uncomfortable. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. It should feel like you don't want to think about it. Imagine me thinking, okay, I know you guys for maybe earning 10,000 a month seems like a lot, right? But for example, if I was earning $5,000 a month, $2,000 to $5,000 a month for the past 7 months, that should make me feel sick. Why am I not improving? Or let's say I was at $2,000 a month for 7 months. I don't want to think about it. I don't look in the mirror, but it's fuck, that's the reality. And the more specific and visceral and granular and clear it is, the better. And what I started doing recently, right? Because obviously for me, it's not necessarily me getting fired. It's not me paying bills and stuff, but it's me it's an identity-based thing of me getting to where I should be. I write down those moment of realizations and I read it twice per day. And the feeling you should have is like, yeah, you should feel kind of sick in the stomach. That's when you know you're doing it right. You should kind of feel sick. And that's what I try and do. I try and, this sounds weird, but I try and make myself feel sick in the morning. So I'm like, fuck, I need to have a high standard. I need to level up. I need to get better. So some common examples, again, it's going to be very different for everyone, but your income, like X is X 3 months ago and it's Y today. If it's like the same, like, did you actually make progress? You have to look at yourself in the mirror for that. How many hours did you actually put into the work? Did you really try your best? And why? Like, what does it mean actually trying your best? What were you doing? Did you slack off? Did you go on TikTok? What did you sacrifice to do this as an entrepreneur? So something that I say to myself is like, I sacrificed all this. I sacrificed, you know, doing uni, hanging out with friends. I sacrificed hanging out with family as well, just to be, you know, a mediocre sales rep. Like, fuck no, right? And as much as I hate, like, yeah, I sacrificed that and I'm just earning X amount. That means I have to look myself in the mirror and like, okay, I have to get better. Heartbreak. Well, that's one as well that I recently gone through earlier this year. It's like, not necessarily my relationship didn't work out because I was working too much, but it's like it was a part of it, like a small part of it. And it's like I'm doing that, like I'm not even improving, and I like sacrifice a relationship, like that's whack. And then same thing with like the people who I thought cared about me, they're hating on me. Not that my mom hated on me, but she wasn't very supportive at first. Also, my friends thinking like, oh, you dropped out of uni, you're retarded, you're stupid. Just for me to like earn 2,000 a month, like that's whack. That should hurt you. That's looking yourself in the mirror. Also, if it's a financial thing, like if you have lots of bills, like look at the numbers. Look at how much are you actually saving each month? How much are you actually putting towards your dreams and traveling? How much are you actually helping out your parents? Are you not even helping at all? Are you helping them $100 a month, like for the past 7 months, and that hasn't increased? That should feel sick to you. And I mean, not saying that specific should feel sick to you, but there should be things like that that help you feel sick. That's gonna force you to level up. So it's actually a good thing that you feel sick about it. That's when you know when you're doing it right. When it feels sick and it feels uncomfortable, and the last thing you want to do is think about it, that's when you're doing it right. So doing what most people aren't willing to do, you'll get what most people don't have. So you have to do the actionable inputs to get those outputs. So even though I had very strong reasons to do this, like I was very clear on my why, right? I did whatever it took to be the best. That meant having no ego. I didn't care about my specific selling style. All I cared about was results and money. So that meant, like I said, bombarding, asking questions from the guys who have results, not feeling bad or cringe about asking them. Also, everything's offer specific and niche. So you have to try and copy the top guy on that offer. Someone in a different offer, you don't want to copy him necessarily if they're in a different industry, right? And it's just like having that ego, even though this guy's more popular, but this guy has a different style. You want to pick the guy who has a different style because he's in the same industry you're in. Also, working harder than everyone. Working weekends, just being full obsessed, let it consume you, right? Spending time on a Saturday night doing things. And I did things like listening to sales training while I was at the gym. I didn't listen to gym hype up music anymore. I was listening to sales stuff. Rather than watching TikTok or Netflix, I would study, doing call reviews, listening to my calls, watching sales trainings. And the intensity of the implementation of feedback, you have to do it to an unreasonable amount. An unreasonable amount where it like feels weird. For example, I never used to have like super high energy. And when my sales coach told me to have higher energy, like it felt weird to me. But I did it to an unreasonable amount because I had those moment of realizations. I was in a lot of pain, like looking at my situation that I felt sick, that I had to force myself to do it. And that can mean anything, right? So sending an extra email, a loom, voicemail, setting an alarm to text someone at night. Like I've done those things. I also had a 4-hour Zoom call, a 4-hour close, which I tweeted about. And yeah, that like most people aren't willing to do a fucking 4-hour call to get a close. And that's why most people won't have what they want, right? So this is like how I want you guys to picture it if I was to explain it better. So this is not my concept. This is a concept from my mentor. It's the reality of leveling up, which is the gravity concept. So essentially, to be on the top 1% planet, and the 1% planet here means you have the rewards of 1%. You have the top 1% rewards. To be on the top 1% planet, you have to be from the 99% planet, where 99% of people are. You have to go through this bridge here. And this bridge is filled with barbed wire, glass walls, pain. You're gonna be wanting to kill yourself. And it's a tough journey. But once you're there at the top 1%, it's not all sunshine and rainbows, because the gravity at the 1% planet is 5 times more. So to maintain the rewards of the 1% is actually harder. It's 5 times harder than this to maintain here. But the reality of leveling up is that you have to go through this bullshit to get here. And then when you're there, it's already hard. Like, although I'm earning, multi 5 figures a month in closing, it's like I'm not just like, sitting making sales calls by the pool. It's not that easy. I have to like full focus. I have to still level up. I have to review myself. I have to stay sharp. I have to sleep. I can't go in the nights out every day. I wish I could, right? With Matt. But that's the reality of the situation. So the thing is, when you do make it to this 1% planet, the concept is that there's a slippery slide that will take you back to the 99% planet. If you put one toe in, because you can't handle the gravity here, you're going to go back here. And then it's going to be even harder to get back to the next planet. So the discomfort of the top 1% planet, that's the reality of leveling up. So for my mentor who's earning millions a year, it's like the level of gravity he feels is like way more than I feel. And I feel like I'm feeling a lot of gravity, at my income level. And it just gets harder and harder as you keep leveling up and leveling up. That's why it was so hard for me to get past 20,000 a month, right? Obviously 10,000 a month was very hard as well, but 20,000, that was very hard. And then I have to keep leveling up. It's going to be even harder, right? And the truth is, reality doesn't care, and you deserve exactly where, like, you are where you deserve to be. And reality doesn't care, because reality will give you the feedback that you're doing something right if your results are getting better. And that's the truth. That's a hard truth, which is so hard for me to realize. And I wish, like, surely some guys get lucky. Like, although that's the case, if you have this mindset, you'll be in a much better spot, and you'll take more accountability, and you'll make it happen. You make the impossible happen. Okay, so that's in terms of like the moment of realization stuff and like the mindset stuff on like leveling up and getting just better and better and just having a higher standard. Because I can talk about appointment setting and stuff like that, but I think this is honestly way more important. If I had to give you advice, it would be more in the moment of realizations. And then the last thing I want to give you guys sauce is just how to ace all interviews. So right now I'm actually interviewing people for my offer to do more management stuff. So closers, appointment setters. I may shoot myself in the foot here because I'm not sure exactly how Matt teaches you guys to do interviews, but I can tell you from like a closing or outbound dialing perspective on hiring. This requires lots of balls. But ideally, the strategy is that you want to hold the frame and you want to be extremely confident in the conversation where you're actually the one interviewing them. You're the one asking them questions. It's going to sound kind of weird and it's going to sound uncomfortable, but this is if someone did this to me, I would be like, okay, I know you're about it. Because, and it should come from the frame of you're qualifying them to hire you. Like you're qualifying their company. Like, are you a worthy enough company for me to join you, kind of thing? That should be the frame. Because you're the prize, you're the valuable guy, you're the setter, you're the closer, you're the representative. And you have to see if they're a good fit for you because you're so demanded and you have so many interviews lined up. Even though you may not have many interviews lined up, that should be the kind of vibe. Like you shouldn't care about the outcome. So the specifics on how to do it is once they ask you questions like, oh, cool, so what's your experience, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to say this requires balls. What's your experience? You briefly say, yeah, my experience is this, this. Then you immediately ask them a question to control it. And you just push through. And then what you want to do is ask questions on specific numbers to show that you're trying to qualify them. Like, okay, what's the cash collector for the company? What are the top guys making? How many sets have you booked? How many of them close? How many leads per day? Like you want to ask them an unreasonable amount of questions, like you're hard qualifying them. And they'll be like, why is this guy asking so many questions when the other guys are interviewing are just answering my questions? So like they'll think, okay, something different with this guy. He's obviously vetting me out. Now the guy interviewing has to prove that the company is good enough for you. And then this is something that I personally want from the guys I'm hiring. It's showing intent that you'll be better than everyone and be number one, but not by telling them like, yeah, I'm here to be the best. I'm here to be number one. Everyone can say that, but it's about the questions you ask. So it's like, yeah, what's the top guy doing in numbers? Yeah, what's different about the top guy? He answers, and then before he asks you a question, you ask the next question like, cool, what do you see is the biggest mistake that the worst guys do? What do you feel like your top guy should be doing better? And then obviously you do it when you're there. Like, what do you feel like the best guy's not doing that you want to see him do? Okay, interesting. Like, what do you notice between the best guy and the worst guys? And the guys that give up, the guys who aren't a good fit, like what's up with them? You know, it's coming from the intention, like, oh, I'm trying to be number one here. And it should feel like the person interviewing should sort of feel that from you. And that's how you can get jobs on the spot. Like if you can be extremely ballsy, I've heard this happen. And I know guys who've done this. You can actually close them on the spot, asking for the job and handling objections like normal sales. If I was to do an interview, I would definitely try and do that. I've never done it before, but I have hired guys. No one's ever like I've never like hired someone because they asked me on the spot, but I'm interviewing guys, and this is what I sort of look for. But that's pretty much it. I hope you guys learned in terms of the moment of realization stuff. I think it's the most important thing, and obviously some bonus sauce on like interviews. So any questions?
There we go, boys and girls. Bands on twins.
Okay, so I'll go first if it's okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. First of all, like that was some amazing value you provided there, man. Like I can totally relate with you. Like you said, you have those points, moment of realizations. Like if I talk about my situation, like after joining the Oracle, math helped me hop onto two offers. Both of them were fitness. One was purely fitness, second was functionality and fitness one. And I got fired within 5 days on both offers. And then I skilled up, I leveled up from there. I took those screenshots of those chats when the guy said, "Oh, you're not the right fit." If I can show you this one, the guy said, "Consider yourself removed from the offer. You're not the right fit." And the other person said, "Oh, it's nothing personal, but you're not the right fit." Okay, I'm sorry. Like the trial week was of 7 days, and I was getting fired on the fourth or fifth day. And I leveled up from there and learned a lot. And after the third offer that I hopped on, I booked 11 calls in 3 days. Like that was my benchmark that I set. So yeah, the moment of realization are the thing that helps you keep going and level up.
100%, brother. Like that's good to hear.
Yeah.
And like as much as it's uncomfortable for you to like look at that, you should kind of look at that every day. It's like, you know, people in the gym, they look at their text that their ex that dumped them. And that's like the
Yeah.
best pre-workout. It's like you got to do the same thing but for business in a way.
Yeah.
So 100%.
After getting removed from the second offer, like it took me 1 month to land the another offer, the offer that I'm on currently right now. So that 1 month, like I didn't give my enough, like it was very hard for me to sleep, and like it was tough time. And then I realized once I get another job, I open to another job, I'm gonna crush it. Like the same situation with you, like you spend all your savings, now you have nowhere to go, you dropped out of university, you have to do it, you have to do it, you have to. That moment of realization is like if people it's the best thing to happen, to be very honest. It's like very depressing, but it's the very best thing to happen to a person at the same time.
100%. Yeah. And like the thing that's crazy though, it's like, although we have these moment of realizations of like getting fired and stuff, it shouldn't have to take you being fired to get these, because that's an external thing. It should be more an internal thing, but it should be more like actually looking at your numbers. Okay, I've been here 3 weeks, I haven't set X appointments. Like, why? And it should make you feel sick. Like for me, if I don't make a sale in a day, I feel like sick. I like can't see. I'm like, fuck, like what happened? And then I like try and diagnose the situation. Okay, I did this wrong, this wrong, this wrong. But if you never have that, then you won't do anything. You'll be comfortable. That's why for a long time I was comfortable in my income bracket. About 100%.
Yeah, to be very honest, I was very comfortable when I started appointment setting. Like, I was not investing in any like courses. I was like, oh, people are doing outbound. I can also do that and land the offer. Yeah, what a different thing with their teachers. Like on YouTube, when you search for appointment setting training, they make it sound very easy. Like, oh, even a monkey can do it if you know English, this, that. But when you like go to those trenches and experience it yourself, then you find out like that you have to invest in yourself, you have to take the risk. Like you want people to buy your program or anything. You want a job, but you are not. You want others to invest, but you are not ready to invest. That thought came into my mind, and that just clicked. And I went with maths course, Oracle, because he sounded most genuine to me. And yeah, I haven't regretted it a bit.
100%. And you should keep chasing those. Chase those moments of
Yeah.
realization. Chase the pain. Chase the stresses, because that's what's going to get you to level up. And then, because that's what I was talking about, the gravity, to get the top 1% results, it actually feels harder there. But then you get the results, and that's what matters.
Yeah. The question I wanted to ask you is like how can I just improve my skills? Like I learned, like how can I? You said you were listening to sales training and also in appointment setting. Well, how can I just level up my skills every day?
Well, the easy one is to find guys better than you and just learn from them, and like just ask them questions. Like ask as many questions and actually implement the feedback to an unreasonable amount. Like I was talking about my energy thing. Before I used to be super duper low energy. I used to speak like this, but then I went like over the top, and now I kind of have like a middle ground, which is good. That's my biggest advice. It's like find guys better than you, just do what they say. Don't have an ego. If you care about results, you'll do what makes results, and that means it's been proven by other guys. Don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, I've done it a lots of time. Like I just ask people, oh, if someone put story, I booked 10 calls today. I'm like, can you send those screenshots over of those convos so it may help me out?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just keep doing that. Yeah, until you become better than them, and you have to find
Yeah, of
different
course.
places. Yeah.
Yeah. Until the situation changes and they are asking me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That should be like the goal, the perspective you should have.
Stuff, boys. Anyone else got questions for Alfonso?
Yeah, so Alfonso, firstly, great presentation. What you said actually resonated a lot with me because I'm currently a student in Asia as well. I'm a computer science student. And I'm currently on a setter manager role. But the thing is, like, the income cap is pretty low on setting itself. And I did try to go to closing, but they required like crazy time zones. I had to be awake at like 2, 3 a.m. So I was wondering, like, what is the time commitment like? Like, is it possible for someone with management and setting experience to go into closing while he's a student in Asia?
It's 100% possible. Like if you have those moment of realizations where you feel like so sick, it's like you have to make it work. You know, you may have to sacrifice a bit of school or studying, maybe. I don't know if you can do all three in terms of like be a top 1% student, top 1% setter manager, and close top 1% closer at the same time. That'd be pretty difficult to do, but 100% it's possible. You just got to weigh out which is more important for you. Because if being a closer and making money is really important, like, you know, you wouldn't do school. I had so much pressure to do university from my parents, but even though I was living with them, thank God I didn't get kicked out, but I dropped it to do closing full time and earning $0 doing this coaching program. So I prioritize that.
How many hours would you say like a full-time closing role requires you to commit?
For me, it's like how much money do you want to make? You can be an average closer earning, you know, 5,000 a month or whatever, working 6 hours a day. But if you want to be good, there's like the closing time, then there's like the study, reviewing, improving time outside of calls. If you want to be good, like fucking put, like my brother can say this, I put like 12 hours when I was starting. To this day, I still sometimes put 12 hours, you know, 8 hours, 10 hours. The more you put in, the more you get. It's that simple. It just depends on how badly you want it and how fast is that tiger chasing behind you.
Yeah, the thing is like I have like 1.5 years to graduate, so like I'm more than halfway there. So
it's funny you say that. I didn't put this in my presentation, but me and my brother and I, we were 2 years into our degree with 1 year left. We're actually 2/3 of the way and dropped out. Imagine my mom hearing that. You're 1 year left, just graduate, just graduate. I dropped. It wasn't easy. Like it was a tough. There was so much uncertainty. I didn't know if you asked me back then where I'd be, I would not expect to say where I'm at now.
I see.
So
All right,
you,
all
you
right.
have
Thanks
to
for
weigh
that.
your options. Like obviously I'm biased. I'd say go all in, but it's really up to you.
All right. Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, like if I talk about my situation, like I also dropped out of university, and like in in mid graduate, I also had 1.5 year left to graduate, but I just dropped out. But my parents were supportive at the same time, so that wasn't an issue. As for the timing, you said like you have to stay awake till 2 a.m. So if I talk about my situation, I work overnight every day because I'm from India and I have to work in Western time zone, and that's like 9.5 hour early before. So I've been working for like 6 months. I've been working overnight. My day starts at 10 p.m. on my time, and I work till 7 a.m. in the morning. So it just depends upon how badly you want it. Are you able to
So true.
take risks? Are you what you can sacrifice? Like as Alfonso said himself, like he wants to go to night outs with math, but due to work, he put that on his top priority, and so it just depends upon you how badly you want it.
Yeah, and like the thing that's stopping you is going to be those nerves and limiting beliefs, like I said. But the thing to know is like it's supposed to feel hard. It's supposed to feel uncomfortable. You're supposed to not want to do it, right? Because that's the easy option. But you're supposed
Yeah,
to feel those
and
nerves and then just do it anyway.
yeah, and
And if the tiger's chasing you, you'll do it anyway.
when you get to that point when you achieve your goals, it will be the most satisfying thing you will ever have in your life. So it's gonna be worth it in the long run. And so just
100%.
keep at it, and yeah.
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 Endurance, you have a
Better.
question?
Yeah, you got a question.
Yeah, Alfonso, that was a great presentation.
Cheers, brother.
Like this story, everything's identical to me, from mom to college, this feeling in the stomach, everything. So my question is, earlier you mentioned that you're a manager or you manage sales teams. So what do you look specifically in a setter?
So my role, I'm not technically the sales manager. I'm like sort of training to be one. So I'm like the top closer on my team. My team's gone big where there's like 10 people that I'm doing managerial type roles, but I'm still full-time closing. But I'm starting to do interviews now, like interviewing for other closers and stuff that my
So,
offer owner tells me.
so what traits are you looking for?
What was the question? Sorry.
What traits are you looking for?
Yeah, like I said, it's just like the intent to be number one. I think first of all, you have to go through the initial application, the numbers or whatever, right? But once you get past to the interview with me, I'm just looking for people who have intent to be number one and feel like they have such high standards that they'll benefit the team by bringing a new standard to the team. And how you do that, it's not by saying, "Oh, I'm here to be number one. I'm here to be best." Everyone's gonna say that. It's more about having the intent, but actually trying to be number one by like asking questions. Like I said, I think it's like when you're asking questions, you're trying to vet out the company. You're trying to ask a lot about the top guy and trying to pick his brain. Or as a sales manager, okay, what are you looking for? What do you notice from these guys? What do you notice he does differently? What does he do? What doesn't he do well that you feel like he can improve on? The top guy or the top guys. What the worst people, what do they do? What do they get wrong? How can I stay as far away from being the bottom guy and be the top? Like, you ask questions like that. That's because you're showing your intent to be like if someone did that to me, which no one has, I'd be like, this guy is a killer. I want him on my team. That's what I'd say I'm looking
Yeah,
for.
that's great. I'm going to use that. I have an interview in an hour. I'm going to use that.
Yeah, it's ballsy. It's ballsy, but that's the thing. No one has the balls to do that. And you'll stand out for sure. You just don't want to do it. You don't want to overdo it or be weird about it. You don't want to push. Some guys obviously will know what you're doing. You don't want to push too hard. Yeah, endurance is for a reason. Like, yeah, just they ask you a question, just like answer it, and then you try and start asking questions. They might say like, "Oh, I'll answer that question, but like I have my questions. Like you can ask questions at the end. That's fine." But still push for it anyway. So it's like you're vetting them out. You're interviewing them. That should be the vibe. Obviously, someone tried to do that to me, I wouldn't let that happen. But to like a normal not normal, but like to an average person, they'll probably fall for it. And here's the thing, right? I don't want you guys to think like it's a trick. It should actually come from within. Like it should actually come from the heart. It should be legit. Like you have so many interviews that you're vetting out people and you're asking them and you want to be the best. It should come from like that, not because it's a trick that I told you guys to do. Yeah, exactly. Don't fake it. Because you can smell if you fake it.
Yeah, guys, it's just a question of do you actually want it or not? And if you do, then you're gonna go all the way to get it, right? It's just gonna naturally come out of you. If you don't want it, then you're not gonna be going that bold. You're not gonna be participating that much, asking the questions. So I'd have to agree as well. That's actually really good. If someone were to ask me that or hit me with that sort of approach, then I wouldn't say I'd fold. I'm not gonna fold, but I would have a lot more respect, and they'd, at least worst case scenario, I'd remember them a lot more than any other applicant. So you guys go give that a try. I think we have time for one, maybe two more questions, and then we'll wrap up. So whoever else
Yeah, I
is,
have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, like now, like every salesperson or manager, or they run the job application forms, right? So we have to fill those form out, then they will select you for the interview. So any tips on how to like get selected for the interview, how to get your form selected? Because I've filled around 10 forms till now, but I haven't got selected for interview once. So
Yeah, okay. So with my company, there's no like form we put out. It's more like referrals. So if you're filling forms, everyone fills a form, right? This is what I would if I were to go back, because I know guys doing this. I can't say I've done this because I haven't, but I know guys who've done this and got so many interviews, is to do a personalized Loom video of like a personalized one with your face in it, and you have to be super confident. And just like what I was talking about the interview, you have to show your intent to be number one. I don't know the exact script to do it, but if you're in a job applicant, or if you put an application, everyone puts an application. Who actually is gonna post a Loom video of themselves? Not as many. Yeah, I think Matt teaches this. 100%. If I saw a list of applicants and some of them just filled a form saying, "Oh, I've closed 3 million in cash," but there's a guy with less money and he on a Loom video, he has his face in it and he's ballsy and he has intent to be number one, and I feel the energy, I would rather interview that guy. Because
like I've also
I can
tried
train
that
them well.
filming. I've done the Loom videos and also have like provided that on the forms, and also they say yeah, record yourself and send the Loom video. I've done that, but still like I didn't got selected. Like there might be some problem with my Loom video. Like it's just a quick 1 minute one. So if you want, I can just screen share and show it to you, and you can tell me if I should tweak the things up.
I think Safe, we were gonna wrap up on time soon. So if you
Yeah, I
want,
mean,
just
send me a DM.
message
Okay,
privately,
okay,
bro.
for sure. Okay.
Yeah, and I want to give room to anyone else who wants to ask questions. But
Yeah, sure.
Alfonso, we go look at it. I think it's pretty good, to be honest.
All right.
Yep. Any last one before we wrap up?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Toby. Okay, we'll do endurance after, and that's it.
All right. So one thing I've been thinking about, because I've been sending DMs consistently on Instagram, and a lot of them I seem to get left on scene, or I don't really get a reply. So what would you suggest I should do in order to like get more replies, more responses, more positive responses? I would say.
Yeah. Okay, so I know this definitely works. Get a verify your Instagram account if you haven't already. Mine's not even verified, right? But I know guys who do this, and if you see a blue tick, you're more likely to respond to it. It's probably what, $30 a month to verify, and have like a decent Instagram. Like
it's
people
not
should
even
know
that.
who you are. It's like just have photos.
It's
Yeah.
like $7-8 per month.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I should get mine verified. That'd be the first thing I'd say to do. That's an easy fix.
Yeah, join the gang.
And then the other one, it should be, like you should be sending personalized videos on Instagram like that on your phone,
Yeah,
not
because
just
I know I
a
did try
DM that
something
everyone
like
else
that
does.
once. I know I did try that, and I didn't seem to get many responses. So
Then it may be because the
like
thing is, if you don't sound confident, it may hurt you to actually do those
all right, no
videos.
problem.
You have to do it if you sound super confident and very convicted in yourself, like you want to be number one. You're absolute straight killer. So
All right, no
it could be a
problem.
problem with that. Or if you're less comfortable with doing face, you can even do like a voice note and a
Well, I
text.
don't really have a problem with doing it on face. I do that a lot, so I'm not really uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, if you're doing the loom, it's gonna be way better than doing just text.
All right, thank you.
I'll just keep doing that. Yeah. And
You
get it
just
reviewed as well. Get it reviewed by Matt or even me. If you DM me, I can review it.
You can
all right,
chuck it
thank
in
you,
the
no
group.
problem.
All right, Endurance, last one.
Yeah, so when I'm looking for an offer, should I only look for inbound leads or outbound?
I mean,
So
inbound's
far,
obviously gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, inbound's gonna be easier, right? In
yeah,
DMs.
yeah.
I think you shouldn't care too much. I think you just care about like gaining the skills of both because they're slightly different. And it's ultimately the offer itself, whether it's inbound or outbound. Some people can print with inbound, some people can print with outbound. It just depends on the other factors of the offer, like more, I guess, the marketing. Is the offer actually good? Are the influencers legit? Stuff like that. That's probably more important. I don't think it matters if it's inbound or outbound necessarily. Or maybe Matt can talk on this better.
No, I agree. I think just in the beginning, do something what I call experience stacking, and then it just gets easier from there, to be honest. Because then you'll naturally get the inbound role because like all the guys that have not all the guys, I'm not making a generalization, but most of the people nowadays who are hiring for inbound roles, they want someone who they can trust and rely on, can actually get the job done. And they're not gonna really want to pick a noob, right? So yeah, just experience stack, get on our first few shitty offers. In the beginning, you can literally, I talked about this 2 weeks ago. We might have to, or we can experiment. Like literally get on a shitty offer for a few days or a week and then hopping off and then using that as a way to say experience. But anyway, I'd have to agree with Alfonso.
Yeah, it
Stack the
doesn't matter.
skills.
Like just get the experience.
Yeah. Well, guys. Yeah, good questions all around. And yeah, well, I appreciate you, Alfonso, for hopping on. Appreciate you, Mateo. Good to see you again, bro. Let's get steaks next week.
Yeah, for sure.
As always, keen for that. But yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed this. You guys took a lot of value from it and you start having a lot more because I'm starting to have more of those moments of realization too. Again, it's coming back to me, and I will make it an exercise and a habit to think about those again because that's ultimately, if I look back to what got me the furthest, is pain. It's usually more pain than pleasure, and use that to your advantage, guys. It's not comfortable, but it gets the job done. So know where you're lacking, know when you're slacking off, know when you need to do better, and then just be so disgustingly discontent with that you actually force yourself to level up, and then just rinse and repeat. Other than that, be coachable, be confident, have conviction, use the group for help, and yeah, keep at it, be consistent, and you're not going to be that far off from us, guys. To be honest, you're not honestly not that far off from us, guys. You might feel like it, but you're not. Honestly, we're just normal human beings at the end of the day. We're just young guys that run a business and have worked on ourselves and sometimes like to fuck around here and there, have a bit of fun. But anyway, good call today, boys. Good call today, girls. And yeah, if you have any more questions, you can ask me in the school. If you wanna shout out your socials, Alfonso.
Yeah, it's just my name, Alfonso
and Mateo.
Banzon. Yeah, on Instagram, Alfonso Banzon, and my brother's is Mateo Banzon. We also have a twin Instagram as well. Have a
Been
look at
blowing
that.
up lately. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you boys check those out, okay? And you go follow those guys. Show them a lot of love. But yeah, boys, I hope it was a valuable call, and I gotta wrap up now. Try to get another guest call next week. One of my students, Joe Tran, he's been killing it lately, so you can ask him. He's someone who might be like literally 1 or 2 steps ahead of you, so it might be better. But it's not better, but it's gonna be different. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. So see you in the next one. See you next week, and call recording will be uploaded. All right, peace.
Easy. Peace.
See you, boys.
Bye bye.
Easy.